So put on your listening sweaters for the Avs and Devils. Force of nature versus fiddle contestant. McCarr up top, he lets it go. Wide the net, it's off and banked in by McKinnon. McKinnon is a magician. His second power play goal of the period puts the Avalanche back up by 2. And the things that Nathan McKinnon can do with a stick and puck defy my powers of description. Hayes returns it to Sanford, back in his assigned position. Tipped on, rebound is there for Middlestat. He scores! The mighty Casey has struck for the Avalanche for the first time in the last 12 games. Medium rare rebound for Middlestat, and he put a backhander in from 10 yards away. Avs have it again. Miles Wood down the near side boards. He cuts to the middle, leaves it for Parker Kelly. Thinking about a shot. Backdoor tipped in, and they score! OC's playing, baby! It's the icing on the cake. His first goal in 13. And the New Jersey Devils are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. 5-1 Colorado.
I think you could tell immediately there was a different energy last night. Immediately. The Avs started really cycling in the offensive zone. They were getting pucks on net. They were out, I think in the first couple of minutes, outshot New Jersey like 6-1, including Nate missing a wide open net, which he almost never does, just flipped it a little bit over the top. But you felt the difference. And when Val Nichushkin's in the lineup, I think the biggest difference that's made is obviously he's a really good player. We all know that. His ability to back check, his ability to play a full game offensively and defensively and be really effective at both. He was another guy that was not shy about putting the puck on net last night. I was actually shocked he didn't get one because every shot looked like it had a real good opportunity. Took 5 last night. But more than that, what he does is he just slots guys into their proper spot. And we've been looking for a depth of scoring. Now, it took a minute, but it's not as if the Avs were playing poorly or not getting opportunities. Just like, you get one that rings off the post with Taves with 15 seconds left in the first. You get another one that squeaks 5-hole, but he just gets a little bit of a skate on it. And it ends up hitting the post again. Jake Allen was getting very, very lucky last night until the end of the game, in which it was 2-1 and then 3, 4, and 5 in the span of like 3 minutes. With no empty netters, by the way, just playing straight up hockey. His ability to just allow everybody else to play their game properly is what he brings to the table most. And like the Avs, they were a joy, a pleasure to watch last night. Did I have this sneaky feeling that as well as they played, the game's only 2-1 and this could like turn out to be really sad? Yeah, I kind of felt that for a minute. But then they slammed the door shut. And they did it with a depth of scoring. They did it with other people stepping up and guys who haven't gotten on the board in a long time, most notably that fourth goal of the night by Casey Middlestat, a nice little backhand flip. Said this a lot this year. A lot of people have talked about Casey Middlestat. He comes out of the gates this season with 6 goals by October 28th, and going into last night's game, he had 9. Well, now he's got 10. I don't think anybody had a bigger smile on their face than Casey Middlestat at the end of that. But with him getting on the board shortly afterwards, LOC gets the deflection. He puts one in. Like, everybody is playing what seems to be the proper amount of minutes for them. And that's the stuff that Val brings to the table. So to me, incredibly important to have him in the lineup, obviously. But it's not just the surface level of players good, so he's going to help. He helps out everybody else. And he can kind of play with anybody else on the ice. He's just got a style of game that seems to fit with whatever sort of style that you have. By the way, thank you, Nelly. Bet in our post game on Nichushkin's return.
Like he's one for. I think we had 9 forwards with points tonight. I think he was one of the guys that didn't get one, and he had a huge impact on the game. And that's just what he does. He's checking the puck back all over the offensive zone, forecheck, tracking, skating with it in the neutral zone. He's a net presence. He's just, I mean, he makes so much stuff happen on both sides of the puck that I thought he had a great game for his first game back. Like that was, it's hard to come back after missing that much time and step in and like kind of look like he didn't miss a beat.
That's so true. I mean, he was out for a long time. You know, the original injury that was supposed to be, 7 to 10 days or whatever it was, turned out to be almost 2 months. But he gets back, and I was expecting a little bit of rust, and I didn't see any. I thought Val jumped in and looked exactly like Val usually looks. It was just, it looked like a version of the Avs that you would believe in. And to be honest, the one that you always knew was there. That's the truth. They were a team last night that we've kind of expected to see over the course of the year. They're a team that looked like they had Val back. When they closed out the end of the 2024 calendar, they were on a roll. That entire month, they were playing really well, including closing out that month with 5 straight wins. Now, with Val in the lineup, it's 6 straight wins in which he plays. It's just the ability to affect so many different things on the ice is huge. By the way, speaking of, because the Avs are here for a huge 6-game homestand after the Four Nations break, they need you at Ball Arena as they take on the Wild, the Penguins, the Maple Leafs, and more. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. And we're giving away tickets all day today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, your first chance to win a pair of tickets. I'm going to give you a keyword each hour. The keyword for the 6 o'clock hour is Nate. So text Nate along with your first and last name to 30.
Actually, easy there, Kaner. Our system will not start accepting
I'm sorry.
keywords until the 20s. That's when we're doing this.
So hang on. Hold on the Nate. I messed up. This is me trying to do it on the fly. Hold on to that for another 10 minutes.
My dad, growing up, he told me if you don't know what's going on, all you got to do is RTFD. Read the directions.
Yep.
Kaner, you did an RTFD this morning.
Well, here's the deal. I read the highlighted part, so this is going to be on the 20s. So I jumped the gun on this. Save your text until I'll tell you when. It's at the beginning of next segment. It's early. I'm bound to make mistakes at some point.
I know. That's what our boss gets for actually making us do something important this early, man.
And to be fair, came in late last night. I basically woke up to this thing. It's my fault. I always point the thumb, but I got a couple of index fingers I want to throw out there too. So it's going to be like finger guns. Pew, pew, pew.
By the way, I woke up and same thing. I looked at my phone and I saw a text message at about 9:30 from our boss going, "Hey, we're going to do these giveaways. We have Avs keywords to win tickets on the 20s. So we got 4 keywords for your show. What keywords do you guys want to use?" And I saw that this morning. I went, "Oh, that's a rookie move." Our boss thought we were going to be awake at 9:30.
Has the man not done morning radio?
Hey,
he knows this phone is being chucked off to the side, and the second that game got done, it was night time.
Scott Hastings always says, KYP, know your personnel.
Exactly right. So hang on to that. I'll give you the keyword next segment. then it'll open up, and then you can text in, get a bounce back text, have a chance to win a pair of tickets. Okay, good. In the meantime, the Avs were fantastic yesterday. I don't know if there was like a bad sort of spot on the team. I don't know if you could say that really anybody played poorly yesterday. Mackenzie Blackwood only gives up one. Defense, for the most part, pretty solid outside a couple of chances, but that's going to happen. Marty Necas with 3 assists last night. By the way, we need to have a conversation with Moser today because Moser's been telling us all, like, the entire time that it's Necas. And then I heard him not say Necas, and he said Necas. And then I heard Alan Roach after the game when he was introducing the 3 stars. Roach said something like Necas. We got to figure this out.
I think it's one of those things where what country is he from originally? Marty Necas.
Necas is he's a Czech guy.
Right. So I think part of that has to do with the Czech pronunciation is probably one thing. Maybe that's what Alan Roach went for. But then there are different ways you can Americanize it. You can make it simpler. And I think that's what we have to agree on, is what American simplification we're doing.
Right. I don't think Nikola Jokic is the right way to say it. But when somebody tries to do it in the negative sort of twang, when they go like Nikola or Nikola, it just sounds like you're trying too hard. And even Jokic, I remember Vic asked him at an All-Star game a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago. And he goes, it's Nikola. Nikola's fine. And so as long as he's cool with it, that's fine. But I just want to make sure that I feel stupid anytime I say his last name now. So we need to figure this out. Marty was great. There you go. He had 3 assists last night.
The Marty party, baby.
But to me, the big thing is the others. And that was big for Jared Bednar, too.
Yeah, and not just Mitty, like our whole team, like, because I know we can be more dangerous offensively than we've been. Okay, so we've been driving home a couple different messages tonight, but I'm just from the eye test watching it, and before I meet with the team tomorrow, like we were shooting the puck. Every time we broke coverage, we'd shoot the puck. And we had guys crashing the net. We had guys around the net. You're not going to track down every shot, every rebound to get a deflection, screen, rebound opportunity, net front. But if you do it repeatedly and you're doing it well, eventually you're going to get there. And eventually we did.
Exactly right. There just felt like a more concerted effort to try and do a little bit of the dirtier, grimier things. If there's one thing I didn't quite like last night, it felt like they were getting really cute on the power play. Especially they got a 5-on-3 and they didn't start getting shots off until the very end of it. Ended up not scoring at all on the 5-on-3, which loomed pretty large late in that game up until the Necas tripping call that led to a power play with about 6 minutes left. And McKinnon with the old, if you guys played baseball, you had to play a game of pepper before. Basically played a game of pepper with the puck in the air. Knocked that sucker in 3-1 and felt like the game was over there, but just for a little bit of extra oomph, it was Middlestat with the backhander and then LOC with the redirect, and then it's 5-1, and then the game is over, and you got Jake Allen going over towards the bench, spiking sticks and walking straight to the locker room. So, a lot to get to today, and we will give you the official keyword with a chance to win in just a few minutes. Stick around. Little cameo. So what do you, is this funk? What is this? Like,
Yeah,
it's not funk like Parliament's funk.
There's definitely it's kind of like pop with a funk influence. Maybe also some elements of disco in the guitar.
Like, what's Zapp and Roger? Zapp and Roger. I'm a big fan of Zapp and Roger, by the way.
Zapp is definitely they did more bounce to the ounce, right?
Yes.
That's straight up
More
funk, baby.
bounce.
Also, that song was the sample for Going Back to Cali Cali.
That is right. I never even put that together.
I'll just say it right now. Any rap song you like from
Guaranteed.
about 1980 to 2010, not an original beat. They're all samples.
Guaranteed. And why do you think that that's what I listen to? Yeah, I like this. Electro funk. I like that.
Also, you know what? Screw it. Let's keep going deeper down this rabbit hole. Why not? Korn, the band Korn.
Yes.
Have you heard their cover of Word Up, that song we just played?
I have not.
Surprisingly good. They actually absolutely crushed it.
Wait, is Korn the one that wears like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre faces?
No, that's Slipknot.
That's Slipknot.
Korn
That's right.
was out the heat, out the
Yeah. Yes,
They were
that's
freak on a
right.
leash. Yeah, they crushed Word Up. You got to check it out.
I think it's the proper time now. So let's try this again. Because it's a huge 6-game homestand. The Avs need you to Pac Ball Arena. We're going to be giving away tickets all day today. Your chance to win a pair of tickets for the 6 o'clock hour. You text the keyword Nate along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is Nate and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And the window's going to close at the 45 marks of every hour. So get these in quickly. Be listening to like the middle of the hours at a minute. You should listen to the whole show, but the minimum is the middle of the hours.
I don't believe in windows.
Well, that's your window, John. Speaking of, a couple things here when it comes to the NFL. God, do I love this. If you remember, go back to 2021 with me. There was a big trade that was made in the NFL. And it all stemmed from a impromptu meeting. And here's what that is. You go out to Cabo or Cancun or something, somewhere in Mexico. You're walking along the beach. You see a little tiki bar. Somebody's enjoying a nice margarita or a mojito. They're pairing that with maybe a quesadilla. And you say, hey, is that Sean McVay? Oh, dude, I'm Matthew Stafford. This is my wife. It's so funny running into you here. I know I happen to be maybe on the way outs of my old team, and this would be totally against the rules and violations of tampering laws, but it's just, you know what? There's no rule against running into somebody on the beach. And then a few short weeks later, Matthew Stafford was an LA Ram. So tell me what you guys think of this. Matthew Stafford, again, is being rumored as maybe being on the way out of the LA Rams quarterback spot. And he decides, you know what? Let me go to the remotest of areas that I can find. I'm going to spend a few days up in Montana. Get myself some fresh air. Get in the mountains. Nelly, stop dealing with that fog or that smog that they got down there in LA. You know what I mean? That little pollution choking air. Let me get the fresh air of trees and nature and wilderness and mountains.
Sounds like LA needs to zero res their city.
They need to. Call my friends at Zero Res. It's spring cleaning time. So he's like, you know what, wifey? And I forget how many kids he has, like 5 of them. Let's go out for a little family trip up in Montana. And they go eat a bison burger at a restaurant or something, whatever they're doing. And, you know what I actually think happened, Nelly? They took a hike. And on this hike, you know what they saw? They saw a bear. They saw a little deer. Actually, it was really scary. They saw a bobcat, too. And you know what else they saw? They just happened to run into Tom Brady. Can you believe it? The minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, they were just strolling along in Montana, and all of a sudden, Tom Brady popped up. It's pretty nuts. He's a Raider. That's what I'm getting at. I think you should fully prepare yourself for Matthew Stafford being the quarterback of Vegas. And here's the question surrounding it. If this actually happens, how much do you believe a quarterback can change all of the ills of a franchise immediately? I've said I have reservations about Stafford in one aspect, and it is, I don't know if his health is going to hang on long enough. You know, he's 37, been in the league a long time, taken a whole bunch of hits, and those seem to have mounted on him unlike other quarterbacks. Amato says, missed opportunity to say they saw a goat too. You know what? I'm using that one later in the show. Amato, found that one back in my head. That's good. But I do have reservations on how healthy he can stay at this age and how many hits he's taken already. And he's got some back problems and some other things. He has elbow issues. It just feels like the NFL career has taken a toll on him harder than other quarterbacks who have been the same age. But bottom line is that guy is still incredibly talented. And as far as straight arm talent, Stafford is, to me, one of the most impressive just throwers of the football that I've seen. Aaron Rodgers is probably the best pure just thrower. But as far as you try and find any arm angle, you talk about no looks, you talk about putting the ball on the money, on time, in traffic, having the arm strength to get there, Stafford's still got all that ability. And if he is now a Raider, like this is the thing, man, you just continue to stack up incredibly talented people in the AFC side of the ledger. Again, this is not been announced as over, but I've seen this story play out the exact same way about 4 years ago. So Stafford in the offseason just runs into somebody who's very important in running a football franchise, and then they get a deal done soon.
I was listening to Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, and they made a good point where they said, so suppose the Raiders land Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
They already have Brock Bowers, who is a bad mamma jamma, who had an all-time season with freaking crash test dummies for quarterbacks.
Sure.
Now if he gets Matt Stafford, that dude's going to ball. Raiders had the 6th pick in the draft. If they use that 6th pick to snatch Ashton Genty and Pete Carroll's their coach,
or
see you later.
I mean, Genty, or if they're looking for an outside presence, that McMillan kid out of Arizona is. If you guys didn't watch him, he was unbelievable. But yeah, they're gonna have the ability to get things flipped around in a hurry if you get the quarterback spot figured out. And so it just provides another kind of impediment between the Broncos and getting back to that level of success again. It's why this isn't guaranteed. When you get to, the 10-win mark like the Broncos did this season, and that was barely good enough to try and sneak your way into a playoff spot. Good enough for the 7th seed. Final team in. And then you talk about the additions of teams like the Raiders that are in your division that you play twice a year, that you were gifted 2 wins last year because of it. And this year, a split could be the difference between you making and missing the postseason. Like all of that stuff, as far as difficulties they start to stack up. And it makes it even more important on focusing on what you're doing throughout the course of the offseason. Like you can't have a waste this year. You don't want to. Excuse me.
That was a twofer.
Haven't done that in a while.
It's been good, yeah.
You don't want to overly panic. and just start throwing the future consideration out the window for the short term. But you do have to factor in the short term. Definitely have to. And if they can't figure out a way to immediately improve on some things, specifically tight end and running back, you're going to be in the same kind of spot last year where if your biggest sort of negative is you can't consistently not just move the chains, but stop 3-and-out drives from happening, it gives Herbert extra opportunities. It gives Mahomes extra opportunities. And if this goes down, it gives now Stafford extra opportunities.
But I think the most fascinating part of this story is, did you follow the paper trail between Jordan Scholes of Bleacher Report and Ian Rappaport, them going back and forth? So
I did, yeah.
Jordan Schultz came out first with Bleacher Report, and he said that Tom Brady hosted Matt Stafford in Montana, and they went skiing together. And then Ian Rappaport came out and said this was not intentional. This was just a chance encounter on the slopes. Nothing planned whatsoever.
I can guarantee you something, okay? I have a friend who lives in Montana. He lives in Billings, okay? If I walked around Billings, I don't think I'd just randomly run into him. If I didn't have any previous contact that I'm in town. You don't accidentally run into somebody in Montana, okay?
Oh, absolutely not. Jordan Schultz replied to Ian Rappaport, and he had some line where he said something like, if you believe that this was coincidence, then I got a nice beach house in Idaho I'm willing to sell you.
Right.
And I think that if I'm reading the tea leaves here, I'm assuming that Ian Rappaport knows Tom Brady's agent. I don't know Tom Brady's agent's name off the top of my head.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to get in trouble.
Exactly. That guy put a bug in Rappaport's ear and said, hey, man, I don't want this to be tampering. Say that they just happen to be getting buffalo burgers on the same ski slope. Make it so.
I don't know what the rules are because the Rams did allow Stafford to go out and talk to people. So I don't know if that's still considered tampering. If you give somebody permission, maybe they got to ask first. I have no idea. But then that story followed up, Nelly, with Jordan Schultz verbally accosted Ian Rappaport of NFL media at an Indianapolis Starbucks on Wednesday afternoon. A report was made to NFL security.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, my
That from Pro Football Talk. So, yeah. Decided to go get a coffee, saw Rappaport, gave him a piece of his mind. That seems a little over the top. Not a huge deal. Guys, don't take your jobs that seriously. Another thing from yesterday, by the way. I'm going to fully admit that this is going to sound hypocritical, okay? But in life, that happens sometimes. This from Ari Merov. The NFL says its plan is to put its electronic system to measure first downs into motion this upcoming regular season in 2025. The chain crew would remain on the sideline as a backup, but this is finally happening. And I've said forever, Nelly, what's the most insane thing that the NFL does as a multi-billion-dollar corporation in which the transaction taking place on the field is concussions for real estate. I'm going to bash my head into you over 3 yards, okay? The fact that they were using 60-year-old men with chains to measure whether they got the required distance or not is crazy to me. And so they're fixing it. And when I read that yesterday, Nelly, you know what I felt? Sadness. I think I'm going to miss the old chain coming out. There is a moment of a really close spot where they put the chain down and you got the one guy saying, you ready? And he goes, yep. And they do the old chain pull, right? That number. And seeing if you get the nose of the football past it. There is a little bit of some tension that's mixed in with that, as opposed to let's go to VAR and just see if they got it or not. I'm actually, I think, going to be a little nostalgic for the old man walking serpentine as if he's drunk during a roadside test, making his way to the spot of the ball.
All Office Depots are sad at this news because note card sales are about to plummet amongst referees.
If they had to bring out the card, we all know what that was like. See, this is a seminal moment, by the way, in our lives, everybody. I want you guys to take note of something. Sometimes you don't know when it's actually gone. And here's what I mean. Nelly, you're how old again? Remind me, 20 what?
30.
You're 30. Okay, so did you remember the days of the corded landline phone? You had one of those, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, definitely had one.
Like, my daughter's never going to have that. It's never going to exist. And you don't know. You think, oh, well, I know cell phones are popular, but you'll probably have one in your house. You probably think that forever until you just don't anymore. I'm telling you guys right now, this is a seminal moment in our lives. This is a cutoff. You will be able to tell somebody who is like probably my daughter's age. She's 2.5. She will never know what it's like to wait for the chain gang to go out there and give you a first down call. And I'm going to be that guy about 10 years from now saying, now listen, honey, when your daddy was a kid, daddy had to wait for the 85-year-old man to waddle to the right spot first before we knew it was a first down. Like, this is going to be something you tell kids like that. And it starts today. How do we feel about that? This is going to be a remember when thing. Hey, honey, did you know that McDonald's once had a dollar menu that was actually $1? Like, I give them a crisp $1 bill and I get a snack wrap? That was a thing that happened once.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
Exactly. That's how it's going to feel. Like, this is a moment in which you're going to point back to and say, I feel old now because I remember this. That's what I'm telling you.
Did you ever watch Jersey Shore?
Right when it first started, then I gave up pretty quick.
So you remember they had that, if she doesn't know blank, she's too young for you, bro. It's going to be like, if she never said the sentence, hey, call me back after 9 so the minutes are free. Mm-hmm. She's too young for you, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those.
If she never watched footballs measured by 80-year-old lawyers on their weekend jobs using change, she's too young for you, bro.
Here's one. Like, I imagine this is going to be it, okay? It'll be one of those. The Lakers haven't beaten the Nuggets since blank year, and you go, a gas was $2.14 a gallon. Can you believe that? 5 soft tacos from Taco Bell were $6. The NFL had old men with chains measuring first down. It's going to be one of those things. So take note. It's a big day today.
Just wait until Vic sometimes tunes in, right? And then when he hops on the show, He'll say, I was listening to you during the appetizer hour. He's going to come on and talk about how we don't know what it's like. He had to go to school in a horse-drawn carriage every morning.
And walk uphill both ways, barefoot in the snow, all of that. Take note, everybody. February 27th of 2025, your lives changed. You might not know it yet, but I'm telling you it did. Again, a couple of more minutes if you guys want a chance to get your grubby little hands on those Avs tickets. 6-game homestand coming up. The key word for this hour is Nate. So text Nate in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
The ball on the 40, and then they're going to measure.
I think it was that second push. Uh-oh.
Look at this. Look at this.
Uh-oh.
A link short.
Oh, my goodness. I have never seen this.
I haven't either.
Never seen this.
Well, Gene's looking at it from above.
Because you have to raise that to a 90-degree angle, right? It has to be dead vertical.
Look at this. Can he put a card in between it?
Look at Gene. He can barely contain himself. He's saying that piece of paper hit. Oh my God.
Oh, who does? I mean, I'm going to miss it. I really am. I'm going to miss it. I'll get nostalgic over something I've complained about for years. Why? Because I'm a hypocrite. It's so dumb until, you don't know what you got till it's gone. Thank you, Counting Crows. Here's the thing. There's a lot to discuss today because we got Jeff Lakewald on this program. He's going to join us at 9:30 this morning live from the Combine as that starts with workouts today. We have Travis Hunter speaking to the media at 9 o'clock. So today is going to be defensive linemen and linebackers as they start all of their 40 times and bench presses and all that different stuff. I don't know how much we'll dive into the actual raw data. Probably none of the Combine. But the interesting parts are what Jeff Lakewald's been hearing around the league. And maybe he witnessed the fight between Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport at that Starbucks. Who knows? So we'll talk to him at 9:30. Speaking of the Broncos, so they are in the search for this joker position. So two things came out yesterday. Number one, John Lynch said they are going to honor Deebo Samuel's request for a fresh start. The second part to that, though, is according to Zach Kelberman of SI, the Broncos are not interested in a Deebo Samuel trade. And I would like to know why. Are they not interested because of the trade part of this, where they don't want to give anything up for Deebo Samuel? Are they not interested because of the price tag? Are they not interested because of the age? Are they not interested just because of the overall skill set? Like, what is it that they wouldn't like about that? Now, I am very much in the camp of I don't want to give away any draft capital unless we're talking about later rounds, anything fifth and beyond. Wouldn't bother me for a player who is going to actually play snaps for you. Fourth rounder would be pretty borderline. It would have to be a pretty good guy. Anything above that has to be like a slam dunk. So maybe that's part of it. Is that Deebo Samuel is good, but not good enough to justify what it would take in a trade for him. And I know that the Broncos probably have a plan for this. My issue, though, is it feels like the plan to find somebody who is an impact sort of player on offense has to come through the draft, because I don't know where else you're getting it from. The free agent class, as far as guys at positions that you want in tight end and running back, are very, very thin. So it's going to have to come through that, except, look, it's a crapshoot. You, especially at 20, there's not really I guarantee this guy is going to be there if you feel like he's good. Nelly, I just sent you a DM, some audio from Adam Schefter, who was on with Pat McAfee yesterday. And I want to play this, and it should give you a little bit of hesitation, but it should also, I got a reason to be slightly encouraged by this. And I'll try and put these side by side because the draft is not deep. We've heard that from everybody, including Jeff Legwald. But here's what Schefter said yesterday.
What are they saying about this draft class? What is the conversation about this draft
A few
class?
things. I think that the strength of this draft, according to the people who have really dug
Insiders,
into it,
yes, all the people you've talked to, yeah.
personnel people, middle rounds, 3, 4, 5. A lot of good depth and talent there. And I think the feeling is that the player you get at number 10 in this draft is similar to the player that you get at 35.
Jeez. Wow.
So there's a group in there where there's not a huge separation.
Huge payday difference.
That is something we've heard pretty consistently from people who really follow this stuff, and nobody does it better than Jeff Legwald. His top 100 is my Bible every year for the NFL draft. But he said this for a while, that this is not a very top-heavy draft class, that you can find some guys in the middle that can be productive players in this league, but if you're choosing somewhere around the spot that Denver is, you're probably not getting a guy that is typically a 20th overall pick. But here's the good news about where the Broncos are at. By nature of the positions that they're kind of looking for, the 10 guys that Schefter's talking about, a couple of them are at the positions you want. Like Ashton Genty's one of them. Tyler Warren is another. Those are two guys at both a running back and tight end position that feel like they're no matter what top 10 players in this draft that by the nature of their position could slip down to 20 to you in a draft class where I think you're going to need a little bit of luck. If you really want to find somebody that's going to be in immediate impact, help your offense now type of guy. You know, I don't know if Tyler Warren is Brock Bowers. To be fair, nobody has been Brock Bowers that fast in the league, but just somebody who can be impactful out of the gates. And Texter says, Brett, I think the Broncos really like their receivers. I think Mims, Vele, and Franklin make a leap, and they bring in, at best, a veteran backup receiver to go along with Sutton. Maybe you're right. Maybe that is their plan. I would just like to have more depth filled out. You expect guys to make a jump? Okay, fair. No problem. But that's a lot of expecting guys to make a jump. Like, here's the thing. I don't even know if the Mims stuff is real. Mims was really, really good for about 5 weeks. But they didn't use him enough for me to be totally confident that this is now a next step in the evolution of Marvin Mims, and he is going to be somebody that does that consistently. He caught 39 balls last year. That isn't necessarily in 2 years, his first 2 years in the league, in which he's played virtually every game, he's got 61 catches for 880 yards. It's not as if that's something that's a guaranteed slam dunk. He's going to be amazing next year. I hope that the end of last season was real. I hope that ever since basically that Cleveland game where they really started using him a lot in the offense, provided some explosive plays, that's something you can rely on now. But that feels like you're putting a lot of stock in a very small sample size over 2 years. So anyway, get back to this in a bit. 303-504-0925. Can always get in touch with us and keep that number keep that number handy. We got more keywords to give away on the 20s all day today as we're giving away Avs tickets all day. And that is for the game March 4th against who, Nelly? Who's on the 4th?
The Penguins.
Pittsburgh Penguins. So got another keyword coming away at 7:20. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
So put on your listening sweaters for the Avs and Devils. Force of nature versus fiddle contestant. Live for your listening pleasure around North America and around the world on the Altitude Sports Radio Network. McCarr up top, he lets it go. Wide the net. It's off and banked in by McKinnon. McKinnon is a magician. His second power play goal of the period puts the Avalanche back up by 2. And the things that Nathan McKinnon can do with a stick and puck defy my powers of description. Hayes returns it to Sanford, back in his assigned position. Tipped on, rebound is there for Middlestat. He scores! The mighty Casey has struck for the Avalanche for the first time in the last 12 games. Medium rare rebound for Middlestat, and he put a backhander in from 10 yards away. Avs have it again. Miles Wood down the near side boards. He cuts to the middle, leaves it for Parker Kelly. Thinking about a shot. Backdoor tipped in, and they score! OC's playing, baby! It's the icing on the cake. His first goal in 13. And the New Jersey Devils are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. 5-1 Colorado.
Look, is it as simple as Val Nichushkin being in the lineup where the Avs look like really active and really energetic and really good? I don't know. Is it, they're pissed off after a couple of bad games post-Four Nations break? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of both. Bottom line was, despite that being a 2-1 game towards the end or middle of the third period, the Avs were, I think, the entire night buzzing at a pretty high level. And had a whole bunch of opportunities that they missed out on earlier that all just got they backlogged them. It was all the stuff that should have happened early in the game, like, hey, Taves rings one off the post with 15 seconds left in the first period. Nate misses a wide open net, which he never misses in the first period. All those, the 5-hole shot, I forgot who had that one, that barely squeaks off the post.
That was also Nate.
It was also Nate. All of those just were backlogged at the very end to make it a 5-1 ball game or whatever.
That second goal by Nate McKinnon was ridiculous.
That's a little game of pepper, Vic.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how the hand-eye is that strong. And Moj, to be honest, I don't know how you can call a goal so quickly because I'm watching the game with you and I'm seeing what's happening. And the word goal's coming out of your mouth before I even see what's happening. So I'm not sure what you're seeing that I'm not seeing.
Drugs.
Do you guys notice that, though? He knows when there's a goal. I can't tell until I hear goal.
But Vivarin. Is Vivarin still a thing?
It was back in the 80s.
Yeah, it was. No, I had a cup of coffee, Vic, and just go for it is basically what it is. I mean, that hand-eye, first of all, it's an impossible angle. When you look at his first goal down on the ice,
yeah,
he has to collect that puck and then he has to fire it down the goal line and in. I mean, he's got that much room, like two widths of a puck, and you're like, wow. Second one, ricochets off the end boards, hits the net, is in midair, and he smacks it in. I mean, come on, dude.
But smacked it in perfectly. Like that's where I think
from behind the net, by the way.
I think his golf acumen, because now he's a very good golfer.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon has turned himself into an extraordinary golfer. I think golf helped him score that second goal.
Yeah, sure.
He
Right,
can
you realize
thank the sport of golf.
He's been playing golf half the time that you have in your life.
Yeah.
And he's now 10 times better than you.
Yeah.
You realize that, Brett?
Yeah.
He's a 1.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wait,
I remember when he first started playing.
Yeah.
And he wasn't that good.
Give me
And all of
$14 million a year, I'll join a country club, I'll play every day.
It's not just that, though, dude. It's not just that. Everybody always says, well, let me just play every day. No, it's not just that.
It certainly does help.
I've played
you
golf
have to have that hand-eye.
I've played golf with a lot of hockey players in my life. A lot.
They're mostly pretty good.
There's a lot of really good ones. I've also played with some really, really bad ones that'll go unnamed.
I'll never
Mostly
forget.
the European guys.
I'll call one out. I'll never forget we were out there for one of those the Avs kickoff charity tournament that they
the
have
charity
every
golf tournament at the Ridge.
And I wasn't playing in this one, so I was just out after the show was done. And I was watching the first group come up to, I don't know if that's 9 or 18, whatever they were on.
That was 18.
I watched Val Nichushkin hit a putt like a slap shot. And I was like, that putt's going 50 yards past the hole.
Yeah, he didn't care.
But anyway.
I mean, you see the difference. Boy, I used this term a lot last night. I like this. Riker said, I like it. Let's keep using it. I said, well, I don't want to overdo it. He's like, I don't care. We'll overdo it until we puke. Force multiplier.
It's true, though.
Yeah, I heard you say that during the game, and I said to myself, there's an example of Mark Moser taking a term from our radio show and abusing it during the game. It was term abuse. You took it from our show.
I didn't want to.
It originated here.
I didn't want to. Riker insisted on it.
Okay, regardless of that, the bottom line is true.
Okay, but can I read you the definition and you say it to me back? Ready? In military science, force multiplication or a force multiplier is a factor, which is Val, or a combination of factors that gives personnel or weapons or other hardware the ability to accomplish greater feats than without it. The expected size increase required to have the same effectiveness without that advantage is the multiplication factor.
We can also just say he makes everybody better.
Well,
around
yeah,
him.
that's an easy way to say it.
Yeah.
I like to get fancy from time to time.
Here's the thing, though. Again, I don't know if it's as easy as just the one-to-one, hey, Val's in the lineup and the team looked a lot better, especially on offense, or because Moj, they were putting shots up. Val, here's what's crazy to me. He was out for almost 2 months for an injury that we thought was going to be like a week to a week and a half. And he jumps back on the ice. And Bednar mentioned after the game, it's like he didn't have any rust. Here's Bednar.
Like he's I think we had 9 forwards with points tonight. I think he was one of the guys that didn't get one, and he had a huge impact on the game. And that's just what he does. He's checking the puck back all over the offensive zone, forecheck, tracking, skating with it in the neutral zone. He's a net presence. He's just, I mean, he makes so much stuff happen on both sides of the puck that I thought he had a great game for his first game back. Like that was, it's hard to come back after missing that much time and step in and like kind of look like he didn't miss a beat.
Really? It didn't look like that at all. And he put 5 shots on goal last night. What do we say all the time? It's like, just put the puck on the net. And I'm surprised that some of those, I mean, a couple of those looks that he had, Moj, were this close to going in, too.
And it's the little things. So the puck is dumped in. Nichushkin's in on the forecheck, and he's got a beeline toward Luke Hughes. It's little things like this that make a difference in the game. He wraps up Hughes in the corner. Bam! Hughes loses his balance. He pokes the puck toward the trapezoid. Mm-hmm. His teammate then, talking about Val's teammate, I forget who it was. It might have been Wood on a change, comes racing in, and the Devils player behind the net panics a little bit, swings it up the boards, misses his target, and it goes all the way down for an icing. Now, everybody comes off, and the top line comes back on with the top pair for a draw in the offensive zone, and they get a great scoring chance. But it's that one little play because here comes Big Val swooping in like a pterodactyl, and he smokes Hughes, forces the icing, and now you get another chance. I mean, it's little things like that that will add up over the course of a season. You say, well, why are they 15-7-1 without things like that? That's why. So anyway, he makes an absolute difference. Yes, he does.
Man, loves someone as much as Coach Bednar loves Val, just in his voice, his enthusiasm for his game.
It's funny. Jared said a lot of good things last night after the game, praising things, very, very happy. But his demeanor was like what?
Like a child at Christmas Day.
Yeah, he's very happy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pretty cool customer, though, too.
See, here's the other thing that was so great about last night, and I got another clip from Bednar that we'll play in a second about this. First of all, the smile on Casey Middlestat when he got the backhander towards the end of the game. We know that Casey has been going through it. For him to finally get one that hits the back of the net, huge. I thought he looked better last night. Again, maybe that's your force multiplier there, Moj.
How good did Jonathan Drouin? How much energy and pep did Drouin have?
Right.
I mean, it just buoys. He floats all boats. And if I'm a guy on his line, if I'm his center, Casey Middlestad, or I'm his other winger, and I see this big 6'3", 225-pound, he's bigger than that. He's probably 6'4". See this guy flying into the zone, and you're like, wow, that's a pretty good guy to have on your line. I think it encourages everybody in one way or another. It was good to see, and you're right. All the pent-up stuff that didn't go in. See, and when I talk about getting goalied, Vic, and I know you don't want to hear it, but I'll fight you. Connor wants to fight you too, by the way.
I don't want to hear that term. We
Okay.
talked to the coach about it.
Shut
he
him
said
off.
it himself.
Talk
to the coach.
P-U-T-I-T-I. So Allen barely gets a piece of that McKinnon shot on the open net, right? Goes right off the top of the damn right pad and flips over the top of the cage. Good save. Fortunate. He's got stuff squeaking through him. Lays on the goal line. Dougie Hamilton jams it away, right? Gets through him again off his crotch. Ricochets off the post and wide. I mean, the Avs were like, and then of course, Devon Toews, short side, hits the post. I mean, you see those are 4 awesome chances that did not go in.
Sure.
Well, it didn't happen on the other end, right? I mean, Blackwood just...
They rang one post, I think.
Yeah, Blackwood made the save and it rang off the crossbar and over. That was the kid Cotter that came racing in. Great shot, by the way. But you see, the Avs were the way more dangerous team.
But
that's what happened in Nashville on Saturday.
It was across all 4 lines, and that's the thing, right? We've been... Nate scoring twice is not a surprise. That's what Nate does. He always does this. That's why he's got 90 points already this season, and he's going to have another 100-point season under his belt. But Bednar was asked about Middlestat specifically, but he took that to the, quote, others.
Yeah, and not just Midi, like our whole team, because I know we can be more dangerous offensively than we've been, okay? So we've been driving home a couple different messages tonight, but I'm just from the eye test watching it, before I meet with the team tomorrow, like we were shooting the puck. Every time we broke coverage, we'd shoot the puck. And we had guys crashing the net. We had guys around the net. You're not going to track down every shot, every rebound to get a deflection, screen, rebound opportunity, net front. But if you do it repeatedly and you're doing it well, eventually you're going to get there. And eventually we did.
It's true. Like, you're just looking around and seeing a lot of the, quote, others. And when are they going to step up? And late in that game, you get a goal from Middlestat. You get a deflection from Logan O'Connor. No empty netters, by the way. All of them legitimate goals. They just happened quickly.
Jake Allen pulled himself.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
I saw him get
Why?
pulled. I thought he got pulled.
Because his team was breaking down in front of him so hard. He said, like $1:39 left. He said, screw you guys. I'm out.
I saw him spike the stick and go straight to the locker room.
Yeah, he's like, I'm out of here. I'm done. He pulled himself. Listen, he's a 34-year-old goalie. He's been around. He's seen things. He's like, come on, dudes, come on. And he's just like, adios, amigos. I'm out. It's awesome. Let me get back real quick to the Middlestat goal, Kaner. And I know I made it 4-1. So there's no chance on they're not going to pull the goalie at that point.
Right.
Down 3. But did you see him? Did you see how cool and collected he was on that goal? I mean, he's a pretty cerebral guy out there. It gets through Drouin, and it's almost like a backhanded slap shot. The guy can do that. I mean, and he was very calm about it. It was like boom, boom. Very happy, obviously, but he's got that in him. Let's see that come out of him more. Let's see more of that.
Well, maybe that's what he needed. He needed Val to get back in the lineup, spread the love a little bit more across the lines, and then he feels a little bit more comfortable where he's at, too.
Hey, Vic, last night, that was the first game all season, game 60 of the year, where the Avalanche had all forwards that they have on their roster available to them.
It's a pretty wild number.
Is that not, outside of Gabe Landeskog, obviously, but we don't count that.
Right.
Is that not crazy? Game 60, 6-0. You finally get all your dudes in, and that's what it looked like.
By the way, a birdie told me,
yeah,
and you tell me if you can confirm this, that there is going to be a documentary-style feature out on Gabriel Landeskog next week on TNT. Him sort of following along this whole rehab recovery process in his own words.
On
Have you
TNT?
heard about this? Yeah, on TNT. And it's gonna be available
Honestly,
on Mac.
Vic, I have not
You have
heard
not
about
heard
this.
about
This is the first I've heard.
All right. Well, as usual, Hockey Vic breaking news.
Okay. Would you text me who the bird is?
I could text you, but I know it's going to happen.
Okay, good. I honestly did not know. Why aren't they previewing it?
I don't know that either.
So this isn't like during TNT pregame and postgame, they're going to give you a 4-minute package on. You're talking about an actual documentary?
Documentary feature.
A feature.
Like
so it's
following him along.
15, 20 minutes. I obviously know this bird.
You don't know birds.
I'm the one who invented birds.
Let me tell you about a magpie for a couple minutes.
Not duck birds, but birds. Have you ever noticed how a duck and a goose, they look similar, but they fly completely different? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, you ever notice how ducks are cool and geese are awful?
Well, geese poop a lot, man.
Remember when I hit that goose with my golf ball?
Dude,
I didn't feel an ounce of remorse. I hate geese.
Hey, Vic, we're over at Broken Tee, and Brett skulls one and smokes a goose in the wing.
Yeah.
The goose is like, no big deal.
And I was like, good. Now, if that was a duck, I would have went out there and tried to nurse it back to health.
Oh, my baby little ducky. Oh, my beautiful baby little ducky.
Here's the good news for everybody listening. The Avs are on a 6-game homestand, which means we got a chance for you to win tickets to the Avs game all day today across every show. So listen on the 20s. We'll have a keyword for you, including one coming back after the break.
Okay, as we get the break here, I want to do a little tease. Vic, Brett, Nelly. I found something that I'm going to show off when we come back.
You found something?
I found something. I'm going to need your help, and I'm going to need all the listeners' help as well, because we haven't done something in quite a long time. And I feel like as we get to the month of March, we need to start using our noggins a little bit better, our cabezas, and start to get something cooking.
Okay. Well, we'll do that.
Is that a tease or is that a tease?
I don't know what you said.
When you see it, you are going to love it.
Yeah, you just spit out a lot of words.
Yeah, well, I can't give it away, but when you see it, you're going to get your stinger up.
Here's the thing. The tease took so long that now we need to go an extra minute on this. And so I'm once again in a very difficult position of having to carry this over just a little bit longer.
So anyway, Casey Middlestead on the backhand shot, it was just
well, there's
Brett,
a lot
I
of
believe
details.
You were queuing up a giveaway, right?
I was.
Hey, more things that came out last night. So Cale Makar, a couple of helpers. He still leads all defensemen in scoring in the National Hockey League. Nathan McKinnon with 3 points, now 90, the first to 90 this year, 3 clear of Draisaitl. Pretty good.
So let's just recap here for a second. Moser's tease took a minute, so I had to extend the time.
Yeah.
And then Nelly was queuing me up for the keyword, and then Moser goes, by the way, one other thing.
You guys are a mess.
So here's what I'm going to do. Should I just do it now, Nelly, on the way to break? I think we should do it now. It's on the 20s, so let's do it. No, you know what? I got to keep people in suspense.
Jesus.
I got to keep people in suspense. Keyword for a chance to win a pair of Avs tickets, and whatever Moser said, it's going to be getting our stingers up next.
Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. They've got over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there on the lot in captivity, and they are awesome. I've been there. I've walked it. 5 awesome brands all in one spot. Greg Larson and his crew, they are simply outstanding right now. Right now, you want to go in style? Take $10,000 off all new Lincoln Navigators. That's right. I'm talking about 10,000 clams. You can lease a brand new Ford F-150 for just $399 a month. Basically stealing that truck. Silterhar Motors is at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. Very easy to get to. Or Go online and pre-shop. All you've got to do is go to sthmotors.com, sthmotors.com. Get your new ride at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Oh, is this the corn version? That's what you're doing. This is pretty good. I never would have ventured to listen to this.
Wait,
but Nelly,
so
good
Korn
suggestion.
did this. Korn redid Word Up by Cameo.
Yes.
One of those surprisingly good covers you'd never expect.
Dude, that's rad.
It's I was telling Nelly, I don't know what category you put the band of Cameo in, because they aren't necessarily funk. Like Parliament is funk.
They're not rap.
It's like the same. I said it's like Zapp and Roger to me. It's a lot of like electronic stuff.
Old school. Like maybe old school hip hop?
It's not hip hop.
Not that?
No. Anyway, the reason why you're hearing Word Up is because I got a word for you to win a chance to grab a pair of Avs tickets. And we're doing this on the 20s of every hour, as every show is today. The word for this hour Text in Marty, as in Marty Natchez, and your first and last name, Marty, to 303-504-0925. That is Marty to the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour to 303-504-0925. Along with your first and last name, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs taking on Pittsburgh on the 4th.
You better spell it, because people are going to screw it up.
Marty, Marty.
Thank you. And I'm just saying.
By the way, I got a bone to pick before we get to your thing. How am I saying that man's last name? I heard you dropping Natchez in there last night. I heard Alan Roach go Natchez after the game was done when he was doing the 3 stars. What is it?
Riker and I both looked at each other and go, Riker goes, where the hell did that come from? I said, I have no idea.
Natchez?
Yeah.
What? So it's
what
Natchez.
is it? Coach says Nekash.
Well, Coach says a lot of names incorrectly.
It's Natchez. It's almost like a nay, but it's not quite a nay. It's like
Natchez.
No, it's Natchez.
Natchez.
Natchez. There's like a barely of a hint. It's like if you're making a dish and you put just a pinch of salt in, there's barely a hint of a Y, but not really.
Hey, give me some of them niches.
No, not yeah. It's Natchez.
Hey, give me a niches.
I'm just going to, you know what? If Coach isn't going to say their names correctly, then neither am I. It was Francouz the entire time I was here, although it was Francouz. So, you know what? However you say it is fine. Anyway, Moj, what is it? What do you got for us?
I'm going to have to take my clothes off for this. Nelly, can I please have some clothes taking off music? Yeah, on! Now on stage 2, Cinnamon, and on stage 3, Moj!
Dude, that'd be so good if you narrated your own stage dance.
All right. I found this, and I'm going to need your help as to exactly what this pertained to, and we need more of it. Are you ready? Here we go. I want you to read it out loud when you see it.
Okay. Moj is now disrobing the shirt. It's off. T-shirt down. He has his back to me. He is doing a backwards penguin waddle. Backwards hat. Flips around. Operation I Want It So Bad, I Want It All to Be Good. That is a reference to like the first year of our show when Vic was trying to make up operations for the postseason. Do you remember this?
Remember Operation I Want It So Bad That I Want It to Be All Good?
Is that what I said?
Yes.
What was I referring to?
You were trying to make operation.
So
you're trying to like play off mottos or something.
Okay, exactly. So Operation I Want It So Bad.
Okay.
I Want It to Be All Good. And that was a legit operation. We used to have operations around this joint.
That's a legit op.
Dude, that was it. That was a legit covert op.
I forgot all about that.
I know, so did I. So I found the shirt, and I forget one of the lovely listeners made shirts for us. And I saw it, and I said, we haven't had a good operation in a long time.
Well, that's such a great point, Moj. We need to come up with operations for these teams. Now we're in the month of. Has March started yet?
Almost.
When is March?
Tomorrow, maybe?
Tomorrow?
Wait, no, today's the 27th. 2 days.
So we have to march onward, and we have to promote operations for the Nuggets, the Avs, the Broncos, the Rockies, the Rapids, all of them. They need operations moving forward.
Okay.
For the Broncos, it's really easy. Operation Joker.
Oh, Billy. Here's Billy. Billy Cheddar. I made those shirts. Yes, Billy, you did. Thank you.
You did, Billy?
Yeah,
well,
she
where
did.
the hell's mine? I came up with the operation.
She did. You got one.
I don't have one in my closet.
I don't think I have one either. I don't think I got one.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think I got one.
Was it did Leskowitz take them all?
Maybe he did.
Oh, my God.
And then I don't remember what year it was, but I remember Vic also had, it was Operation Start to get ready for the playoffs.
Yes, that's
that
right.
Was a great operation.
That's what people are talking about.
Okay, so hang on. I got an idea. This is where the voice of the people can come in handy. If you got an operation for the Avs, the Nuggets, the Rockies, the Broncos, anybody, go to your Altitude Sports Radio app, hit that microphone at the bottom. It's the voice of the people. It goes directly to Nelly. Give us an operation, and we'll just sprinkle them in throughout the show. In the meantime, Vic, you said Operation Joker. Do we have the audio, by the way, Nelly, of George Payton talking about Operation Joker, that he is not using that term, but I can tell that George Payton is pretty sick and tired of hearing that word. I can tell. This was him the other day bringing up, he's doing the press conference, the podium thing before the combine. Combine starts today. I think it's defensive linemen and linebackers, I think is today? Yes. So that starts at 1 o'clock. So you can see a whole bunch of big dudes running 40s and doing bench press today.
Do you think that these guys, all these teams, just hit like the same steakhouse over and over again in Indianapolis?
Well, there aren't many out there, so.
I mean, I've been to Indianapolis on multiple occasions. I don't know, man. Not my favorite city.
You know, I'm not going to be disrespectful of another region of the country because I lived in Indiana for a while and I made many trips to Indianapolis. So I'm not going to disrespect the city, but it's repulsive. Unlivable. It's in the middle of nowhere. You're in the Midwest. There's nothing to do. It's cold as hell.
Brett,
it's cold as sin.
I am not kidding you. With Indianapolis, it's not even funny. It's like they took a farmer's field and plopped a city in it.
It really is.
It's bizarre.
There's nothing going on.
That's kind of how every city started, isn't it?
No, man, because there's no. I mean, there's no river. It's not like Chicago has the river through it. And you go there
that
for a
makes more
reason.
sense.
There's nothing to do.
Just saying, I don't
Denver's right on the South Platte, in the mountains and da. Last stop before the Rockies and.
Benjamin Franklin made his first steps into Philadelphia and said, you know what, these skyscrapers are pretty dope over here. I don't think he did that. Probably looked like a vast expanse of nothing before they started building some stuff.
Anyway, I just wonder what they do in Indy. Now they're finally down to football business, Vic. They finally get to see guys in their underwear.
I would never disrespect another city, but that is a joke of a town.
Can you guys hear George Payton say the word Joker, though, and see if you feel the same thing I feel? Go ahead.
So it's going to be an interesting process. It already has been, just to get to know these runners. I know we're searching for the Joker. It's kind of like the Loch Ness Monster, trying to find a goddamn Joker. But I've played Sean's teams that had them, and they're hell. So, a lot of different backs. I think it's a good year to maybe, go get a back.
I think he's with me. He's just like, oh, God, the Joker. Yes, we're looking for one.
Oh,
Good
here
Lord,
we go
yes.
again.
Oh, what? We're supposed to find this? Yeah, we're on the lookout for him. I promise, we are.
Like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction? Say Joker again.
Yeah, seriously. But there is, look, it is a priority of theirs this offseason. The problem that I think they're going to find is this.
The Loch Ness Monster.
I don't think they're going to be able to find that in anywhere other than probably the draft. And that is going to be very difficult as well because you aren't picking 5th, you're picking 20th, and there's a lot of things that can happen in front of you.
Well, if you've seen the list of free agent running backs or tight ends, that guy doesn't exist.
Yeah. And the one guy that we were kind of talking about a couple weeks ago, the Niners came out, John Lynch yesterday said they're going to honor the request of Deebo Samuel to go, find some other suitors or whatever. But Zach Kelberman of SI said the Broncos are not interested in Deebo. And I was trying to think of why that is. Is it money? Is it that you'd have to give up a trade asset? Is it his age?
They have Mims.
Yeah?
They have Mims.
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
Then why are they trying to find a Joker? I mean, if you're saying he's the Joker.
I don't think he's the kind of Joker that Sean Payton had in mind.
Can I ask something about Mims? And I'm trying to be fair, okay? I'm really excited about what Mims can be, and I'm really excited about how they used him the last 5 weeks of the season. But it was 5 weeks. He's been in the league for 2 years. Let me just give you the numbers for Mims. I'm bringing this up because a lot of people I think are putting, whenever you say, hey, they need a wideout, they're like, why? You have Sutton and Mims, and they put Mims in the category of established, effective player already. Mm-hmm. And so I just want to give you guys a couple things. Marvin Mims last year finished the season with 39 catches, 500 yards. He played in all 17 games, including the playoff game where he had 2 catches for 12. His career so far through 2 years, he has 61 catches for 880 yards. Are we being a little bit too hasty on the idea that Mims is some proven prospect that we don't need to worry about at wide receiver? He had a good couple of flash plays in about a month, and they finally started to utilize him. I'm not convinced that that's just something that's going to happen for 17 straight weeks next year.
Give him the ball. Well, give him the ball. When you give him the ball, he makes things happen. I think it's unfair. Yeah, I think it's unfair. I think he's proven when given the opportunity, he makes plays.
I see, Vic, I completely agree with you. You know what? Let me be cordial this morning. Vic, that's an awesome take. I don't think we really know, Brett, what his full potential is because they don't utilize him enough.
That's all I'm saying. I am very excited about Mims. I just don't know what he is because they haven't used it over 2 years.
Is this guy a 1,500-yard receiver in the NFL? I don't think that he is. But I think when you're talking about combo yards and spring yards and blockbuster yards, this guy is your guy, I think. But they just haven't utilized him completely in that role yet. Maybe the last 5 weeks or just a little glimpse of what's to come, and that would be awesome. But I guess we have to see it.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. Like, I am excited about Mims. I was pounding the table every week after games early last year saying, why aren't you trying to get this guy the football?
You want a better telltale sign of what we're talking about here? Yards after a catch, the yak. The always lovable yak. Everybody wants some yak, right, Vic? Jerry Rice was awesome at yak, was he not? The hell was that?
That's a yak.
Yak. Okay.
That's Jim Carrey impersonating a yak.
Okay.
Is what that is.
This shows you what kind of receivers these are. Cortland Sutton's total yak for the year: 81 catches for 1,081 yards and 8 touches. His total yak for the season was 179.
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Mims, 39 catches for 503 yards. His total yak, 477. Okay. Yaks don't make very pleasant sounds, do they? What I'm saying is that Cortland Sutton is the possession guy. He's the high point guy. He's the red zone sure-handed guy. Mims is your explosive guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he had less than half the catches and 3 times the yak.
My question, though, is can Mims put it all together? It's one thing to be a deep threat guy. It's another thing to be a complete receiver who is also a deep threat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like a guy who gets 40 catches a year for 900 yards and 6 touchdowns as opposed to 80 catches a year for 1,200 yards.
We've hit the desert here in
What do you
topics
mean?
when there's a host actually worried, criticizing constructively a player who was all pro on your team. I mean, are you kidding me?
Okay, I've heard people do that one too.
I mean, what are we doing?
He's an all-pro returner, not a receiver.
Fine. He's already shown to be the most explosive player on the team, and you're worried about him, of all players? Of all positions on this team, you're worried about that?
Am I not communicating properly?
Yeah, you're not.
Or are you not listening properly?
You're saying to me to go get Debo because Marvin Mims is not necessary. Marvin Mims can't do what he can do. Well, let him do.
You weren't listening. Because I didn't say go get Debo. I said I don't know why they didn't go or why they wouldn't go get Debo. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is it about him that they don't want? And you said they have Mims. And I said, well, if they have Mims, everybody's under the assumption that he is on the verge of a breakout. And he might be, but I haven't seen that through 2 years. That's the only thing I'm saying. And people act like, this is why, Vic, people act like they're set at receiver. I'm not sure that they are. I wouldn't mind at all if they went out and they got another one. If they spent a first-round pick on Igbuka from Ohio State, I'd totally understand it. Because we're basing all of this on a Mims projection that's never happened. I'm not criticizing Mims, but I think it's totally fair to say that a guy who had 39 catches last year maybe isn't as sure a thing as some people are making it out to be. How does that not make sense? How is that waiting around in the desert and being critical? It's not being critical of him.
Would we all want more? Yes, we want more. We want more pieces. We want more explosiveness. We want that. But if you're looking at needs, there's a big difference between needs and wants.
Sure.
You're looking at wants. I'm looking at needs. What does this team need as opposed to want?
I've got a lot of needs and wants. One of the texters suggested.
You're selfish. That's the difference.
Okay, one of the texters suggested it. How about that little running back out of Tempe? The former Sac State Hornet turned Arizona State Sun Devil.
Nothing little about
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's not little at all.
Well, he's 5'11", 215. He's not huge. We're not talking about Derrick Henry here. But the guy can catch the football. Guy can run the football.
Sure.
Guy can do stuff.
Can he be that guy?
I don't know if he can be that guy at the pro level. That's the thing. Does it translate to the professional game? Scottaboo had 45 catches for 605 yards, an average of 13.4 per, so he can catch the ball. Carried it 293 times for 1711 this year at 21 touches.
Give me his dimensions, Moj.
5'11", 215.
That's not small, man.
That's not small at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it
tiny.
ain't huge.
Well, but it's
A big running back is 6'2".
How many running backs do you know that are 6'2"?
There's a lot in my how
the
well, then
greatest running backs of all time are all under 6 foot.
Running backs aren't
Emmett,
large.
Barry.
Yeah,
The
Derrick
greatest
Henry
of all
is.
time
That's why
are
he's a
all under
freak.
6 foot.
Yeah, Eric Dickerson was such a he's
Emmett
a tiny
Smith,
guy.
Barry Sanders.
O.J. Simpson, despite what you think of him, was a big dude.
Wait. No. I'm asking about running backs right now. You don't get to go to the bank of
Well,
40 years ago and bring somebody up.
You just said of all time.
No, Vic said that. I said right now. Give me running backs in the league who are 6'2".
Derrick Henry.
Dickerson was 6'3".
Well, yeah, one.
6'3", 220.
Give me running backs in the league right now that are 6'2".
I consider, when I look at Cam Scatterbo, I see a little guy. I don't see a big guy.
That's insane.
I see a thick guy.
All right. Well, I mean, look, he could be an option later. And look, we can talk to Jeff Legwold at 9:30 this morning. He's going to be live in Indianapolis from the Combine. Shortly after, by the way, Travis Hunter will speak at 9 o'clock to the media today, leading up to his Combine. I don't know. Is he participating, by the way, or is he another one of those guys that's sitting out and just doing interviews? I think he is participating.
Well, that'd be pretty cool if he's doing everything that DBs and wide receivers do.
Yeah. Why not? He always does.
He has to cover himself.
One of those throw the ball up in the air and go run underneath it, try and make a play. So we'll talk to Legwold at 9:30 this morning. I got something, by the way, that I saw yesterday that I think this is going to be a seminal moment in everybody's lives. And I am a total hypocrite on. We'll get to it next.
Look at Gene. He can barely contain himself. He's saying that piece of paper hit. Oh my! I have never seen that before.
Ever. I don't think I've ever seen an empty backfield in this situation.
So now we have a new, and that's a double fold over card. So somebody's going to say, if you have an index card, all right, but you can't fold it over.
Well, here we are across the bay from Silicon Valley, the high-tech capital of the world, and you got an index card that determines whether it's a first down or a fourth down.
And see what
Pave paradise, put up a parking lot.
So this from R.A. Marov. The NFL is going to plan to put its electronic system to measure first downs into motion this upcoming season in 2025. The chain crew would remain on the sideline as a backup, but this is finally happening. And here's where I'm a hypocrite. I've said forever, I think the dumbest thing in the world is a multi-billion-dollar company still using 80-year-old men to run out and measure things with chains.
I'm starting to get a little bit offended by your old man stuff.
Yeah, enough with the old.
You know, listen, these guys,
they need to
they've
be young
given their lives to the chain gang. All they want to do is be on the sideline and get run over.
They need to be young enough to run in a straight line. That was my only... sort of like, that's the starting point of this. You have to run straight.
Yeah. Well, they've been using a system in the background without anybody knowing about it. They used it this year that they're going to employ next year. Now,
see, but here's, go ahead.
It's not foolproof, Brett. It's not foolproof. The system, here's the problem with doing it in the NFL. We've discussed this. You can't do what tennis does, whatever that system that tennis uses, because in tennis, you could see the ball, you could see the line. It's right there in your vision. Someone's holding the rock. It's blind to a lot of cameras. You can't see it, so you don't know where the ball is. Even at the one in the Buffalo game, right? The one that everybody continues to talk about.
Yep.
Couldn't see the ball. They had no idea where the ball was. What good does any camera do there?
Like on a tush push. Try to think of, okay, when you think of the tush push, think of where the football is. It's in Jalen Hurts' hands.
And he's riding on top of people.
He's being squeezed between people. He's airborne. You got guys pushing his rump. You got guys jumping over the top. You can't see the ball until all the bodies are uncovered. So, Vic, I guess I look at it and I say, how computer-wise do they make it happen? And I guess they're using a grid of some kind, some electronic grid. But what's in the football? Where is it in the? I don't know how it really is going to work.
Well, here's where my mind goes. I've complained about this forever. Now they're changing it, and I kind of hate it. There was a tension to watching that guy say, you good over there, and do the old extension of the chain to see if the nose of the football got there. That's going to be out of my life now. There's another thing that I thought of where my daughter's 2.5. And this is going to be one of those moments where maybe, in 10 years, she's watching a Broncos game with me. And they're going to say, oh, let's go and see if it's a first down. According to the electronic system, yes, it is. That's a first down. And I'm going to say, honey, your daddy's old enough to remember when old men brought chains out and we tried to see if there was it's going to be like the landline phone. Like, it's just going to be something that's totally foreign to her.
Moj, what are we old enough to remember about the sport of football that the youngins here have no concept of? What? Give us
the field goal post at the front of the end zone instead of the back.
No, that was before our time.
That's way before our time. You dork.
I'll give you one.
I'll give you one. All this insulting that you're doing today is a bunch of crap, man.
Let them insult. I'll give you one that you'll never understand.
They remember when the forward pass was invented. That was a big development.
So you guys got it was a big deal.
Stupid. And I'm going to give you some things that happened during our time that you guys would have no concept of
instant replay obviously is one of them.
Number one, watching a football game in a non-HD television screen where you have no idea what the hell's
I was old enough for that. I remember that.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you old enough to remember when the score bug never went up except maybe at the end of a commercial or right before a commercial or at the end of a quarter? Where you had no idea what the score in the game was?
That
it could
would
be
kill me.
Late fourth quarter tie game. They didn't put a score bug up and you're like, what the hell's going on?
And the score bugs at the time looked like a crayon from a 6-year-old. Hey, and they flash it up there. I mean, it looks so rudimentary, it'll blow your mind.
So the concept today of having the score always readily available, everything there, that did not exist in the 80s.
Down in distance?
Oh, God. The
clock?
Yellow line.
Yeah, the yellow.
You guys, we are pre-yellow line. You don't even know what life is like before the yellow line.
No, I remember no yellow line, too. I remember that. It's a faint memory, but I remember. I remember there's a first down and you go, I have no idea.
Okay, I got
have no
one
point
for
of
you.
reference.
I got one for you.
Hey, the 1-bar face mask.
Yes, the Theismann.
Gary Anderson. Nope, I remember Gary Anderson
You
rocking
got that? Okay, you're not going to remember this one. There's zero chance you have any recollection of this. We were around long enough to remember kickers who kicked with their toes. Straight.
Yeah.
Jim Turner.
Yeah, but dude,
Jim Turner toe kick.
That's a long time ago for the Broncos.
It's in my life.
The last guy
He was on the Super Bowl team.
The last guy to do it that I remember, I was a kid, was Mark Moseley of Washington. He was the last straight-on toe guy.
Insanity.
Tom Dempsey only had half a foot.
Dude, if you're telling me
How many half-a-foot kickers have you seen?
Have you ever seen a kicker with half a foot? Come on.
If you're telling me that my season's on the line, it's the wild card round, and I got somebody trotting out there for a 45-yarder to win it for me, and he's hitting it with his toe, we might as well just pack up shop. I'm done.
Bro,
We aren't
Jim
doing
Turner
that.
not only hit it with his toe, he'd catch passes out of the freaking position. Beat the Raiders with a fake field goal, catch the pass.
I remember the old Doug Flutie drop kick for an extra point once. I do remember that.
Well, that is employed so rarely as to be defunct.
Here's a very Troy Kane text. I'm so old, I remember you could hit the quarterback. Yeah, shocker from my dad. Wrote a shocking statement.
I'm old enough to remember.
So wait, hold on. Troy Kane is finally out of his
I told you, yeah,
Lions lost funk, and now he's just
That was like 2 weeks ago.
Hey, T. Willie, stop getting so mouthy. All right, we'll do the show.
Hey, let your son go do his job, Troy.
Yeah, what do you think you want, Prime? I need to fly on my own right now. Okay?
I'm so old that I remember they had a Monday Night Football game that was supposed to be in Mexico City. But the field was so bad, they had to move it to Los Angeles.
Oh, jeez.
And Vic and I went.
Come on, dude. Don't be stupid.
Hang on a second. Hang on
Hey,
a second. When
I'm
did
old
Thursday
enough-
Night Football start, by the way? What year was that? How long's that been
Sunday
going
Night
on?
Football?
Thursday
night.
Oh, God. That just started, 10 years ago?
I was going to say, is it like 10 years?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
That's relatively new. I'm old enough to remember where the most exciting part of any football game over the weekend, anything you saw, were the halftime highlights of Monday Night Football with Howard Cosell. You didn't miss it. It was more exciting than the game. You would sit there on Monday nights and say, I can't wait for halftime. I hope he features my Broncos at halftime. I hope he features them. You didn't even care. Like, what do you do at halftime of a Monday night game this year? What did you do? Did you just leave?
Oh, you go take a leak. Yeah.
All right.
Get
You
some food.
never
Yeah.
missed halftime on a Monday night.
Hey, Vic, this is going to blow your mind. And don't get mad at me. But Big 50 told me the highlight of his young career, when he was just a young guy, a rookie, that he was mentioned by Howard Cosell during the Monday Night Football halftime highlight saying, that rookie showed some speed. He's like, oh, my God, I'm the greatest linebacker in the history of football now.
Think about that.
It was that big of a deal, Brett.
What is there today that would hold your attention during a halftime outside of a halftime performance at the Super Bowl? When he did the highlights at the halftime of Monday night games, nobody moved. Nobody did. I didn't.
I did love Chris Berman's and Tom Jackson's fastest 2 minutes that they did.
Fastest 3 minutes.
Or
Oh,
3
that's
minutes.
trash
That was
compared to
appointment
Cosell.
television.
Are
Yeah.
you kidding
That
me?
was
That's
great.
trash you just
Compared
said?
to Cosell on Monday nights?
The puns he would do
Well,
on all the
look,
player names.
Vic, I don't have memories of Cosell, okay? So for me, Berman was the GOAT.
I don't like your memories.
Who wouldn't want to love or want to go back to a time where Chris Berman's telling you, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills?
That was good. I love that.
And all the, what Nelly's saying, all the different puns that he had.
He'd be like, Edgerrin James Gang.
I remember
Albert Winnie the Pooh.
Let me tell you something.
Baseball. But
Moser and I are sold. We remember when it was cool to get drunk in a Monday Night Football booth and call the game.
I actually
Turn out the lights. The party's over.
I do remember this.
They say that all.
I will say one of my favorites, and maybe this is just nostalgic. Hank Williams Jr. Monday Night Football song was pretty good. Are you ready for some football?
Yeah, now they got what? Carry underpants?
No, she's waiting all day for a Sunday night.
Oh, that's what she's doing?
No, Monday Night Football is very easy. It's what the There's no more words. Or actually, I take that back. They got Stapleton and Snoop Dogg doing it now.
What?
They
do the Phil Collins song.
in the air
I think
tonight.
it's great.
What?
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
I will say,
Are you sure that I don't know this?
It's outstanding.
Chris Stapleton.
Are you sure?
Chris Stapleton doing anything is great.
He's great, yeah.
But Chris Stapleton sings it.
you be so sure?
Every time, though, Vic, every time they go from Stapleton on, I can feel it.
Oh, it's so good.
It. Like, he does that, and then it's Snoop Dogg just starts.
Yes, he just sort of
it's like,
princes.
well, that's a weird transition.
Will you play it for me during the break, please?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear it.
And by the way, the first Thursday night football game was November 23rd, 2006. The Chiefs beat the Denver Broncos 19-10.
Oh,
That was the first game? All right, wait. What year was this?
2006.
Okay, let me think. 2006 was Jake Plummer was the quarterback. Jake Plummer
Who was the quarterback for Kane? It
Green?
wasn't Elvis Gerback, was it?
Trent Green?
It was either Trent Green or Elvis. Maybe I think Elvis was pre.
I think he was.
By the way, we aren't getting another Elvis anymore, are we? Elvis, it feels like that name's done. If I had another kid and I go, guys, here's my son, Elvis.
Hey,
Wouldn't you
know
feel a
what?
little weird?
You know what my daughter's my youngest her boyfriend's name is? Angus.
Angus?
Angus. Never heard of
Does
that?
he go by Angus or Gus?
Angus. I asked him, I go, what's your deal here? What's your name here? What's going on? Angus, sir.
Sure, calling him beef. All right. 303
Started
504
calling him Highway to Hell.
That's what I was thinking of.
If you're suffering from any form of erectile dysfunction, you're probably feeling a little bit embarrassed. You shouldn't. Probably laughing it off. You shouldn't. Do something about it because the cure is out there. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Not a better resolution you can make in your life than to be done with ED. Make your life really, really good. It can affect your relationship. You all know about that kind of thing. It will harm intimacy, devastating effects. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work when pills or herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. There's no reason to be embarrassed or put it off any longer. Get something done. If you hurt your elbow, you'd get it fixed, right? Schedule a visit. Only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right in the office. If it doesn't work, then your office visit's absolutely free. But dudes, you know it's going to work. They have an expert staff. You could be back in business right away. 5 locations in Colorado from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs. So call them 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Wait, is that Stapleton?
This is Stapleton, yes.
It sounds like Phil Collins.
There we go. It is just an abrupt transition. Imagine like you were listening to Vanessa Carlton, that if I could walk 1,000 miles, and then just Ice Cube jumps on it right afterwards. It's just like a very quick one side to the other. Anyway, so Avs last night, they get Val Nichushkin back. And because they get Val back, they win. Because that's what happens. Val has won the last 6 games that he has played in. If you go back and look at the numbers in the games in December for the Avs, they were on a roll. And on New Year's Eve, Val left the game. And then it's been, as Moser would call it, porpoising for about 2 straight months. But he gets infused back into the lineup, and everything looks a lot more energetic, a lot more solid, a lot more crisp. And this was all in his first return after almost 2 months to the lineup, where it didn't look like he had to shake off a lot of rust, Moj.
No, it didn't. He was flying out there. You see him lay the body. Poor Luke Hughes, man. Val forechecked him like crazy. Forced a couple of big turnovers. You hear Jared Bednar. Do we have the Bednar about Val one more time? Yep. And again, I don't want to sit here and, what do you say, Vic, glaze him all morning long? But it's a factor.
He is to be glazed.
He makes a difference, and here's the coach.
He's one for, I think we had 9 forwards with points tonight. I think he was one of the guys that didn't get one, and he had a huge impact on the game. And that's just what he does. He's checking the puck back all over the offensive zone, forecheck, tracking, skating with it in the neutral zone. He's a net presence. He's just, I mean, he makes so much stuff happen on both sides of the puck that I thought he had a great game for his first game back. Like, that was, it's hard to come back after missing that much time and step in and like kind of look like he didn't miss a beat.
I mean, it's the back checking, it's the forechecking, it's this, it's that, it's going to the front of the net, 5 shots on goal, forcing turnovers. You know,
he had a great poke check on a PK, by the way.
Great poke check on a PK. His line mates. I mean, Jonathan Drouin, I thought. I mean, he played hard last night. He looked dangerous to me. I like that. You need Jonathan Drouin to be dangerous. You need Casey Middlestat to be dangerous. They were buoyed by having him on that line. And then you see everybody else get put in the proper spot. And Juuso Parssinen, he goes from second-line minutes with Casey Middlestat to out of the lineup.
Yeah.
Because you like your third line. I mean, you mixed up your third and fourth lines a little bit, right? But you like what they're doing, and you're spreading the wealth down there, and it results in a 2-point game. You get 2 points, which you absolutely needed because Vancouver won last night in overtime in L.A., and they leapfrogged Calgary to get into the wild card. So, man, things are tight. This game on Friday night, Vic, tomorrow night, Minnesota Wild are in town. That's a 4-point game, man. That's a huge, huge game.
If you want to reel them in, it's almost a must-win game.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
What's the operation on this game? Operation, I want it so bad. What? What does the rest of your shirt say again?
I said it to be all good.
Yeah, so what? But I don't know what this operation was for.
It was for the playoffs.
Yeah, but I don't know specifically what we're talking about. How about Operation Beat the Wild's butts? I don't know.
What is your operation moving forward for the Colorado Avalanche? What is it?
Well, Vic, I just found this shirt this morning.
Okay, how about this?
I haven't had time to formulate an operation yet, which is why
I got it.
The voice of the people, we've asked people to help us out with this.
Yeah, help us out.
I got it. Operation, come on, everybody, come together. Come together, stay together.
Hold on. Operation,
get everybody back.
Operation, come on.
Come on.
Yeah, that's a C. It's a CMON. Come on.
Actually, it's almost C''MO.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
CMAW. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Everybody, get in.
No. That's not what you said. You said Operation, come on. Everybody get together. Everybody stay together. What did you say?
First of all,
Nelly, what did he say? What's his
get
first
healthy,
operation?
stay healthy. Get healthy, stay healthy. And if you can't win with get healthy, stay healthy, then you don't deserve it, right? Is that fair? Is that fair to say? Get healthy, stay healthy, and if that group can't get you to where you want to go, then you have no other excuses.
Well, that's true. Yeah, it's the difference. Remember the years before the Avs won the Cup? Bunch of second-round exits. Bunch of different reasons for it. One year, you were on like your third or fourth string goalie in the playoffs.
Right.
Another year, you had just injuries galore. But it hit that year that you were healthy and you still got bounced, and you said, all right, I don't know what to do with this information now, because we were always waiting for, hey, if they're healthy, they're going.
What year are you talking about? You talking about
I think it was
Vegas?
The year before.
Vegas?
Yeah, the year before the Cup.
The second round loss to Vegas where you had the lead in the series. And
there was no excuse for losing that one.
Yeah.
And I remember that season got done, and I was a little bit nervous. I was like, man, I hope they don't make a move at head coach, but it's one of those, like, you were kind of wondering, like, were they going to try and shake something up?
So let's go back. They lost to Nashville in the first round when they got back into the postseason. Then they beat Calgary and lost to the Sharks.
Yep.
And McKinnon got hurt. The whole Landeskog offside crap.
Yep.
Then the bubble. Then Vegas.
Then Cup.
Then the Cup.
Then Seattle.
Oh,
yeah.
Criminy.
I have this show idea. Tell me what you guys think about this, because you just jogged my memory. We're looking for some programming ideas, right? What about this?
Are we?
You took, well, this is a different conversation, different people. What if we took moments?
Hey, listen, I've been talking to the Outdoor Network, all right? Listen, we're talking about muskrats and beavers, and it's just a whole different show.
What if we took certain moments, and this is almost like a docuseries, and it's based on moments in sports time, moments of, and that moment, like the offsides on Gabe in that game, right? So you pinpoint that moment. You go back, you get all the facts around what happened. You hear from Gabe, you hear from the players involved, you hear from everybody, and you just build out the story from that moment. What that moment meant to the team, the season, moving forward. You know, it's really amazing when you look at certain moments in games and how it affects the future and how it affects team building and roster building. That moment, how did it affect the Avalanche? Losing that game the way they did.
I'm not kidding, Vic. It's something I think about a lot in sports, is those moments. I'll give you another example. Back the year the Raptors won the NBA championship.
The shot from the corner?
How does that change your perspective on Joel Embiid if that doesn't go in?
Totally agree.
You know what I mean?
Totally agree.
Joel Embiid's a loser because a ball bounced on the rim 5 times and went in.
Yep.
That was Kawhi, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Like those moments change entire perspectives on players and legacies and teams and think else.
I think
you can just build a docuseries on certain things that happen. One little thing that happens in a game. Anthony Carter trying to inbound the ball.
Oh my God. Yeah, I get him to be honest about that.
Yeah, is Melo a Nuggets lifer if they find a way to get it?
You sit down with AC. Yeah, because if the Nuggets win, if they win that series against the Lakers, they're going to win the NBA championship.
Moser, what was the moment?
Damn it, that just sucked.
The year that the Avs won their second cup and they had to go to Jersey to win Game 6. What would you qualify? Because, see, that cup wasn't secured in Game 7. Everybody says Game 7 isn't the reason the Avs won the cup. The game, it was done by then. It was Game 6. Game 6 is when the Avs won the cup that year.
Bobby Holik is a former power forward for the New Jersey Devils. The cup is in the building, by the way.
Yeah.
And Bobby Holik is crying in his stall. He's actually got tears.
He knows.
Because he knows you ain't going back to Denver winning that Stanley League. That was your chance.
Right.
And the Avalanche at Continental Airlines Arena smoked those guys 4-0. And Wass said, give me one. Basically said, give me one. And
so there's your moment.
4. Yeah.
There's your moment.
He said, give me one tonight, boys. We're going home to play Game 7. Raymond Bourque, after Game 5, the Avs lost at home 4-1 in Game 5. You're like, oh, my God. Peter Forsberg's out with his, he's got no spleen. He wants to come back desperately. You're talking about a couple of weeks later, he wants to play without a spleen. He's going to bleed internally, and Pierre Lacroix literally has to, have him handcuffed to a radiator so he won't get on the ice.
Right.
But Raymond Bourque, I remember it clear as day. Somebody asked, well, if you can come back here for a Game 7, and he said, no, when we come back for Game 7. Okay, well, I mean, if you guys, when we come back for Game 7, I'm like, ooh, baby. They went there and they smoked them in Game 6. Game 7, it was 3-0 before the Devils scored one, but that series was over.
I got one for you that Bronco fans may or may not remember. That infamous game in the loss to Baltimore, the Ravens, the playoff game at home in the freezing cold. The Ravens went on to win the Super Bowl that year. Everybody's going to remember the pass that ultimately beat the Broncos, the pass down the right sideline. Everybody's going to remember what happened. Everybody's going to remember the person, the ill-fated move at the ball when you should, maybe backpedal. What I will never forget, the moment of that game, is on that pass, Joe Flacco goes back, and I'm sitting in the south end zone. Go back and look at the highlights. And there was a pass rush coming from Flacco's right side, and I believe it was Elvis Dumervil, who had a clear shot at Flacco before he releases the ball. And Flacco, at the last second, moves up maybe a half a foot in the pocket. Did not see Dumervil. He did it by instinct. Otherwise, the game would have ended right there with a sack and possibly a fumble. Game over. That moment changed everything. Half a foot.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got another opportunity for a keyword and you guys to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game March 4th against the Penguins. We'll give that to you when we come back. Stick around.
Down, maybe your spouse down because something breaks down at the house and you just don't know what to do. So you sit there with your head in your hands, almost wanting to cry. I'm going to tell you what I do. I just call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. That's what I do because they guarantee a 2-hour arrival window without guessing, no waiting all day. They show up. If you have a problem at the house, something's broken, don't sit there and cry about it. Call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They fix everything. Plumbing, HVAC, electrical. Schedule an appointment today. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com. No more crying. Operation. Come on, everybody, come together. Come together, stay together.
Operation Sweet McCann Money.
The Rockies are Operation Youth Surge.
Operation Find a Joker, whatever that is, that's not drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Yes! I like all of them. I think those are good.
See, it has to make sense, but it doesn't make sense at the same time. Those are the best operations. That last one was perfect. Perfect. That is going to be our Broncos operation. What was that again? That last
Operation Find a Joker, whatever that is, that's not drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah.
Yes. Make the shirts now.
Oh, my God.
Just quickly here, going to give you guys the next keyword for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs in Pittsburgh on the 4th. They need you to pack out Ball Arena. It's a 6-game homestand for the Avs after this Four Nations break, and they're playing teams like Pittsburgh, which I just mentioned, the Maple Leafs, the Wild, and more. Get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets for your chance to win a pair of tickets. Now, though, the keyword is Val. Text Val and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Val and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Okay.
We haven't talked about it yet. Well, the Nuggets are in action tonight.
They are playing the Milwaukee Bucks in a basketball game.
They are?
Yeah.
A basketball game, you say?
A basketball game. Hey, by the way.
What if they played them in polo?
By the way.
I
right,
don't know. Giannis versus Joker in polo might be pretty cool.
Today
Water
is
polo?
the first game of a back-to-back. Milwaukee tonight, Detroit tomorrow night. I told you, Moser, and you laughed at me. You snickered. You gave me that face, that disgusting face you give when I warn you. I warned you about the Detroit Pistons. I said, watch out.
I know.
I was going through the
beat
schedule
Boston
last week,
night.
and
I
both
know.
you and Brett,
No,
both of you guys snickered, guffawed.
What the hell are you talking about? Do you listen to your own show? I kept telling Moj that Detroit was good.
Okay, maybe you did, but I want, just for my own narrative,
Okay,
I'm going to
fine.
put you in that. You guys didn't understand. Detroit right now is probably the most dangerous team in the East. They've won 8 in a row. They just blew out Boston last night. Blew them out. I mean, out of the water. They are suffocating. You got Milwaukee tonight, Detroit tomorrow night. I'm telling you, if you can win one of these two for the Nuggets, that's a win. If you win two, that's a miracle.
Malik Beasley had a hell of a game last night off the bench.
Malik Beasley's had a hell of a season for
He had the second most three-pointers in the league
Yeah,
this
guy's filling it up. Yeah, you're right, Vic. My bad. I don't know what happened to them. They were an under 500 team. Just bouncing around 500, dipping a little bit below, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, they're like, enough of this crap.
They're balling, dude.
They put their cigarette butt out, got on the court, and friggin' they're smoking teams. That's an impressive win last night.
It's a very good basketball team, and the Nuggets are going to have, in my opinion, I think the best shot is tonight, Milwaukee.
Well, you aren't the only one who thinks that way, Vic. Let's go. What's our boy's name over here, Nelly?
Chris Hodge.
Chris Hodge also thinks the same. Listen.
Going to give you a free pick right here and now on the show. Denver playing Milwaukee tonight in the NBA. Denver's probably going to kill them. Milwaukee's a garbage team. They always have been, and they have a garbage coach. So go with Denver absolutely free right here on the commercial.
That's a real commercial.
Yeah. That's our boy. Call the number 222.
There's no way that's a real commercial.
Telling you right now, Milwaukee's garbage always has been. I hate the coach.
Denver's probably going to kill them. Milwaukee's a garbage team. They always have been, and they have a garbage coach.
What's his name?
Chris Hodge.
I love that guy, man. That cracks me up.
By the way, you see the head coach's wife? Yuck. Go Nuggets tonight.
But what does he say to the Milwaukee radio stations? Oh, the Denver Nuggets are overrated.
Probably. No, but he's got to get his picks right, so he can't just do that.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Anyway, Vic, he agrees with you. This is their chance. A garbage team with a garbage coach. Take care of them.
Nuggets are a favorite going in. They are a favorite.
Are they really?
Yeah, 3.5.
What's the number?
3.5.
Tonight's the night. Take care of it tonight. Now, here's what the Nuggets have going for them. They're the best second game of a back-to-back team in the NBA. The best. The best. So, if they can win both,
both? BOF? Both?
If they can find a way to win both, that would be something.
Nuggets have a 4-game road winning streak. Milwaukee at home is 20-9. That's pretty heady stuff right there.
Can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with pregame at 5:30 as the tip is at 6. Okay, couple things. Increasingly climbing up the charts and the rankings for me for most hated person in sports. Dan Hurley. Don't know if you guys saw this yesterday. UConn wins another basketball game because they're pretty good. Dan Hurley goes to his post-game press conference. And one of the reporters said, hey, you've had a little bit of trouble with the press. Talking about the press defense, right? Trying to get the ball out, trying to get it past half court. Had a little bit of trouble this year. What do you think, Dan Hurley? And he misunderstood.
I mean, I think the press has been a me the whole year. Wait, you mean the... Oh, I thought you meant... There's people acting far worse than me. What was that? I didn't know what you were talking about there. I'm sorry.
They were talking about the press defense, and he said, the press has been a bleep hole to me all year. And I'm just like, is this guy ever not completely offended by anything that is brought his direction ever?
You know, Dan, you might want to take a little bit of accountability because you've been kind of a bleep hole back.
How does it go?
Okay,
How's a guy that's won back-to-back titles? You should be at the top of the mountain, top of the food chain. You should be, glorified. How do you go from being something that good to an ass?
I don't know. The Huskies,
I think the press has been a me the whole year.
And then that pause of, wait, I'm sorry. You were talking about basketball. My bad. I'm sorry about that.
You know, they're not even ranked right now. I don't know when. Let's go back to our conversation from last week. I don't know when I'm going to get into it, if at all. I'm starting to pay more attention. I'm looking at the rankings. I'm following some games and some wins and some losses, but I'm not really into college hoops right now.
Conference tourney times when I start to ramp up.
Conference tourney. I mean, listen, when we get off the show and it's 10 a.m. and you and I, Brett, we can go down around the corner to the local watering hole, right? We'll have a 11 a.m. burger and a couple of coldies, right? And watch some Big East conference tournament stuff.
Sure.
Maybe some ACC. Hey, AAC. It doesn't matter the conference, really.
You're into it.
You and I will be looking at Sunbelt going, hey, man, this is pretty cool. Vic, you're in gold and do whatever it is you do. Then I'll start to get into it a little bit more.
I got a thought, by the way, college basketball wise. And again, I don't think this is just us. Maybe it is. And textures 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Call us out. Call me out if this is.
You see how Maryland lost to Michigan State last night?
I did see that. Yes. But I don't think we're alone here. Maybe we are. I think the overall temperature for college basketball outside of the regions that really care, as most college sports do, I think it's gone down. From a national perspective, I don't think there's as much fervor in college
100%.
basketball.
100%. That's obvious.
Now, the question is, why? And I thought, look, the transfer stuff is a part of it. I thought maybe it's because they haven't had a real star in college basketball in a long time. Like, there hasn't been a Zion. And then I was thinking, I was like, Cooper Flagg, if this was 10 years ago, would be must-watch TV for a whole bunch of people, and it's not. So why? Why? What happened?
Well, it's very regional. Again, Kansas is having an off year. We all agree, right? Off year. I just got back from Lawrence over the weekend. That place was filled to the gills, even in an off year, to watch them decimate Oklahoma State.
But I'm saying outside of that, Vic, like I would watch Duke games because I wanted to watch Zion. I'm not doing that with Cooper Flagg or really anybody anymore.
Again, this is a you issue. You're talking about yourself.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I think these teams in their respective regions, it's still very popular. It's not popular in our region right now. It's not. Colorado State's going to win. What's Colorado State's record right now? They're going to win 20 games again.
Are they? I'd have to look.
Okay, they're making a run. Colorado's having a very bad year.
They're 19-9. Yep.
Yeah, Colorado's having an off year. Clearly.
Very off.
Okay, So in our region, it just doesn't hit home. If our region were doing its part, I think you'd be more excited about college ball.
But for me anyway, and look, this happens occasionally where we sit on the therapy couch in this show and we say, what's wrong with me, doctor? I would watch a national college basketball team that I didn't have some sort of local interest or regional interest for because I thought the matchup was interesting or something.
You know what I think?
And I don't think that's happening nearly as much anymore for a lot of people.
The names change too frequently. The rosters change.
Sure.
There is no carryover. Years past, you knew a team would be that same team the following year. When the Fab Five played basketball against those Duke teams, man, those Duke teams remain the same year in, year out, the same characters. These days, characters change. Transfer portals, they change. Guys go to the pros, they change. You don't have that carryover.
Do you think this is a part of it? Because this is something I thought about. When the NBA draft would roll around, you would find a lot of guys that you were able to watch for at least a season in college basketball. Like Kyrie, you watched for a season. And now when the NBA draft rolls around, it's Zach Risache.
Yeah.
Oui, monsieur. Oui, monsieur.
You know what I mean? It's the premier players as far as draftable are a lot of guys that you aren't watching during college football season. It's a lot of European and international guys.
Basketball season.
So how do you think you fix this then? If your interest in college basketball is waning and you're upset about it, what do you do to fix it?
I don't know. I don't know what the fix is.
I have an idea. If everybody mimicked the SWAC, some SWACtion, I think this would pull in more fans.
Bush, he'll stop and spot for the three-point shot. Looks good, yeah.
I don't think
Bush shooting at 50% from the three-point line tonight.
you can't even hear the people calling the game.
Hey, I'm looking at some of these standings, okay? There's just so many college basketball teams in this world. It's unbelievable. Quick, don't look. Vic.
I'm
Brett,
not looking.
Name me one team from the Atlantic Sun Conference.
Atlantic Sun?
Atlantic Sun Conference.
I've never even heard of the conference.
Okay.
How am I supposed to name a team if I've never heard of the
State.
conference?
No.
St. Bonaventure.
They've got the Lipscomb Bisons, North Alabama Lions, Florida Gulf Coast Eagles. Remember Florida Gulf Coast?
Yeah, Dunk City.
Yeah.
Jacksonville Dolphins.
Dunk City or Lob City?
Dunk City.
Yeah.
They got Queens University, Austin Peay's there, Stetson, West Georgia Wolves. I don't even know these schools exist.
I didn't know West Georgia existed.
Exactly. The America East Conference. NJIT Highlanders. What's that?
New Jersey Institute of Technology.
That is correct. How did you know that?
Well, NJIT, it's not
It's not that hard to figure
Oh,
out.
you shut it. UMBC Retrievers.
That's University of Maryland,
Baltimore County. Yeah, Baltimore County.
They were the
the big
16
upset.
seed
Yeah.
that beat the 1 seed, Virginia.
Yeah, so some of these conferences, man, like teams just put together a conference.
Hey.
Oh, here's one for you. The Big South. I love this. Radford's in there, okay? UNC Asheville, you know who they are. The Presbyterian Blue Hose.
Wait a minute. What?
There's no way that's their name.
There's no chance that's their nickname.
The Presbyterian Blue Hose.
It's their name.
All right, stop the show. Everybody stop driving. Stop driving. There's no way a school named after a branch of the church is nicknamed a hoe.
Hose.
No, hose.
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 Like Dave Parker Hose.
Oh.
Still.
Wait, say that again?
The Presbyterian
Moser's
Blue
right, though.
Hose.
Moser is right. I double-checked this. It is the Presbyterian College. They are the Blue Hose, H-O-S-E. Blue Hose football and basketball.
So
Not
What is that
not like
nickname?
H-O-E-S.
So here you go. Here you go. Hose. Boats and I'm just it began
Prestige worldwide.
Gotta have me in my what? It began in the
The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria.
if they don't play that when they win games,
Why?
it's a real missed
my
opportunity.
God.
So it began in the early 1900s when sports writers referred to the Presbyterian college sport teams as the Blue Stockings because of their blue socks or hose that they wore.
So kind of like the Cincinnati Reds.
That's ridiculous. As long as we're on the subject of basketball, can we
Rocky's taking on the red hose.
Can we take some time and offer our condolences to the late great Gene Hackman, who passed away at the age of 95. And he's been in a lot of movies, obviously, a lot of them. But for me, the one movie I'll never forget, the one that was life-changing, was his role as Coach Norman Dale in Hoosiers. And the scene right before the championship game up against that big team from South Bend, where his little Hickory squad pulled off the upset of the century. Nellie, do you remember the scene?
There's a tradition in tournament play to not talk about the next step until you've climbed the one in front of you. I'm sure going to the state finals is beyond your wildest dreams, so let's just keep it right there. Forget about the crowds, the size of the school, their fancy uniforms, and remember what got you here. Focus on the fundamentals that we've gone over time and time again. And most important, don't get caught up thinking about winning or losing this game. If you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential, to be the best that you can be, I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game, in my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let me hear it.
Yeah.
Gene Hackman. And by the way, when you're
born in 1930,
dude, that dude was 95 years old.
When you see how he and his wife and their dog passed away, it's not foul play.
Yeah, what happened, dude?
Brett and I were talking about it. It feels like a carbon monoxide thing.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah. Gene Hackman, I'm going to say this, Vic, I've always admired this guy so much. I wish I could have met him. He is one of the most prolific and talented actors in the history of stage, screen, or television.
Dude, Mississippi Burning, did you ever see what a role
he was
in
absolutely brilliant in that movie. He could be funny, though. I mean, hell, you know what? He wanted the part in Young Frankenstein as the blind guy. Remember that?
Yeah. His friend produced the movie.
Yeah, Mel Brooks, just so he could kind of get out of that, role of, this guy's a serious actor. If he played Popeye Doyle, he won the Academy Award. Brett, you ought to go back. In fact, Nellie, do yourself a favor. Go watch The French Connection.
Oh, that was one of his first greats.
I mean, he won the Academy. Dude, it has one of the greatest chases.
Quit nerding out. I'm talking about Hoosiers here in basketball.
Well, I know,
right?
but
this was the show. This was the film. This was the role. He played Norman Dale. It was a true story. All right? And the only thing about Norman Dale that threw me off in that show, that movie Hoosiers, I loved everything about it. I didn't like Norman Dale suddenly kissing a lady that could have been his daughter.
Yeah. Hey, did you ever see, remember he was head coach Jimmy McGinty in The Replacements?
Yes. Enemy of the State is always the one that I go to.
Dude, that with Will Smith?
Yeah.
Enemy of the State's good. Was great in that
wait a minute.
movie.
When I say Gene Hackman, you think Enemy of the State over Hoosiers?
I do.
Whoa. I swear to God, I just want to stab you.
Dude,
and this is one of those
I told
days.
you, I just watched Unforgiven again the other night. He played Little Bill Daggett. The guy was.
When I say
guy
Gene
was
Hackman,
brilliant.
what movie comes to mind?
French Connection.
Honestly, for me, he was Lex Luthor. He was Lex Luthor. I thought of Superman.
I can't believe what you guys are saying. This is Norman freaking Dale.
You don't understand, Vic, how unbelievably good this guy was.
I don't want to do the show anymore.
Isn't French Connection that song
threaten me more?
Isn't French Connection the song that
Go
Kermit
ahead,
the Frog
make my
sang?
day.
What was that?
Oh, that was the Rainbow Connection.
Again, we got another keyword the 9 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. You got a couple of minutes you want to get in one more time for the word this hour. Win a chance to win a pair of Avs tickets. It's Val. So send Val and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. By the way, whether you're listening on your radio or anywhere in the world, The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Go to sthmotors.com. That's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Go there and pre-shop and see what I'm talking about with Silterhar. It's the best dealership I've ever worked with by an absolute country mile. They're located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. They've got 5 awesome brands all in one spot. Amazing deals right now on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in captivity. You want to lease a brand new Ford F-150 for $399 a month? You can. You want to take $10,000 off all new Lincoln Navigators? That's right, you heard me. $10,000. You're doing that right now at Silterhar. Greg Larson and his staff kick tail. They're going to work for you. They're going to get you a great, great deal. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Superman? Just don't make him like this anymore, do they? Not anymore. Hey, can I make a reference to something here that might be an indicator of something in the future? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. But if you go back 4 years ago, there was a big trade that happened in the NFL in the offseason. And it all started when this guy took his family on vacation in Mexico. And he was walking along the beach, and all of a sudden he came up to, I don't know, some tiki bar, sees a guy with his wife, got a mojito and a margarita, maybe eating a quesadilla in Mexico. He goes, oh, my God, Sean McVay. Amazing running into you here. That guy was Matthew Stafford. You just bumped into Sean McVay randomly in Mexico 4 years ago. Cabo.
Which is basically the United States and Mexico.
Yes.
What a coincidence.
And wouldn't you know it, just a few weeks later, Matthew Stafford was traded to the Rams.
No.
And so now Matthew Stafford's got a lot of things going on. You know, his status in L.A. is up in the air. And so he goes, you know what? I got to clear my head. I'm going to go up to the most remote place I can find in Montana. I don't know. I have a buddy who lives in Montana. Not a lot of people live in Montana. There's few, not many.
You know what, though? A lot of people now.
There's a lot of Californians.
A lot of people have moved. If you try to buy real estate in Missoula or Bozeman right now, dude, you could have got a mansion for cheap. Now all the Callies have gone in there.
But you know what, Moj? Regardless
of Yellowstone?
No, because of we're working from home stuff. They can go work anywhere.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Stafford says, I got to clear my head. This is a big life decision I'm about to make. I'm going to go to middle of nowhere, Montana, and just, fresh air, trees. And he was taking a hike. I don't know if you know this. Walking this hiking trail up in Montana. And he goes, oh, my God, look at this. Beautiful. There's an elk over here. Unbelievable. And then he keeps walking.
Hold on. You're telling me he's pointing out the what?
Oh, yeah. He's pointing out. He's like, look at this elk. This is unreal.
Look at the hell. Look at the rack on that one.
And he got a little scared. He saw a bobcat. He's like, whoa.
Bobcats.
Be careful.
Yep.
And as he continues to walk, he bends over to tie his shoe, and then he looks up, and you know who's there? Tom Brady.
You're kidding.
Just shows up out of nowhere in the middle
amazing.
of that trail. Just bumped right into him. Yeah.
Hey, kid, what are you doing here, dude? Oh, I'm just out for a hike. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you up to? I know you're calling. Oh, you're the minority owner of the Raiders, too. Is that such a bizarre thing? Yeah, Stafford's going to Las Vegas. Okay. I've seen this story before. Yeah. I know how this works. Stafford is going to be a Raider. So we're going to have to deal with that. That's what's going to happen.
Let me say this.
I told you.
You did?
I did. I said he's going to be a Raider, and you guys laughed.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be a Raider. And by the way, your story's funny. Hey, look, an elk. How about that? But the fact of the matter is, the Rams have said,
a goat.
The Rams have said, hey, go take a
Get it? Tom Brady.
Yeah. Hey, go take a bath with Tom Brady for all we care. Talk to anybody you want to, the Rams have said. He's like, well, I don't mind if I do. Montana. Let me tell you, he is probably going to be a Raider. If I'm the Rams, I'm more than happy. Look, if I got a 37-year-old guy who's saying, I need Fitty, right? And I guess he put it this way. I think he thinks he's a lot more valuable than teams think. Is that the agent talking? Is that him talking? Who's talking?
Oh, I think there's a couple of teams that think he's very valuable.
Okay, well, the Raiders may pay him. And can he still throw the ball at the age of 37? Yeah, but dude, he's on the verge of breaking down too. I mean,
I think so.
If you wade into the Matt Stafford waters, just know that stuff is going to come with
it. It's backs and elbows and a whole bunch of different things that he's having problems with. But the bottom line is this, guys. He makes the Raiders a lot better. If he goes to Vegas, he makes them a lot better.
That is true.
And let me just paint a scenario for you. The Broncos were the final team into the wild card spot into the playoffs in the AFC last year with a 10-7 record. What did they get on their way to 10-7? Was 2 wins over the Raiders. Stafford provides an impediment to 2 wins. If they don't win both of those games against Vegas, they're 9-8 and they miss. It's the truth. So
it's not an auto win anymore.
Yeah,
that's Stafford makes you legit no matter what. It makes you a threat no matter what. You have the capability to win a game no matter what. And that's what he does to that team. So Brady's already making his presence known, and it's going to change the AFC West. It's going to make it tougher than it already was. It already was tough.
Excuse me. Did you guys see this, by the way? So there was a discrepancy in the reporting here between Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report and Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. Ian Rappaport was saying, hey, they just bumped into each other. Pretty crazy circumstance how they just ran into each other in Montana. And Jordan Schultz was basically saying, if you think they just randomly bumped into each other, that you're an idiot.
They were given permission. Yeah. Now, did this happen before or after the permission?
Well, it's after. They've given him permission. I don't know how the tampering rules work. If you say you're cool to go talk to people, I guess, is that okay?
Yeah,
I don't know.
No. They said, hey, do you want to find a deal out there? It's like you said, Brett. It's like, hey, sweetheart, think you can find somebody better than me?
Go try it.
Give you 2 weeks to go check it out.
But here's what happened. Did you guys see this? So Jordan Schultz is saying, if you think that they just randomly bumped into each other, you're an idiot. Well, because everybody's in Indianapolis for the Combine, Jordan Schultz saw Ian Rappaport at Starbucks. Randomly bumped into him at a Starbucks. And they got in such an altercation that police are now involved.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What?
No, they're not.
Yes. You liar.
I'm not lying.
You know, it's ironic that it's at a Starbucks because Jordan Schultz is the son of Starbucks founder Howard Schultz.
Is he really?
Yes.
What a family.
I know Jordan.
So, hang on.
Wait.
Let me find this.
All this stuff is coming to life.
This from Pro Football Talk. Jordan Schultz of Fox verbally accosted Ian Rappaport of NFL Media at an Indianapolis Starbucks on Wednesday afternoon. A report was made to NFL Security, which is investigating at the moment.
Wait, so Ian Rappaport...
So maybe not the police, but NFL Security is involved.
Got in a slap fight with Jordan Schultz.
Big deal. If I told you all the slap fights that occur in the media, it's all pride. We've all been there. We've all done it. Slap fights happen everywhere.
Okay. PFT commenter, a.k.a. Eric Sullenberger, posted a tweet on Wednesday night that referred to a, quote, serious big-time media confrontation between two NFL newsbreakers.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
Here you go. I got some details. Hang on. You got juicy details. We need to hear these.
Oh, here it is.
This on Pro Football Talk. Schultz approached Rappaport and said, we need to talk. Rappaport replied, we don't need to talk. Schultz then said, if you have anything to say to me, say it to my bleeping face. If this continues, we're going to have a bleeping problem. Rappaport then asked Schultz to step back. If this happens again, we're going to have a bleeping problem. Now I'll step back, is what Schultz said. And then NFL Security got involved.
Big deal.
I want to have a reporter fight. Who can I fight with?
Moj.
Bring it on, Wingy.
But Rappaport...
Take my sources against yours. What happened?
Apparently Rappaport is the one who called security.
I got to call security because you guys said F-word to me.
That is pretty weak. Moj, have you ever...
Security! Call me
Have you ever
F-word.
gone off on someone else in the business? Have you ever had a beef with somebody in this business?
Moser called me the F-word 5 minutes ago.
No, but a serious beef.
Vic, you know that I have.
Of course. That's why I'm asking the question, because it's
absolutely
just part of the deal.
And you know
this is not a big deal. Oh, my God. It's a big deal because he told on him, and he called NFL Security. That is so weak, first of all.
Security! He called my mom ugly.
Well, let's call our security. And that's Johnson Auto Plaza for their keys to the game tonight.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, Nuggets, and Bucks, 6 o'clock tonight. Can you hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And if you got keys to the game, you say them to my bleeping face right now.
I need 28 of them. You give me 28 points from the Nuggets bench, and I assure you a Nuggets victory tonight. That's right, 28 points. I'm being very specific
Why?
here. Somebody come off that bench and get me to 28. It's just a number that I think when the Nuggets can get there, and they did in the last game, when their bench contributes and plays the other team's bench evenly or somewhat evenly, you will win the game because the starters are that good. Give me the bench. Give me 28 points. Whether it be Russ, Zeke Najee, I don't care who it is. Somebody get me to 28. That's the key tonight to beat Milwaukee.
Okay, shut him off, please, for a second so he can't respond. Number one, I thought he was going to come with, the Bucks play in Milwaukee. That's the key.
Yep.
Number
Would be a
2,
good key.
it sounds to me like you caught him off guard a little bit, and he just pulled a random number right out of his
I'm
backside.
not off guard.
I thought when you said 28, there was going to be if the bench scores 28, the Nuggets are 9-1 this season. You just said 28.
I like 28. 28's when I fit. Miles Wood, I
Hey,
love him as a player.
Have I been
He
off on
wears
my
28.
keys? I told you last game. I told you the key to the last win was MPJ getting back to MPJ. What happened in that game? What happened?
MPJ played well.
Yes. My keys have hit. I mean, whoever that guy that you had on that talked about he thinks Denver's going to win because of a lousy coach in Milwaukee, my keys are better than his.
No, I like his keys better.
All right, well, then let's hear his keys right now.
He's way more
in replace of my
Yeah,
keys.
let's hear his keys.
He's way more
Way
demonstrative
better.
about his keys.
What are his keys?
Look,
I love
Vic,
those.
Vic, where you go super specific, he goes super vague. And that's what I appreciate about the keys of our boy over there. I forget his name.
Greg.
From Call the Number 2222222.
Going to give you a free pick right here and now on the show. Denver playing Milwaukee tonight in the NBA. Denver's probably going to kill them. Milwaukee's a garbage team. They always have been, and they have a garbage coach. So go with Denver absolutely free
Okay,
right
there's
here
your
on
key
the
to the
commercial.
game.
That's how you give the keys to the game.
That's a key.
Garbage coach, garbage team, always have been. And I love this term. Probably going to kill him. And that is the keys
the
to the
point guard
game.
got an ugly wife.
Brought to
Oh
you
my
by
God.
Powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. Jeff Labeled at 9:30. Travis Hunter speaks to the media at the NFL Combine in 2 minutes. Stick around.
Denver's probably going to kill them. Milwaukee's a garbage team. They always have been.
Imagine this. Imagine the NCAA tournament's coming around in just a couple of weeks, and you'll be in Vegas at the Circa Sportsbook, live and in person with that stadium swim, watching all of the first couple of rounds. Doesn't that sound awesome? Well, if you can't book a flight, the next best thing you can do is download the app. Circa Sports, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service with all the things you could imagine and hope for from a sportsbook. Great numbers. Can't find any better anywhere else. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
come to Milwaukee often?
Well, I'm a regular visitor here, but Milwaukee has certainly had its share of visitors. The French missionaries and explorers were coming here as early as the late 1600s to trade with the Native Americans.
In fact, isn't Milwaukee an Indian name?
Yes, Pete, it is. Actually, it's pronounced Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land.
I was not aware of that.
I think one of the most interesting aspects of Milwaukee is the fact that it's the only major American city to have ever elected 3 socialist mayors.
Does this guy know how to party or what?
To back up your point, Vic, I think what you're trying to get to is Super Stats man Dan Hyatt said the Nuggets bench averages 27.6 points per game. They're 21-8 when they get to 28 points.
And I swear to God, I did not have Dan's help at that. I just thought of a number, and I said, you know what? That's about the number. And the stats verify. God.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you as far as I can throw you.
Swear to God. Swear to God.
Mo, show the merchandise.
Swear to my kids.
Shout out to Steve. Steve, I think Moser complained so much about you getting a rangefinder, Vic, that our great listener, Steve, got us one.
You're pathetic, dude. All you do is you grovel on the show.
I hope these fell off the back of a truck. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Okay, Mose, you wanted to bring Raj in. Why?
Thanks, Ellis.
Why do I want to talk to Roger Manowski?
Because Roger Manowski saw what I saw last night. Now, I didn't get a chance to hear Altitude.
Hey, Raj,
After
you want a media beef?
A media beef?
Yeah.
Do we have media beefs?
Do you want to fight at a Starbucks?
Yeah.
Did you hear what happened?
No, what happened?
Justin Schultz.
Jordan Schultz,
excuse me.
And Ian Rappaport.
Got in an altercation in a Starbucks.
Who am I fighting?
You want to fight?
Pick
you want to fight me?
It's a different weight class, Brett.
All right, listen. I think what Moser you're trying to get at here, can I ask the first question to Raj? Or do you want to open things up?
Go ahead. By all means, please.
Is it as easy as a 1-to-1 of Val's back in the lineup so the Avs look better? Is it that easy?
We spent 30 minutes on it last night on Between the Pipes. It seems like it's that easy. Casey Middlestat looked like he was fixed, although not perfect last night. He looked much
Raj,
better.
Here's what's so frustrating at times, I guess, about Casey. He started to shoot the puck, by the way. His backhand shot. I mean, it's like a backhand slapper almost. It was awesome. But do you see how smooth and calm and cool he was putting that in the back of the net? He's got that ability, bro. Jonathan Drouin was hard on pucks. He was elevated. And when you drop 13 onto a line, guys get excited about it. They should. It looked that way. 5 shots on goal, 4 checked like a freight train, no pun intended. I mean, it was a good return for Val.
He's the guy that allows Drouin and Middlestat's skill sets to shine.
Yeah.
Because he's willing to do the hard stuff. He's willing to get to the interior of the ice. He's willing to go into the corners, be a puck-hunting forward, which Casey and Jonathan Drouin, that's not what they're best at. They're best at moving pucks. Drouin's good around the net. Obviously, Middlestat, you saw his backhand last night, has scoring touch. It allows you to kind of sit on the outside and then pick apart defenses because you have a guy who's going to go and get pucks for you.
You just described our radio show. I'm doing the hard stuff. These guys just sort of pick and choose around the edges. That is so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's the deal, though. All right, so Val's back. The team looks like it's back. What else is necessary to make a run at the Cup? Do they need Gabe?
I think you still need a player like Gabe. Is it Gabriel Landeskog? Who knows? What we know is that dude's not coming back in the regular season, right? If you bring him back during the regular season, you lose all that cap space. You're currently using his $7 million on LTIR. For me, Middlestat's still on a 4-game tryout until the trade deadline comes on Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. next Friday. He's still on a tryout. I think he can get fixed if Nichushkin stays healthy. If that's the case, and I don't have to worry about second center, Vic, I'm looking at second pair defensemen. And the big name right now, because he's so pissed off in Chicago, is Colorado's own Seth Jones. It's a big contract. You'd have to launder it through 2 teams.
Yeah, you don't have
to
the
get
money.
him here.
You
You
don't
have them. Yet you can make the money work. You don't have the money right now for a 1-to-1 trade, but if you launder that through 2 teams, If you give away a first-round pick, a couple of prospects, you can make Seth Jones work here.
So the way you have a team involved, much like Chicago was involved in the Rantanen trade, right?
Yes.
Get another team involved, give them something in exchange for taking up some of that
But he
salary.
my only thing is he makes 9.5, and I'm not gonna bring in a guy who makes more than Makar.
How much of his contract is left?
$9.5 million. It's got 4 seasons remaining after this year. But if you get 2 teams involved, right? Chicago and then a team to be named later, he's a $4.75 million player. Right? You don't care about the total money. You care about the money against the cap. And I look at Seth Jones being Eric Johnson, right? Eric Johnson, when he was traded here from St. Louis, former number 1 overall pick, expected to be like that type of bell cow player. That's not who he was. Eric Johnson thrived when he was a second pairing defenseman. And I think Seth Jones would do that here in Colorado. It would be very difficult to get him. I would kick the tires on Chicago. They're coming here in the next few days. I would look at that player. The other one that I'd look at, and I think it's a little bit of a pipe dream, it's funny because he's another Colorado connection, Brandon Carlo in Boston. 28 years old, $4.1 million, has 2 years left on his deal. He's 6'6". I think he is Jacob Slavin light.
Is he the kid that played at CC?
No, that's Jacob Slavin.
Okay.
Carlo played, I believe, in the WHL, but from Colorado Springs, played with the Thunderbirds. He's a Colorado kid.
All right.
If Boston is looking to get younger and cheaper and wants some prospects and picks, I would be calling Don Sweeney heavily.
You know what's weird? I saw this yesterday, and I forget who sent this out, so give me a moment. But there was a poll that went out yesterday. And this is always a battle of how far into the future do you want to look? Oh, it's Adrian Hernandez had this. It was a poll question that said, is Cal Ritchie on your trade board or is he untouchable? And it was virtually 50-50. And I've been trying to think about this in a rational way. And I'm like, I don't care about 3 years from now. I don't think anybody outside the people that are contributing to your championship right now should be untouchable. Anybody within your system that can net you a good player, go ahead and get the good player.
But in today's salary cap world, by the way, Cal Ritchie's killing it in Oshawa. It's such a fine line between, hey man, if you break the bank in terms of prospects and picks, you're absolutely going to screw your franchise. At the same time, that's what's valuable in order to make things happen. It's a very fine line between drafting and developing, which is a must. Now you get good, but then what do, right? It's a great responsibility for any GM on any team. You can go the Blackhawks route. You know what they got out of it? 3 Stanley Cup championships.
I'll take that.
You know what happened after that? They are an absolute wasteland.
Whatever, but you got 3 titles.
You're right. Absolutely.
I'll ask you this question. Do you miss Justin Barron?
Not at all. Although he did look good the other day, I thought. I thought he played a pretty damn good game.
Did he look as good as Arturi Lehkonen does?
No, of course not.
No, the answer is no. You do not miss Justin Barron. The Avalanche do not have a prospect right now that is untouchable. That includes Mikhail Gulyayev, the fast, speedy defenseman.
Do you miss Connor Timmins? Do you
no,
miss
you
exactly?
Don't.
Exactly.
That includes Nabokov, the goalie of the future, because, well, you just signed Mackenzie Blackwood to a 5-year extension. That includes Callum Ritchie in Oshawa. There isn't a player right now in the organization that I would not trade for the right piece.
Hey, Raj, you're saying the right things. You're talking about those windows that we speak of all the time. These windows, they're so short. The difference between the Avs and the Nuggets don't have the benefit of all those prospects they can trade. They don't have draft picks they can trade. They don't have them. The Avs have them. The window is now. Again, I don't care about my future generation. I care about now. Winning now with this unit now in the next 5 years. That's it.
In fact,
I don't look at windows.
Yeah, once Vic is gone, if the Denver Nuggets disenfranchise and no longer exist, he won't care.
Well, guys, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm trying to be realistic. This is when you have, how many more times are the Avalanche going to have a Four Nations tournament where they can just trot out 3 players to Team Canada and say, here you go. They got 2 of the best players on planet Earth. How many times in the course of a cycle of a franchise does that happen?
Not very often, Vic.
Okay,
very
so
rarely.
It's happening now. You do whatever it takes. I don't want anybody that's considered a prospect. I don't care about prospects.
Yeah.
I care about now.
I agree.
They'll figure it out, guys. I firmly believe that McFarland and Sakic know that they're in a window. They know that the cap's going up over the next 3 years, that if they go out and they make moves for veterans to make you a little bit grittier, to make you more stout down the middle of the ice, stout in front of your own net, I think they're willing to do that.
Will you feel some kind of way if they don't?
Yeah, I will. I'll be upset. They've got cap space right now. And if they allow, what is it, $5 million or $4.1 million, something that they have right now in cap space, to go by the wayside by the time next Friday rolls around, that's a huge miss.
Yeah.
A huge miss.
I don't think they will.
There's no way that they will, right? Like the trade for the goalies and to move away from Mikko Rantanen was to give yourself wiggle room here a week or 8 days from right now.
Should I bring this up? Just say yes or no. Should I bring
I don't
it up?
know what this is.
Okay, well, you're going to find out what. I'll show you what this is. Right now, Marty Necas is tied for 11th in scoring in the National Hockey League with
Mikko.
That's right.
Yeah.
Marty Necas has 12 points in 11 games with the Avalanche.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when the trade went down, he was 9 points behind Mikko Rantanen. 9.
Yep.
And in the last 11 games, he has made up that ground on him and is now tied. Rantanen has 3 points with Carolina.
Tell you what, when he got corkscrewed last night, scared the hell out of me.
Scared the hell out of me, too. It was an accident from Palat, but it scared the hell out of me. So, listen, I'm not going to. Rantanen has, quote, 3 games in hand. He can make it up and just, whatever. But I'm saying when you look at pure hockey trade, Raj, the points are there. And I wonder for the guy who went the other way, whom I love as a guy, no doubt about it, loved him as a player. Man, I'm trying to think of the miscalculations here.
Well, I will.
It honestly, because all of a sudden, you know what? When Necas is giving you more than a point per game and kicking some serious butt with 29, all of a sudden 96 looks like an absolutely dependent winger.
Well,
because Sebastian Aho ain't 29, bro.
I'd like to remind people there was a big stretch. Was it 2 years ago where McKinnon missed like a month? Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
And Rantanen basically carried the team.
He did.
That entire way. Like, for people saying that he's totally dependent, I was like, I watched a pretty extended stretch of him being kind of by himself on the top line, and he carried all of the scoring for the team. So I don't know if that's the case. Obviously, you play next to McKinnon, you're going to be better. We all kind of understand that. It's like playing next to Jokic.
Yeah, but
you're going to be better.
This guy can really play, man.
Of course.
All the emotion that comes with it, you try to take the emotion out of it. You have to. At least you've got to try your best to. But I didn't think it was going to happen. He's already caught him, dude. In basically 2.5 weeks of hockey, he's caught him in the point total.
When do you evaluate a trade, though? Is it a month after, 2 months after, the season after? I guess let it play out a little bit more. Right now, advantage Avs, clearly. Raj, I don't like your attitude.
What's wrong with my attitude?
You're just sitting there.
In your chair?
Yeah.
You could be here. I didn't have to be in the studio if you were taking this chair up.
Just sitting there.
I would actually love if you just sat in Vic's lap. He was in today.
Should I fight Vic?
Yes.
I think that's the beef.
Yeah.
I should just go fight Vic.
Dude, old man strength is real.
By the way, short stuff over here.
Yeah. Shorty pants over there.
You want to talk about somebody in your weight class? Old 5'10" over here.
No.
Listen,
He's
you know what?
under 5'10".
Give it
That
another,
really,
under.
dude, I'm not kidding you.
give it another 2 years. He's 5'8.5".
Dude,
It'll be a really good matchup.
I'm not kidding you. This is a point of this is a sore spot for me. I had a physical a couple days ago, and
You're
I shrunk.
shrinking.
I shrunk. I lost an inch.
Get in line.
Full inch. Full inch.
Sucks to be old, fellas.
Yeah.
Sucks to be old.
Okay. We'll give the keyword for another chance for you to win Avs tickets to the Pittsburgh game on the 4th. Raj will also have opportunities on his show as well, so stay tuned for that. But your next keyword, and Jeff Legwald joins us next. Hey, Moj, would you like to continue your spirited discussion in the break?
Nope.
You
It's
don't
all out
want
of my
to?
system now.
Are you sure? Moser was screaming, and
It's
I can't tell you
all
why.
out of my system.
Final keyword for you guys' chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Penguins on the 4th of March.
You're going to have to spell this one because there are a couple different incarnations. I'm not kidding.
No. This is easy. The key word for you to win or have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and the Penguins is Casey. Text Casey and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. As in Casey Middlestat. If you need me to help you spell that, then use Google. You know what it's for. Spell Casey and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. They need you to pack up Ball Arena for the 6-game homestand, including games against the Wild, Penguins, Maple Leafs, and more. Get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets or listen for those keywords all day.
And Kaner, guess what? You said they're playing the Penguins on Tuesday, March 4th, right?
Yes.
You know what that also happens to be? That happens to be Fat Tuesday. That happens to be Mardi Gras.
Mm.
So if that evening there happened to be a brass band playing at Nola Jane down the road from Ball Arena late into the night. So if you win these tickets, maybe you should work your way down to Nola Jane, get yourself a Hurricane, see the best brass band this side of the
Absolutely.
Mississippi.
I'll pass.
Here's what. Okay, guys. Vic, I'll go to you first because you're the older gentleman. Then Brett, then Nelly. I'm not coming in Wednesday. After the game, I'm going to Uber with the bear to Nola Jane, and I'm going to watch Nelly blow his horn.
What day is this? Next Wednesday?
Tuesday night after the game. Fat Tuesday.
Okay, yeah, I won't be here next Wednesday either.
Kevin, boss, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be here. Sorry about that.
It's going to be a lean Ash Wednesday in the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane household.
Wow, it's not very often I could say this. Oh, what a shocker. You guys are going to miss a show. Weird. I guess we'll have to bring Birdo back in here.
Tonight, I'm not going to be it either.
Moser's going to take another 2-week break again.
I earned that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Anywho.
Nelly, that was a great spiff. Nice job. Hey,
Hang on. No, you wait. You hold, because we're going to talk to Legwald in a couple of minutes. I need 2 things to get out of the way right now.
Please.
First of all, how do you feel about this? The NBA dunk Centel was banned on Twitter yesterday.
I think it's sad and funny at the same time.
I actually will kind of miss the people not double-checking.
No, part of me is like, screw those people trying to. What do you get off on trying to
trick people
into moving articles of news?
Well,
at the same time,
a darn
Schefter
got Brett one time.
Got me once. Look, I've been had. Okay, now it's not often because I say this all the time. What do I do, Moj? I don't get got. I go and get. It's a big difference between me and you. I don't get got. I go and get. Now, I've been got before, but it doesn't happen all that often.
Everybody gets got, and especially online when you're scrolling and you don't pay close attention and you're not reading properly, it's easy to get got. But you know what? Everybody's getting got around the world. Did you guys see this? A pet store in Centennial? A man falls in front of the store and fakes a seizure to distract employees while his cohort steals bulldog puppies from a kennel. Yeah. I mean, there are people getting got everywhere.
Is there anything? I mean, I'll say yes. But, man, being a puppy thief is a pretty low life
That
thing.
is very, that's awful.
I mean, being a full.
So, wait, I was talking to Nelly during this. Was this from, like an adoption place, or was this from somebody's, backyard?
No, it's called Perfect Pet Store. Perfect Pets.
Yeah, that's gross. You don't steal puppies. You don't do that. That's like stealing candy from a baby. It's like, what are we doing here?
So I'm not very learned when it comes to pet value. Is a bulldog puppy very valuable?
If they're purebred?
Very,
dude, we're talking $1,000 at least.
But is that a puppy? I don't know. I don't want to get into it.
Okay. Well, I got something else for you. Just quickly before joined by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com, who's live in Indianapolis. So again, the the Rockies win another spring training game. By the way, Michael Tolia, my choice for breakout candidate of the year, is having a hell of a spring training.
He hit a bomb.
I don't think he hit a bomb last night.
Are you sure?
No, he didn't hit a bomb last night, but he got a couple of hits again. He's hitting 455.
Well, wasn't he 2 for 3? I thought he hit a bomb. My bad.
No, I don't think he did. But in the middle of the Rockies doing the spring training stuff and all the other teams doing their spring training stuff, they're trying to implement some new things that can maybe improve the game. And one of them's the challenge for the robo-umpire, right? So we had another case of that yesterday. And I don't know who this umpire is, but I want him umpiring all the games. Because...
Oh, it was Martini who hit the bomb. My bad.
Yeah, Martini. He's a 34-year-old.
Yeah, he's an old guy.
Yeah. But, Nelly, if you got the audio here, so somebody calls a challenge on a strike 3 call, or I'm sorry, it was a ball outside that could have potentially been a strike 3. They said, umpire, you're wrong. Go check it out. Listen.
Good breaking ball. Just misses. Brett Sullivan going to challenge.
Ball call.
Brett has been expert at the ABS system.
Ooh. The call is surprisingly correct. 3.
The call is surprisingly correct.
It was a ball?
Is what the umpire... Yes, the umpire got it right. He was it's surprisingly correct.
Wait, he called his own... Whose voice was that?
That was the home plate umpire.
Okay, so he's the one that has to announce.
Yes, yes.
So when it's used in the minor leagues, does the umpire say, yeah, I screwed up. It was really a strike. That's my bad.
I don't know. But he said, hey, guess what?
I love that.
Surprisingly correct.
He's not too full of himself, right? He can laugh at himself, have some fun with it. That's great.
It's a good quality for an umpire, by the way, or any referee. Have a little humility in this. Exactly. You aren't expected to be perfect. Everybody kind of understands it.
I think refs should have to, or excuse me, umpires, if their call is overturned, they have to say, you're right, I was wrong, you're smart, I was stupid, you're good looking, I'm not very attractive.
Yeah, I think that should be it every single time. But I enjoy this. Now, I still think when it's in practice, I told you, I kind of like the idea of some questionable stuff here and there, but for the really egregious ones, I think I'm cool with the challenge calls, especially if it's quick. Now, was that cut, Nelly, or was it really just as fast as that?
I didn't edit the video, so maybe the video was cut, but that's the way it was.
As long as they're quick and somebody can just buzz into the guy and be like, yeah, it's outside.
Brett, where do they go to see it? Do they have physically see it, or are they just told it?
I think they put it on the jumbotrons inside the stadium. So they do whatever the K zone is that we see on TV. Yeah. They have a version of that looks almost like VAR or something that you'd see in tennis. They throw that up on the jumbotron, but I think they just tell the ump. But it should be pretty quick, right? It's not like you're spending a minute and a half to try and decide.
It should be fairly instantaneous.
So yeah, that's the hope anyway.
What if the ball's on the line? Half the ball is in the strike zone, half the ball is out. It's a strike.
I think if it touches the zone, it's a strike.
Any part of the ball touching the zone.
Yeah, I think so.
A thread.
It's like if any part of the ball touches the line in tennis, it's in. You know what I mean? I think it's the same thing. Anyway, another win for the Rocks, by the way, 5-1 in their spring training start to the year. But let's talk. Don't you dare. Let's talk a little bit of foosball with our guy, Jeff Legwold. Leggy always joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. As he joins us live from Indy. Leggy, getting any fights down there with other media members?
I'm not a fighter.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, is that dust up the talk of the combine so far?
Not really. I guess we just call that Thursday.
Yeah,
of course.
Hey, Leggy, I just saw the amount of humanity surrounding Travis Hunter. Is it like that for most of the big stars? How many reporters are sitting there like cattle waiting to be heard?
Well, I was one of them. So, it's always been like that for the main guys. I mean, now in the modern version of the combine, there were 15 or so years when not many people came, but it's a different deal now, man. And teams actually like to see how guys handle themselves in front of all that.
What are the takeaways from what Travis Hunter said? He said he is going to work out this week, right?
he didn't like officially declaratively say that, but that's the feeling, and he sort of hinted at it that he would do at least some of the workouts. I don't know definitively if he's going to run a 40 and all of that, but I would guess at minimum he would do position drills if they want him to. And he seemed to indicate that teams have interviewed him as primarily a wide receiver, and then some teams have interviewed him primarily as a defensive back.
Well, his quote today was, they say nobody's ever done it the way I do it. I tell him I'm just different. He wants to play 100% of the snaps at both corner and wide out. Just hypothetically speaking, let's say he does that somehow, and he's really good at both, and his first contract comes up. Could he command like $65 million a year saying, I do both of these, pay me like both of them?
Well, I find it very difficult to believe a human being could play 2,300 snaps in the NFL 4 consecutive seasons to get to the second contract. So I think it will be a work in progress, and I think a lot of his ability to play two ways is going to depend on who his coach is, how the meetings are structured, and just the dynamics of doing it. Because I've said it's not his ability that will get in the way; it's the snap count issue. Like, for example, Pat Surtain missed a game this year, so he played just under 1,000 snaps. But the previous 2 years, Pat Surtain played about 1,100 snaps in those years, and that's just on defense for him in an NFL season. And Travis Hunter played, 1,345 snaps at Colorado last year? So that leaves you only about 200 snaps on the other side of the ball to get to his highest snap count, of his college career. So I just don't know that it is an amazing thing that we're even talking about it for a player who could probably do it if it was physically possible. But I can't imagine a team would invest in what you're going to have to invest in to get him in the draft and then allow him to play that many snaps and shorten his career, essentially.
Well, Jeff, it's just a human body can only take so much. You can be built different, but my goodness gracious, fibers tear and that sort of thing. And I guess it would be feasible for him to play, one position all the time and then play a little bit at the other position, right? Could he be a dime package guy if he's a wideout? I guess I would try to think of a way to utilize him as much as possible, but not kill the guy.
Again, I know it's not the popular thing to say because we like, folks like offense, but most GMs I know and most coaches I know think the day-to-day dynamics of the NFL in terms of meetings, practice, snaps in practice, which we don't talk about in all of this two-way play stuff, is the number of snaps you would have to take Monday through Saturday just to do it. But they say the avenue for him to play the most both ways would be to be a corner full-time and to be a spot player on offense.
They're never going to show their hand, nor should they, the Broncos and the coaches that are out there. But what will they pay most attention to this week? Where do you think their eyes are going to be averted? I see them looking at joker positions, but I don't know who they are. Right.
I think there's they are looking for that position. In terms of skill players, whenever Sean Payton talks about a matchup player, he's talking about a player he can line up at multiple places in the formation to cause a problem for the defense. So those are the kinds of players you're looking for, versatile skill players who could line up wide, line up tight, to the line of scrimmage, maybe in the backfield, so those are the kinds of guys you're looking for, as opposed to, a really dynamic running back who doesn't catch the ball very often. That wouldn't be as much their priority. The SMU running back who was a wide receiver for 3 years And a running back this year, he rushed for 1,500 yards. That's the kind of guy you're really looking, I think they're paying attention to, because that's sort of a down-the-board player a little bit beyond the first round. And, tight ends who can be impactful receivers, that's what you're looking for. Defensive, they're going to pay attention to the defensive linemen because it's a great class and they need one or two. I think those are the kinds of things they're really dialed in on.
How about I ask you about Gunnar Helm, former Cherry Creek kid who played for Texas, tight end, and has a visit scheduled with the Broncos, an interview scheduled. What do you think of him?
Yeah, again, they'll talk to all the tight ends here, so I don't think you should take anything from an interview scheduled. There's 3 levels of interviews here. There's the longer interviews that you schedule, and then there's the shorter informal interviews you get in these sort of mix zones the players have with the coaches, and then there's the interviews position coaches do at the stadium when players are moving between medical exams and all the rest of it. And I just want every player talks to every team here. That's just how it works. And too much is made of, did you talk to the Bengals? Did you talk to the Broncos? Every team meets with every player here in some fashion, face to face. One of the only rare examples of that is the Broncos did not talk to Jay Cutler the year they drafted him in the first round, but that rarely happens.
Leggy, just to follow up on that as far as skill position talent, we were talking about this earlier. Marvin Mims, it feels like to me is an assumed player is going to make a jump next year. But when you look at the sort of more raw data, he had 39 catches on the year last year. He played in every game. Is it maybe jumping the gun a little bit to just assume that he's going to be a guy who emerges as a big-time weapon within the offense? Because they didn't do that until late in the year.
Yeah, and my question is, why didn't you do that sooner? I think they've held him back rather than something Mims isn't doing. That's my opinion. I think they have been too slow to involve him. I think he showed down the stretch. I think he's forced them to think that the big jump is coming. They're acting like now, we saw it coming and he really came on at the end of the year. Yeah, he came on because you gave him the opportunity to come on. So I think he is an important part of the plan, though. That the main issue schematically for them is that Mims and Troy Franklin primarily play the same position, the Z position in the offense. So that means they're splitting snaps automatically. And that's the issue. They got to have, at the old traditional numbering, the X, Y, and Z receivers in the 3 receiver set. They got to have more impact at the other 2 places. I think they feel like Franklin and Mims can split that one job pretty well, but Sutton is really the only X who gets a ton of action, and Vele was a reliable target, but they need more impact at those other 2 spots too.
Jeff, last thing, 30 seconds or less, please, just because I'm pushing the issue. What's the scuttlebutt on Shedeur? What are guys saying down there?
Well, it's like all things Moj. The combine is a negative process for the players. They're looking for your flaws and what you may not handle well. And the issue is, in basic quarterbacking coaching, people don't like that he retreats the pocket out the top, as they say, or retreats backward too often instead of climb the pocket. He holds the ball too long, in their opinion, and they're trying to decide, is that a decision or a habit? And that's ultimately what he'll battle in his draft position. But a really, really elite thinker at the position and, plays his best in the toughest times. So that's certainly in his favor, but the sacks are a big deal. We've all heard how much Sean Payton talks about it, but that's a big deal, and people are troubled by that.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every Thursday. And this Thursday, live from Indianapolis at the Combine. Leggy, always appreciate it. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
I'm happy for Jeff at the Combine because he is a pig rolling in absolute slop.
He doesn't worry about all the other stuff going on.
No,
By the way, did you mention that Schefter just tweeted, he's at the Combine, he's got a shot of a Starbucks, and it says, head on a swivel.
Yeah, got to. You better. You better. So we got Fact Checker coming up. Are we giving away a pair of tickets, Nelly? Is that what we're doing here?
I believe so, yeah.
Giving away a pair of tickets to a lucky winner for that game between the Avs and Pittsburgh on Tuesday. We'll get to that along with a Fact Checker next. Just real quick. Just real quick, Moj. I know, like, commercials, especially with how we deal with things now, short attention spans.
Yow.
I got to say, we got some really good ones on this station, though. Between Nuggets and Bucks tonight, probably going to win. The garbage franchise with a garbage coach. Between that and you got a timeshare, I got to tell you, there's a way out of that timeshare. You call me Bucko, I'll get you out of that timeshare real quick. Show up to his house, 12-game shotgun. He's not going to ask for any more money from you. I like that guy.
Let me tell you something. If I was ever going to get out of a timeshare, that's the kind of guy I want get me out of a timeshare.
A guy who sounds like he smokes a pipe and is always cleaning a 12 gauge in his living room
100%.
is the kind of guy I want taking care of my timeshare stuff.
Your kids are going to die in that timeshare unless I get you out.
And don't forget, in the
I love
long,
that guy.
illustrious line of commercials, we also had a song that told you what it feels like on the first day
of
the first grade.
I think there's not a better commercial game in the entire state than what we have here at 92.5.
Completely agree. You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Let's not forget some of Moser's reads. You're getting a little detailed.
It's nothing to be embarrassed about, bro.
No, don't be embarrassed.
Guys,
we all go through it.
Oh, yeah, you hate getting it on. Okay, fine, whatever.
Fellas, it's 2025. It's not embarrassing anymore.
No, I think you should do it like this next time, Mosh. Can you do it this way? I tell you what, you got one.
Absolutely.
You got one. I got a boy going to fix you right up.
Call Big Lou. He's just like you. He's on wife number 6 too. Real quick, Vic, you're down with genetics. I mean, I put it that way. You're down. Not like, hey, man, I'm down with that. Like, you're down on genetics.
I got a problem with genetics.
Okay. Yeah. I've got a problem with the modern golf world. Can I explain, Brett?
Sure.
Right now, you've got the Cognizant Classic at the Palm Beaches. Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. The Cognizant Classic.
Do you see what they're doing to that track?
Dude, they're in round 1. And Jake Knapp has the lead. You ready for this? He's 11 under par, and he's not even off the course yet.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Dude, I'd go to that course, and I'd shoot 90. And dude's 11 under through 17, and I'm like, what, Vic? Explain it to me. What's
Are
going on?
they playing Overland, where if you hit it 8 fairways over, you're still in play?
I like those courses. I like those ones. Spent a lot of time over there doing this move right here. Hey, just real quick, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry. Oh, we all been here. I know. Yeah, I know. I got to keep on my fairway.
Hey, by the way, what is the protocol in that situation? If you hit it a couple fairways over,
You wait for them to hit, and then you hit.
Unless they see you and they give you one of these
Right.
moves, you're like, oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Go ahead, you slice and piece. Okay, go ahead and hit it. Yeah.
Then you got to hit them with one of those. Hey, just can't control it today, boys.
Yeah,
Sorry
clearly
about that.
the course is too soft.
Okay,
It's
well,
too soft.
I just found out Knapp birdied 18. He shot a 12 under 59.
Yeah, that's silly.
What
Been there.
What are these guys doing in the modern golf world, Vic? These guys are tearing up everything.
So it goes back to when you watch the pros
God, that
play.
makes me so mad.
Would you rather watch them struggle like they did at the?
Yeah,
struggle.
no question.
Yeah, it is fun, right? Was it the U.S. Open, the one where Rory missed that easy putt, right? That was the one where they struggled.
Yeah, 2 of them.
And yeah, but
Well,
that's the one where
they
Bryson
tricked-
DeChambeau hit that amazing.
Yeah.
And that was a struggle bus because remember those greens that were all crowns and they couldn't get a putt in?
Push-up
Those
greens.
are fun tournaments, man. I like the struggle bus tournaments.
Yeah, push up. That's where you hit the 50-yard sand shot. Made the putt. I mean, it was one of the most brilliant shots of all time. Anyway, I just had to get that out because I was perusing through during the break, and I'm like, Jake Knapp. I mean, he's a good player. Don't get me wrong. Jake Knapp is a fine player. He's burst onto the scene. But what do you get off getting 12 under par in the opening round? What do you get off on
you
that?
swing. I know you swing.
I want
Before we call it a
everybody.
show.
I just want everybody, by the way, in just my preference, Vic. I want everybody to react to their golf round like Terrell Hatton does. That guy
I love
is
that.
the biggest potty mouth to himself. all
I
the
love
time.
that guy.
He hit a shot once. He looked at his caddy. He goes, "Is that the worst shot you've ever seen?" And the caddy didn't say anything. He goes, "I'm asking you, is that the worst shot you've ever seen?" Like, yeah.
You know who else does? Justin Thomas gets on his own case a little bit.
He does.
That's what ingrained me to Brian Harmon, the little lefty.
Yeah.
McNabb and I and Drennan.
Too many waggles.
Again, we're he does waggle a lot, but we're at the BMW watching him walk down the fairway. Blank and Brian, you stupid blank and blank.
Yep.
You're such a piece of blank. Like he's yelling at. I mean, he's cursing himself out for hitting he pushed a shot.
It's an internal dialogue. Yeah.
Awesome. I love that.
Went out
stuff.
to dinner with my good buddy Sean Hart last night, childhood buddy, and his friend.
Did he kick your ass too?
His friend listens to our show religiously, his colleague at work, who's a pilot, commercial pilot, and he listens, and his name is Matt, and he said that Matt texts our show all the time, and we never respond. So, Matt, put your name on the text, and maybe you'll get a response. That is my advice to you.
Or just insult Vic.
Exactly,
So
and you'll
everybody
definitely get a response.
Yeah. Insult Vic, and you're going to get one right away. It's not that hard. Anyway, couple of minutes left here. Let's announce the winner. Winner of the tickets to the Avs and Penguins Tuesday night, Josh Perry. Congratulations, Josh Perry, on those tickets. More chances to win all day today on your home of the Avs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
From the 9129. So the shirt I'm wearing. I came in today. I found it. Thank you, Billy, again. She's great. She made us these shirts years ago. Operation.
I want one.
Okay, but what does it say, Vic? Read it again.
Operation. I want it so bad. I want it to all be good.
Be all good. I want it to be all good.
Okay.
Okay. The 9129. Put your name at the end of your text, please. So we've asked for operations, and people have chimed in on the voice of the people
It's
on
a
the
good
app.
one. It's a good one.
How about this? Nuggs and Avs Operation t-shirts, quote, champ and a chip or bust.
I like that. Yeah.
That's good.
I like that a
Champ
lot.
and a chip.
Champ and a chip or bust.
Champ and a chip or bust.
Hang on, play it again, Nelly. Are
Would
you
you
winning
be
a
saying
champ
that?
and a chip?
Yeah.
Are you winning?
Are you winning the champ and a chip?
Are you winning the champ
Hey,
and a chip?
you guys are jerks. You said if you want a response from the text line, just insult Vic. So the last 20 texts have been just random insults.
Good. They're so foul.
Do we have some operations we want to get out before the end of the show, Nelly, or not?
Well, actually, that's a great segue, Brett.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We didn't get many operations today. Turns out slogans are harder to come up with than jingles. So I'll just replay what we have from today so far. And the Broncos one at the end, you guys liked, and we've officially adopted that one.
Mm-hmm. Operation. Come on, everybody, come together. Come together. Stay together.
Operation Sweet McCann Money.
The Rockies are Operation Youth Surge.
Operation Find a Joker, whatever that is, that's not drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Or maybe the key is to draft a Joker who is drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Vic,
Maybe that's the secret sauce.
Vic, yours is really good. Nelly, can we get Vic's one more time, please?
Operation. Come on, everybody, come together. Come together. Stay together.
I actually think Vic had a good operation way back early football season that just we didn't know we were doing it then. It was Vic when he was talking about the Ravens-Chiefs game. He goes, Operation Touchdown. Come on. Yeah. Touchdown. Yeah. Touchdown. Remember when Isaiah Likely, the opening game, had the toenail on the out of bounds marker? Touchdown. Come on. Yeah. Touchdown.
So good, man.
Come on.
So good.
There's nothing better than good. Come on.
Come on.
It works.
Come
in
on.
Every
Come
line
on.
of work.
Come on. Everybody.
Come on.
Everybody come together. Come together now.
Somebody
Stay
who doesn't
together.
know English. If I go over to like Macau right now and I just go, hey, come on. They know. They know what I'm talking about. All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, you search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. You guys have a wonderful Thursday. We're back tomorrow for a Friday show. Drunk takes, all of that. Great time. You have a great Thursday. We love you all very much. Goodbye. Didn't turn my head.
It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown. We live in the world of HD TV, instant replay, rewind, watch it again, magnify it. My goodness, that's a touchdown. Toenail touchdown. Come on. Touchdown. Baltimore. What a play. Touchdown. Stop it. Touchdown.
McCarr up top. He lets it go. Wide of the net. It's off and banked in by McKinnon. McKinnon is a magician. His second power play goal of the period puts the Avalanche back up by 2. And the things that Nathan McKinnon can do with a stick and puck defy my powers of description. In the zone for Devon Taves. Taves returns it to Sanford, back in his assigned position. Tipped on. Rebound is there for Middlestat. He scores! The mighty Casey has struck for the Avalanche for the first time in the last 12 games. Medium rare rebound for Middlestat, and he put a backhander in from 10 yards away. Avs have it again. Miles Wood down the near side boards. He cuts to the middle, leaves it for Parker Kelly. Thinking about a shot. Backdoor tipped in, and they score! OC's playing, baby! It's the icing on the cake. His first goal in 13. And the New Jersey Devils are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. 5-1 Colorado.
We're back. We're back. 5-1's the final. First of a 6-game homestand, and the Avs hammer the Devils. They make Jake Allen throw his controller and rage quit with a minute and a half to go because of a little tic-tac-toe play that Logan O'Connor finishes off in front. You get a 3-point night from Marty Necas, a 3-point night for Nathan McKinnon, who becomes the first player in the NHL this year to hit the 90-point mark. And as you heard it, we welcome back Coach Mike Sanford wearing his number 37 Casey Middlestat jersey. Casey hits the 10-goal mark, gets off the schneid, the old monkey off the back. I would have loved to have seen that celebration. That felt good, and it's all because one player returned to the lineup.
Just looks different, doesn't it, Raj?
It looks different when 13 Val Nichushkin is playing for the Avs. It looks different.
There were a few things that I noticed about why it is so different when number 13 is playing for the Avs. And it's been a long absence. It was December 31st, if I'm not mistaken. Was the last time. It was New Year's Eve, the last time that Val Nichushkin donned the burgundy and blue of the Colorado Avalanche.
I believe that would have been against Winnipeg, if memory serves.
And what I notice, number one, with Val Nichushkin on the ice, we've been talking a lot about the Avs being very perimeter. It feels a lot less perimeter when 13 is even one of the lines that's skating. And the second thing is, you forget how freaking massive of a human being
Val
he's a big
dude.
is.
6'4", looks like 6'4" when he skates.
Yes, he looks like 6'4", and it's strange because he's almost like Debo. Think about Debo from the movie Friday. Give me my bike. He's kind of like that with the puck. He just is able to grab the puck.
It's a great point.
He is a Debo of the puck. And it's weird because he's not like a cheap shot artist. He's not a goon. He just is. He's able to.
Yeah, he's not a fighter.
No, he's able to possess the puck physically and steal basically the bike / puck away from anybody in the hood. And I love having Val Nichushkin back for your Colorado Avalanche.
He changes everything. Yeah, it does. He does feel like a shark. Just waiting down. You know what the scariest things about sharks is, man? When you see those videos of the great whites out there in South Africa, you don't see them. And they're like 25 feet away from you. And then they're blasting at you at 30 miles an hour or whatever, how fast they swim. I'm sure it's faster than that. But you don't see them. It's amazing you can lose Val on the ice on the forecheck. And then right before, you saw the hit against Luke Hughes at the beginning of the game. Like plasters the guy into the boards. He has 3 one-time opportunities. They had 9 forwards with a point last night. He wasn't one of them. And you can make the argument he was the second most or the third most impactful forward on the ice for the Avs last night, outside of Nathan McKinnon, who is always the best player on the 200 by 85.
When you're talking about boat raisers, players that raise the play of those around them, all you have to look at is the lack of confidence prior to last night's game for my guy, Casey Middlestat, and then watching how he skated and just what changed in even Casey Middlestat's game in that second line with Val Nichushkin. It's a different player.
And Middlestat wasn't fixed last night.
No,
There
but
were still
he was
still
active.
issues. He was active. He was better.
He was not playing risk-averse hockey. He was throwing the puck at the net way more than he had been for the last, I don't know. And he was taking risks, and he was threading some passes. It just looked like a different player than what we've seen. Even in the first two periods, I felt like he was knocking on the door. And I know his goal was his goal, and it was basically wide open. He was unmarked, right side of net. But my goodness, he just looked like a different player.
There were still some issues in the middle of the ice, but it really just happened in the second period. Honestly, it was for both teams, right? New Jersey had a really good push the first 10 minutes of that second period, then the Avs dominated the second half of it. In the middle of that, it just became sloppy for everyone. Like, it was just turnover after turnover in the middle of the ice. Nobody could find a way to score. Middlestat was part of that problem. Like, so was Jonathan Drouin, and there was a turnover that Lehkonen had, although the first line was very good last night. He was different. He looked different. I still believe he's on a tryout period until Friday afternoon rolls around. If he looks like he did last night with Nichushkin on his wing for the next few games up until next week's trade deadline, then I look at the Avs makeup and I go, you don't need to move on from Casey Middlestat. If last night was an anomaly and he goes back to being Casper the Friendly Ghost, then I'm still a proponent of moving him before the deadline. You can convince me in 3 to 4 games. Like, these games that are coming up, especially Friday night against Minnesota, you want to catch them at the 3 seed in the Central, you have to win that game. Must win.
Raj, what was the large stretch of disgusting hockey from Casey Middlestat? Like, when was the time period from your perspective where you just looked at it and be like, that's bad?
I mean, Halloween until now.
Halloween was the last goal, but I wouldn't say that early November, the panic meter was there quite yet.
All right, I'll give you November 15 until now. You can have 2 weeks on the opposite side of it.
A majority of that time, who was missing as a line mate for him?
Val's been out of the lineup.
And you think about how Chris McFarland constructed this.
It's only the 5th game that the Avs have started and finished with all 6 of their top forwards on the ice. They are 4-1 in those 5 games.
Chris McFarland constructed the trade a year ago to get a player like Casey Middlestat to fit well with a player like Val Nichushkin.
Yes.
When you don't have that big presence front of net, a guy like Casey Middlestat has to start attempting to play a little bit in that space, and he can't because that's not his game.
It's not who he is.
But then now you can see his game optimized because you have that player back and even a bit rusty. Val's a little rusty, but it still made a big impact. You could feel it. It changed the way that second line skated. And what were we complaining about the most 2 days ago is after line one, there was zero production, even frankly, zero good looks at the net over the course of the last at least several weeks. And that's what I think that right away, right off the bat, Val Nichushkin is able to almost bring it back to the way that the good Lord made it. And it's for Casey Middlestat to be right flanking a guy like Val Nichushkin. And that's why I don't believe that I need to do anything with my 37 jersey that I bought at the beginning of this year.
You get 4 combined points from your bottom 6 forwards. Again, McKinnon was sensational. That little baseball bat goal off the end boards on the power play was awesome.
How often do you see that?
A couple of times a year, 3-4 times a year.
It
something
seemed
like that.
rare.
You get a decent amount of like batted goals in.
Yeah.
But it coming off of the short side boards and him being at kind of like a 0 angle and hitting it as clean as he did. Yeah. Probably 4 or 5 times around the league in a year, something kind of like that.
I think Nathan McKinnon, whatever games require insane levels of hand-eye coordination, tiddlywinks. I don't even know I don't know what tiddlywinks is. Do you know what it is?
Tiddlywinks is a game played on a flat felt mat with sets of small discs called winks.
Yeah, that sounds like a hand-eye coordination
So
game
it's
right there.
It's like bouncing quarters? Is that what it is?
That's a Nathan McKinnon game after watching him just find a puck, which, by the way...
Oh, yeah, it's a quarter bounce. That's what it is. All right.
Yeah, tiddlywinks. Nathan McKinnon, certified tiddlywinks player. Elite elite hand-eye coordination.
Sure, I guess we'll go with that.
Have you ever talked about tiddlywinks on a sports talk radio show?
I sure haven't, Coach.
Have you ever heard it as an athletic comp for a hockey player?
No, the only way that I've heard tiddlywinks utilized is in a negative fashion. No, it's kind of like sit there.
This ain't tiddlywinks.
Yeah, that.
Like we're talking about this is football.
Yeah, go sit there and
Hawkins,
twiddle your thumbs. Yeah, go play some tiddlywinks.
What are you gonna do over there? You gonna play tiddlywinks or you gonna play Big 12 football?
It's the Big 12! Thank you. It's exactly how I've heard it before. Yeah, they looked good last night. I'm not going to say that my panic has gone away. You still have to prove it against Minnesota. You still have a big-time game against the Maple Leafs. You've got 3 very winnable games against Chicago, Pittsburgh, San Jose. But if you look like that, you can beat anyone. You still have $5 million in cap space to use before next Friday. If Middlestat is fixed, let's say he is fixed, Coach. He looks like he did last night for the next few games. I would utilize every piece of that cap to go out and get a stalwart for your second pair D. If he's not fixed, you still have to look into figuring out how to get production from second line center. But it was a good look last night. I liked it. The reason why Val works on that second line isn't just his net front presence. It's not, I would put that at like number 5 of the list of things that Val Nichushkin does that changes this team. Number 1 is his neutral zone forecheck. He is arguable, for my eyes, he's the best neutral zone forechecking player in the league. I think his back check is also elite. He gets to the house quickly. He doesn't shut down his back checks. To have that in the game is everything. To lead by that type of example. Number 3 is his forecheck in the offensive zone, going and hunting pucks in the corner. That's something that Middlestat and Drouin aren't. They're not great at, right? Those guys are facilitators, right? They need the puck to get to them to then move the puck again for a grade A scoring chance. That's the reason why he works. That's the reason why he works alongside Casey Middlestat. I thought that they were going to handcuff Mitz with Lehkonen and Nichushkin and put Drouin back on the top line. I'm cool with this top 6. If it looks like this, be my guest.
When it gets really, really tightly contested, Raj, talking postseason playoffs, I agree with what you're saying in the regular season and right now about Val Nichushkin. But when you're talking about net front presence,
you have to get the puck first, Coach. That's the reason why I think it's more important.
But you also have to put the puck in the back of the net, and you have to do that on your power play, which, by the way, has been atrocious through a majority of this season without Val Nichushkin.
Looked way better last night.
And with Val Nichushkin, when he starts getting back into full form and is a part of PP1 consistently, he is that guy that can get those deflections and that net front presence. That is a big difference in the postseason. Because you got to find goals.
I agree. Yeah, power play looks better. It's because there's movement, right? They're putting Nate down closer to the net. They look like Edmonton. Remember when I said that Rantanen moving off gives you a glut of right-handed shots, and sometimes that's not what you want, but it's actually the best thing that could have happened.
You can see him just cycling on the right side.
You're forced to move.
Yep, they're just cycling. It's like there's a frenzy of activity. Who's next? Who's coming next? Who's coming back?
What are the greatest assets that Nathan McKinnon, Marty Necas, and Cale Makar all have in common? It's their skating ability. It's not their shots. They can all shoot the puck really, really well, better than 99% of the league. But what they have elite versions of is how fast they move their feet. And they were stagnant on the power play, and adding the right-handed shot, having a glut of right-handed shots on that first power play forces you to move around. And you saw it last night against New Jersey. Don't go anywhere, guys. We are giving away Avalanche tickets throughout the entire day. We've got keywords every hour on the 20s. So today at 10:20 and at 11:20, you have an opportunity to hear a keyword and text it into 303-504-0925. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see the Avs take on Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins. On the other side, you will get that keyword. You won't want to miss it. Don't go away.
I did some meetings at receiver, did some meetings at DB, so it's still up in the air. They say nobody has ever done it for real the way I do it, but I tell them that I'm just different. I'm a different person.
The Combine is here. That was Travis Hunter. Before we get into Travis Hunter and some injury news about the draft this year, what it means for Travis Hunter, we'll get into that in a couple of minutes. But the Avs are back. Massive 6-game homestand after the Four Nations break, and they need you to pack Ball Arena as they take on the Wild, the Penguins, the Maple Leafs, and more. And you can get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. And for your chance to win a pair of tickets, all you have to do right now is text the keyword tantrum. Tantrum, much like what Jake Allen pulled last night after the Avs' 5th goal in a 5-1 win against the New Jersey Devils. Tantrum to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. That is Tantrum. And you have from right now until 10:45. At 10:45 and 0 seconds, that keyword is gone. So you'll have 2 chances to enter to win those tickets. We'll give them away at the end of the show. That's your first keyword, and your second keyword is coming up at 11:20. So you have 20 minutes from right now to text the word Tantrum to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you could be going to see the Avs take on Sidney Crosby and the Penguins on Tuesday.
Tantrum also kind of like Anthony Davis when Jamal Murray made a shot.
I think tantrum's a really good word for this show because wham!
Yes. And that's our reaction to tantrums. It's also a great word for the morning show because both Moj and Vic Lombardi throw tantrums all the time.
Moj off the air today was a riot, man. He was going off about Pico Rantanen.
He's in our side room over there. Oh, yeah.
He's about to come in here and beat you. Just heard from Travis Hunter. Built different.
I'm different. Hey, by the way, KJ, thanks for that sounder right there. I knew that song was a good song, and I thank you also to Travis Hunter for the amazing quote. There it is. Uh-huh. Hey.
This might have to be a staple on the show.
I love it.
This is a boogie. This reminds me of college, baby.
You should have seen just our studio to the side watching our guy Steve Nelson. Nelly was getting it. Hey, so KJ, when this music came on and Raj and I were getting it. We were in the club. On a scale of 1 to suburban aging father, how did I look dancing, KJ?
You know what, man? I'm going to give you a 6.5 because you did this move with your hands where you was up here, and I thought you was going to hit us with the Omega Psi Phi where you went here. I thought you was going to hit me with it. I thought you was going to hit me with outfit and say, uh-oh,
what you know about the cute dogs?
Watch out, coach.
Just unhinged when 2 Chainz plays on the station. Unhinged.
Dude, all the way unhinged, man.
Travis Hunter. Big news from Abdul Carter. Possibility that he's going to have surgery, stress fracture in his foot for a guy who could be the number 1 overall pick. This is big news for Travis Hunter, man.
Potentially.
This is something that could scare teams off of taking Abdul Carter with that number 1 pick. If he's injured and he needs surgery, or if you're scared about what that's going to do moving forward, stress fractures those are nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, and this all came down last night from the medicals at the Combine. This was a surprise.
Travis Hunter could be the number 1 overall pick.
Which is what I've felt all along. But there are so many media members that are dug so far in on their mock drafts with Abdul Carter going number 1 that they won't budge. They won't budge on the fact that Travis Hunter, to me, is the most impactful football player in this draft. I believe that. He's unbelievable, man. I went to 4 different CU games in the last 2 seasons, and my entire life being around in the game of football. My dad coached Keyshawn Johnson at USC. I've been around Reggie Bush and coached against him when he was at SC.
That had to be fun.
It was awesome. It was really cool. I have never in my life been opposite or watched somebody from the stands, a player that impacts a game like Travis Hunter in my life. He is the number 1 pick in the draft in my eyes. Number 1 player, best available. And if Tennessee is going to double down and say Will Levis is our guy, then why not give him a guy that can make plays? Give him a guy that you can put the ball in a general halo area like a video game character, and he will come down with the football. Travis Hunter's healthy. Travis Hunter's available. And he is going to impact your team in a multitude of ways. He's number one.
We did see the tweet coming out this morning from Adam Schefter where like 12 hours ago there was concern over whether or not it needed surgery. Schefter did follow up this morning. Doctors told Penn State and projected number one pick again, Abdul Carter, that surgery might not be advisable through Carter's agent, who is Drew Rosenhaus. So this could be, agents trying to go, hey, this is not, these are not the droids you're looking for. My guy is still the number one overall pick. It is cause for concern, right? Surgery would be cause for concern for this year. I think stress fractures in a guy who is as dominant off the edge as Abdul Carter, that would scare me as a GM. Not necessarily like, oh, if he has to have surgery, we lose him for half the first season as a rookie. That doesn't concern me. My issue would be the longevity. Like, is he a 10-year player for me?
Well, we also have to remember Abdul Carter was injured in the Boise State Fiesta Bowl game as well, and it wasn't his foot. It was his shoulder. There's two things that are going into this. And today's the day that I really enjoyed last year at the Combine, where media availability is starting to kind of you're getting some impactful type positional players. So, today we just saw the tight ends. And I want to bring up two tight ends that you just see their podium. Tyler Warren, you saw the picture. What does he look like, Raj?
He looks like Rob Gronkowski with long hair.
Yep. Or Travis Kelce in his prime with long hair.
Yeah, it looks like George Kittle.
Colston Loveland. Where every single mock draft just about right now is mocking Colston Loveland to the Denver Broncos at pick 20. Just tell me what Colston Loveland looked like. Just the picture, Raj. Nothing else. No evaluation of him as a player. What do he look like?
You know what he looks like? He looks like the big-bodied sophomore that makes varsity standing next to the senior who's been a starter for 3 years and in the weight room. You go, oh, you could be something, but you're way different than that dude.
What else was notable about Colston Loveland at his media availability?
He had a sling on.
He had a sling and he just had surgery, shoulder surgery. And I get it. This happens. Football's a violent game. If you are going to use pick 20 for a tight end, man, it's got to be a special player. It's got to be a guy that is a no-brainer. And I like Colston Loveland, but my goodness, the disparity between Tyler Warren, the football player, the body type. I saw him in person at the Fiesta Bowl. I saw him at the media availability. I asked him a question. And then I saw him on the field. I was like, oh my goodness. That is a big disparity between him and Colston Loveland. I do believe that the Denver Broncos, they can find a very good tight end in the second or even third round. And I think there's some outstanding candidates. Harold Fannin Jr., Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, by way of Heritage High School here in Littleton, and then Gunnar Helm, who I think looks like a good player as well. There are other options at the tight end position. Gunnar Helm also of a local product here out of Cherry Creek High School. I think there's some good options at the tight end position. I don't think that you need to reach with Colston Loveland at 20.
Would you, however, reach with Tyler Warren? Would you give up a pick swap this year for first rounders and to get from 20 to where Warren's going to be guaranteed at what? 8? 7? Right? Tyler Warren, do you think he goes before 7 or 8? There's a possibility that he could skyrocket up those boards. It would likely cost you a pick swap this year and multiple firsts to get into the top 10, right? Next year and the year after. Is he worth it? If you believe that you can find tight end value in later rounds. Is he that much different? Is he that much more elevated than Fannin?
Than
Loveland?
He is in the context of what Sean Payton wants to do offensively.
Is he worth 3 first-round picks?
What do we keep talking about when we have the conversation about elite running back draft pick for the Denver Broncos that you might have to go up and get, or elite tight end? What has Sean Payton's background shown you that is going to be more of a position where you lean into their strengths that make them a first-round pick? Is it that you're going to hand the football off 25 to 30 times to that player?
It's not
Because
just
that's
about
the
handing the football off. We went over this. I went over this with Berto yesterday, and I think you and I have done this before. He's not the guy that's going to hand the ball off to someone 30 times, but you can make up those yards in the offense for a running back, and he did it with Alvin Kamara. He did it with Reggie
Kamara
Bush.
is a longer athlete. He is knocking on the door of being close to 6 feet tall. I know Ashton Genty. He's from the school that I graduated from and played football at. I went to media availability. I stood right next to him. He has great hands, but he is short. He is compact. He is a guy that you want to get the ball into his hands by way of screens, by way of checkdowns, but not by way of having him run vertically down the field like you did with Reggie Bush and Alvin Kamara, because he's not a long target. So you're not going to maximize and optimize the quote-unquote joker, which I think all of us are getting tired of saying.
I'm so sick of the word.
Sean Payton loves all of us saying it. He kind of just keeps, I think he's trolling all of us with the joker term. George Payton, I heard this morning, the morning show did a really fun little take on it. George Payton's soundbite from the Combine where he's basically, it's like it's a Loch Ness Monster, he called it.
Also, I feel as though the NFL is very territorial, right? Like, we own everything, and I get that. You should. But in Denver, you don't get to take the word joker. That ain't yours. The term joker is the Denver Nuggets and the Denver Nuggets only. Y'all got to find a different word.
The funniest thing about it, from being a football
Ace.
guy. Yeah,
Spade.
An ace kind of makes more sense,
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Because it can either be an 11 or a 1. Do you need to be a blocking tight end or a mismatch as a wide receiver tight
Find
end?
your ace.
That's a 1 or 11.
Find your
running
ace.
back. Are you a pound the football? You're a 1 as the running back and you line up right behind the quarterback in the 1 position? Or are you the guy that you can line up in empty and then go run slants and slant and go? And because what I'm going to tell you about the traditional Sean Payton, and we're not going to use the word Joker ever again on this program, except to talk about the beautiful 6'11" creature from Serbia. Are you with me on that?
I'm with you.
Okay.
Ace.
KJ,
That's
are
our
you good?
word.
We good, baby.
The Broncos are looking for an ace.
Yes.
And the reason why we're going to do this is because I'll steal something from Kreckman and Lindahl. Is John Gray an ace? We can retire that. That was a tongue-in-cheek type of thing. No, John Gray was never an ace for the Rockies. It was never going to happen. I don't know if they're ever going to have an ace in my lifetime on their pitching staff. So we're going to take ace from a Rockies perspective. We're going to steal it from that organization because, you know what? We get to steal things from you, Colorado Rockies. We're going to take ace. We're going to repackage it. We're going to give it to the Broncos. And that's going to be our new joker role because the word joker is now off limits for you football.
Yep.
Off limits.
It's for the greatest player in basketball on earth.
The last time I will say joker in a football sense on this show
Is right now.
is right now.
Yeah. So let's talk about Tyler Warren and why he's worth doing all of the things. Tyler Warren is the most versatile player in this draft. 6'6", 261 pounds. Are you kidding me? Oh, and you play him as a wildcat quarterback, and then you play him as a tailback, and you hand the football off to him. A guy at 6'6" shouldn't be able to bend the way that he bends. Did you watch the Fiesta Bowl? I was there in that stadium. Did you see what he did on the back line in the red zone of the end zone? The guy, he is a tremendous mismatch, but it can be used in a multitude of ways. Yes, I do believe that a Tyler Warren big mega deal to get in position to get him for Sean Payton and what he wants to do and how he wants to build this football team, it's worth it. And yeah, Raj, I'm with you. I like future picks. I like all the picks, man. Give me the picks. But you know what I like more? I like being in a position where your rookie quarterback, he's got something different he didn't have.
An ace up his sleeve.
He's got an ace. He's got an ace in the hole. He's got his guy in Tyler Warren. That's the guy. Go get him.
Chris Dempsey is going to join us on the other side to preview the first of a back-to-back for the Nuggets. taking on the Milwaukee Bucks this evening. Detroit tomorrow night on 9:50 a.m. You can hear the game this evening on 92.5. So Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV will join us for his NBA Baseline. On the other side, you have 7 minutes remaining for your first chance to win Avs tickets or watch them take on Sidney Crosby on Tuesday evening. 303-504-0925. Your keyword is tantrum with your first and your last name. That keyword goes away at 10:45, so make sure you guys get those in. The next keyword will come up at 11:20. Chris Dempsey next.
What's good, Denver? It's Coach Sanford. And yes, yesterday I did what some of you guilty parties do from time to time. I went out and took a day with snow flu for the family. We got up to Loveland ski area, and my goodness, did we have an unbelievable time. 1,800 skiable acres. And don't forget about it, Thursday to Monday, the Ridge Cat and private Snowcat tours that are available for you at Loveland ski area. We had a blast. Parking lot was full, but tell you what, even with a full parking lot, you can get anywhere on that mountain, and it moves people quickly, efficiently. We didn't wait in one ski lift line. Just an awesome day for me and the family at Loveland ski area. I cannot wait to get back. Probably going to get back up there and spend 3-4 days up in that area for spring break. So get up to Ski Loveland and make sure you check out their website for discounted passes. There will be some opportunities to buy a season pass for next year. We'll let you know about that as we get into March. SkiLoveland.com.
The morning sprint. Coach, Raj, and you guys, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. But let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where Chris Dempsey is waiting for his weekly NBA baseline report. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's going on, guys? Ready to get back to some hoops here tonight.
We are ready to get back-to-back games, and this is a testy one. Milwaukee and then red-hot Detroit. What's the easier matchup, the easier game to get? It's got to be tonight against Milwaukee, right?
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Well, it's they're probably even right about now. It's interesting that's an interesting way to look at it. I think after Milwaukee started 2-8, they're 30-17 since then, so they really do profile as a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. And they don't have Bobby Portis; he's suspended until just about the end of the season. But they do have a lot. I mean, they added Kyle Kuzma. Obviously, Damian Lillard continues to be a really good player and is having one of the most efficient seasons of his career, to be honest with you, shooting-wise this year. Then obviously Giannis. So Detroit's won like 9 straight games. So I mean, both of these teams are very, very difficult to have to handle. I would slightly say Detroit would be an easier team to beat, and I'll put that in air quotes, only because the roster outside of Cade Cunningham and Malik Beasley is, you can handle that roster a little bit more than the Milwaukee roster.
Dem, setting the matchup for tonight with Giannis Antetokounmpo and the bigs of Denver between Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon, and who, first off, who might draw that matchup and what might that look like? And then second off, when you look at Giannis, I still think of him as a younger NBA player, drafted 12 years ago, 2013, and this is it. He is now a 30-year-old player. What do you see of this current iteration of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and what do you think in terms of who he is and how he potentially matches up as a problem for the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, he's just a problem, Coach. He is just a very just kind of a monster going toward the rim. And I mean, when you're talking about players that score relentlessly in the paint, that are unstoppable pretty much in the paint, Giannis, you could argue, is at the top of that list. Nikola Jokic is at the top of that list as well. But I believe Giannis actually leads the league in points in the paint per game. And so he looks as every bit as devastating as he always ever has. And I think for him, he hasn't had to have as much of a nightly heavy lift as he has had to in the past because of Damian Lillard and because now of Kyle Kuzma. And, I see a lot more box scores with him finishing right around 16 or 17 shot attempts, whereas prior to those two individuals being there, those shot totals were a lot higher. So he's been able to, I think it's preserving him a little bit more because, as you say, he is he's getting up there in NBA years, and that usually means that you would like to have more help on a night-to-night basis. So, but he's. If Milwaukee wins tonight, it will be because he probably had a big game, and that's usually the case for this basketball team. And I think it makes them a very interesting team to watch in the Eastern Conference in the playoffs because nobody really talks about them at all. And and for good reason. They did this to themselves earlier on in the season, but also they're not the team that you really want to run into necessarily in the playoffs because they have so much star power.
Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV is our guest for his weekly NBA baseline report. Nuggets taking on Milwaukee this evening. You can listen to it on 92.5. Demps, let's bring it back to the West. We were told just a couple of days ago that J.J. Redick has cracked the enigma that is Nikola Jokic. Big-time win. They follow it up with a triple-double from Luka against his old team. How real is that? And is the 8-2 stretch that we're seeing L.A. go on, is that real?
Yes, it's real. The 8-2. Let's just take the component parts. 8-2 is real. They are playing good basketball. I cannot look at them and say that team is not playing good basketball because they are playing a lot better. to crack the code of Nikola Jokic, I laugh 1,000 laughs at that. And the reason why I do is because I think what they had there that day was a really good game plan. And I'm talking about a really good game plan against the Nuggets in general. And part of that was, how do you deal with Nikola Jokic when you actually don't have the size to deal with Nikola Jokic? And so from the standpoint of, you have very athletic bigs, even though they're not super tall. Can you swing the pendulum so that Denver has to deal with your athleticism more than you have to deal with Denver's size? And that is what they hit on in what was really a remarkable game plan. Now, having said that, it was still involved like one of the most basic defensive principles you could do against a post player, which is fronting him. And so if you're going to front him and you're going to have help on the backside, well, then now the Nuggets have seen that. And it's not they haven't hit on something that now it can be repeated every single night out. And in a 7-game playoff series, you are now limiting Nikola Jokic to 7 to 10 shots per game, 12 to 15 points per game. That is ridiculous. That will never happen. And so for the Nuggets, it was just really good that they got to see that right now. Because that was a playoff-type game plan played in a game in February in the regular season. So I am in no way worried about the Lakers at all. Their roster still is the roster. And, Luka's playing better. He's getting into better shape, and that's wonderful. We've seen Luka play great before. That is not new. The thing that was new that day was the Lakers playing defense that hard, that consistently. And we'll just see if they can continue doing that over the course of the season. And then when they run into the Nuggets again, what will they do when the Nuggets have now adjusted to what was a really good game plan?
Yeah, talking about the defense that the Lakers employed against the Nuggets, that's been one of the more consistent questions surrounding the Denver Nuggets regular season. Yep. What do you feel right now, just after the most recent stretch that you've seen, in terms of just the buy-in from the players, both in taking care of the basketball so that you don't have to defend and transition so much, but also just defending in the rotations and the scheme that goes into making sure that you're not giving up such a high volume of quality shots, particularly behind the arc. Where do you have the Nuggets right now in kind of a 2/3 of the way through the season grade report for their defense?
Yeah, I think the defense is improving. I actually really don't have a problem with their defense almost at all, except for maybe in a couple of areas. But I am starting to get more concerned about this turnover thing. And, the issue right now, especially when the Nuggets play good defensive or high pressure defensive teams, you start to get 20, 22 turnovers, and depending on how those teams are able to convert them, you're getting some really high points off of turnovers allowed numbers for the Nuggets. And so when you talk about defense, that's kind of part of it, right? You alluded to this already, which is if you're just giving the ball away, and I'm telling you, when I go back and watch all these turnovers, there's just so many careless passes and so much careless ball handling. And, now you're fueling the other team's transition fast break points. Well, that at the end of the day goes against your defense, but it's because you were playing bad offense. And so, it's for the Nuggets, if they can just cut these turnovers out, and I'm like 14 in a game is fine. 22 in a game, which is what they had against the Lakers, 20, and then they followed that up with 20 more against the Pacers. Well, now you're just keeping teams in a game that probably shouldn't be in the game. Or you're allowing a team that's playing well, let's just take that Lakers game, and you're allowing them, affording them the opportunity to really stretch out a lead and blow you out. And so I think the turnover thing is most concerning to me. And Nikola Jokic actually talked about this a little bit after the game. He said, well, we're such a good passing team that sometimes, things go wrong. Okay. I can grant him that, but not to this degree and not to some of the turnovers that we've seen. I think I asked this question on my Instagram the other day, which is, are the Nuggets the best passing team in NBA history? And that is not hyperbole from me. Their assists per game is 0.1 lower than the Lakers. I believe it's the 1984-85 Lakers, who averaged the most assists per game in a season. They are that good. And so when you're that good passing team, then we don't need to see the turnover numbers be that high, because your ability to be very effective in this area says to me that you should not also be careless in that same area.
That's our buddy Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey. Off tonight. It's a TNT national game, but we'll see you back on Altitude tomorrow as the Nuggets take.
We'll be there.
Oh, you guys are back there tonight? It's a dual broadcast?
It'll be a side-by-side tonight.
Oh, never mind. All right.
Well, we know where you should tune in. There's only one place you should tune in, and that's to listen to our guy Demps and Vic pregame, and Scotty and the crew, Katie Wingy. So watch it. Right?
We'll all be there.
Is it on Altitude? Is it on Altitude TV, or is it on 9 News?
It'll be on Altitude TV and
and the app too.
Yeah, exactly right. So I don't know which one it's on, as one or two, because of the Avs, but we'll be on one of those two.
All right. Oh yeah. Well, no Avs this evening. Avs don't play until Friday, so you guys are on Altitude Friday. 1 there. As we try and piecemeal the broadcast schedule for the evening. Demps, thanks for keeping me on track.
It takes all three of us to be able to get that done.
We appreciate you, brother. We'll talk to you next week. All right.
See you guys.
That's Chris Dempsey. He'll take a quick timeout. Come back on the other side. We'll go from one Altitude personality to another, and this guy is in studio. The voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey, joins us on the other side. Don't go away.
McCarr up top, he lets it go. Wide of the net. It's off and banked in by McKinnon. McKinnon is a magician. His second power play goal of the period puts the Avalanche back up by 2. And the things that Nathan McKinnon can do with a stick and puck defy my powers of description. Behind the zone for Devon Taves. Taves returns it to Sanford, back in his assigned position. Tipped on. Rebound is there for Middlestat. He scores! The mighty Casey has struck for the Avalanche for the first time in the last 12 games. Medium rare rebound for Middlestat, and he put a backhander in from 10 yards away.
That's the voice of Connor McGahey, and if you're watching the program on YouTube, just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube, hit the red subscribe button. Don't miss anything, including the Altitude Daily Podcast on YouTube. If you're watching there, you would see the ugly mug that is Connor McGahey.
You would see that.
We're happy to have you in, man. It's one, nice to have you in, two, nicer to have Val Nichushkin back on the ice.
Boy, you ain't kidding. And there's so much talk about, like, okay, how much impact is he actually going to have on the game? And I feel like, huge impact. And even Jared Bednar said post-game, you heard his comments here on 92.5. He said, I thought after missing that amount of time for him to come back and jump right in, it was easier this time than the last time for Val Nichushkin to hop back in and be a difference maker immediately. Not on the score sheet, but eye test-wise, fabulous last night.
Another great performance last night from Mackenzie Blackwood. Almost... it's really easy to almost gloss over how good he was.
168 minutes of shutout hockey on home ice. 4th longest in franchise history.
What's it been like just having him around the club? You know, you're on the road trips, just the maturity of both he and Scott Wedgwood, the two of them. Has there ever been a bigger glow up, maybe between the pipes that what was frankly, wasn't a good situation?
Yeah.
Let's call it that way.
Yesterday, because they're both the Blackwood-Wedgwood duo played for New Jersey before, right? So all the Devils people came into the locker room at morning skate, and they we're all chuckling about this is the second iteration of the Lumberyard.
Did both of them say, not today, Satan? Not today,
not
Satan!
Today, Satan! I missed an opportunity last night. Son of a gun.
You put it out on the X machine.
There's a chance you might be able to do it in a few years. You see Miroslav Shatan's son is
he really?
He's like 6'9".
Oh boy! Because Shatan was a big boy too.
And playing in the USHL right now. I think he plays for like Omaha. He's huge. There's a possibility you could see Miro Shatan's son.
Did he grow up here or did he grow up in Czech?
I have no clue.
You're the junior hockey guy.
He's a Slovak.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Slovakian.
Oh, I thought he was Czech this whole time.
They're all neighbors, tight neighbors with each other.
Miroslav Shatan Jr. is 6'7".
Holy smokes.
200 pounds, and grew up playing in Slovakia, but came over to the USHL, played for Sioux Falls last year, currently plays for Omaha right now.
Okay, so raised in Slovakia, then
You're
came
right
to
about this,
North
though.
America.
You're right about this.
What?
That Miroslav Shatan was born in Czechoslovakia.
Okay.
So he was born in the...
So when Czechoslovakia was one country before the split.
Yeah, so before the split.
But so we're talking, okay, perfect. So that's where my brain
You were
was.
good.
Okay, thank you
Glad
very
I
much.
could derail us there.
Not today, Shatan. But so all the Devils people want to talk to Mackenzie Blackwood, who's starting last night. Not every goaltender talks to the media on the day that they're starting, right? But Blackwood's there. He's talking to 3 and 4, like Matt Laughlin, who's my counterpart, great guy, comes over and does a 6-minute interview with him. And that's just the type of attitude I think you want around, instead of like, nope, don't even look at me on a game day. That attitude translates to being a good teammate and I think results. Now, 15 wins that Blackwood has is the second most since he started with Colorado since December 14th. Hellebuck has the most wins. Blackwood has the second most wins. There's your difference.
You think there's a little bit of motivation behind Mackenzie Blackwood after being left off the Four Nations roster?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, Binnington at the end of the day saved the day for Canada, which I hate to admit more than most things. I really do. But he did. But I think 2020 hindsight, when Don Sweeney was putting Team Canada together, I think, did they just forget about him because he played in San Jose? Is that what happened?
I think a lot of people forgot about him. When we were talking about fixing the Avs goaltending room, the only guy that I heard in the state that talked about Mackenzie Blackwood being a possibility
was you?
Mark Springer.
Oh, Spring Dog.
He's a machine.
Blackwood was
Guy's
never
a
on
radio
my
machine.
radar.
Springer is. Makes sense. It adds up.
San Jose at this point, I would like to say that I am the one who coined that nickname, by the way. Thank you.
You're also a jinxer. Which you
yeah,
did.
I mean,
he also
big time.
You know he jinxed this last night?
Did you do the shutout tweet last night?
I didn't tweet last night.
Go
I was
ahead.
texting the group.
So he texted the group.
See, that's just as bad.
So
though.
we were coming up with our keywords for today's Avs Tickets giveaway.
Oh, yeah. By the way, if you didn't get a keyword in before, 12 minutes from right now, you'll have a second keyword to text in. And if you do that, you can win tickets to see the Avs take on Sidney Crosby and the Penguins on Tuesday. So 12 minutes from right now.
So the keyword ended up being tantrum, as in the tantrum that was thrown last night. But originally, I actually had a tantrum because Raj throws out shutout.
It was on
that was going to be that was going to be the keywords.
It doesn't matter. The fact that you did that. I got handed a note by Altitude TV's great stats guy, Pat Chavez. And it was about the amount of time that had gone on. This is the end of the second period. And he says, I know you're not going to even want to look at this or acknowledge this, but just in case, this is where we're at as far as shutout time goes. I took the note. I turned it face down so I couldn't even read it.
You said not today, Shaitan.
I said not today, Shaitan.
So I'll read the text thread right here. Our great program director, Kevin Shockey, goes, hey, guys, we've got 2 words to give out at 10:20, 11:20. What would you like the keywords to be for Avs tickets? I text, I go, I don't want to jinx it, but I want the words to be shutout and blockbuster. So shutout for the win last night, and then blockbuster for the trade deadline on Friday.
So you're trying to also
hold on.
He never learns.
I sent that text message at 9:43 p.m. At 9:48, Jack Hughes scores on a one-timer.
This is it's.
And what did I say?
uncanny.
Raj, what did I say on that text thread with our boss on that text thread?
Right on time.
It's not a coincidence.
It's uncanny. I've never met somebody who leans further into a jinx than
him.
Alex Ryanemi.
I have texted you separately before.
Yes, during games that you're calling.
During games that I'm working, I said, what is Raj doing? Like, resist the urge. Learn some self-control, for crying out loud.
I think you guys are going about this the wrong way.
You are.
What?
It's no.
There's a track record here, and it goes against you.
It's an unharnessed power. We need to figure out how to use this for good. It's very.
You did?
Like,
You did with the Chiefs. You ended the Chiefs.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
He ended the Chiefs.
That's a good point. So you got one back in the win column.
Yeah, not many. Not many other ones to talk about.
He was a -8. He's a -7.
Yes,
now.
his net's not great.
I'll be back in the booth with you on Friday. Don't worry. We'll.
Are you actually coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anytime I do games with you at home, I'm there, brother.
Do you
It
go
makes it
color? Do you
easier.
do color?
No, but Connor and I have kicked that idea
Yeah.
around a couple of times. That may
I
be
don't
something
care.
in the future.
I don't care.
I mean, I'd love to jump on some hockey color, some stick.
You know
and
what?
puck
I
color.
had Scott Hastings.
I listened to that.
Did you listen to
It was
that
awesome.
last year in
Yeah, it was
Boston?
fantastic.
Because the Nuggets were playing the Celtics the next night. And so, for those who don't remember, Scotty came and he did the whole thing. He did morning skate, rode the bus. He asked questions to Bednar, media availability in the morning,
awesome.
and then Kane did the game at night. It was awesome.
Nichushkin comes back. He's one of the players on the roster that doesn't have a point, but you could argue is probably the second or third most impactful player on the ice last night.
Yeah.
Is it as easy to say as Val Nichushkin fixes the Casey Middlestat problem?
I mean, the thing is, we talk about trickle-down economics. There's trickle-down offensive ability, too, and flexibility. And Val Nichushkin's skill set is good for both Casey Middlestat and Jonathan Drouin. Both seem more lethal last night than maybe the previous at least 6 games. I mean, I know Drouin had 2 goals and an assist versus the
dang near
Blues.
previous 2 months.
Yeah.
Especially for Casey Middlestat.
I mean, Middlestat had a 3-point game versus Dallas at
Right.
home. What was that? 14 games ago. But again, the skill set for Val opens up the other 2. Maybe skills that they don't necessarily have. So that's what lines are all about. I mean, that's what coaching is all about, is finding skill sets that mesh with each other. And I think Val's skill set helps free up the skills and smartness of both Jonathan Drouin and Casey Middlestad. So the short answer to your question, Raj, is yes. I think so.
Connor, I want to whiplash and go into some Denver Broncos football real quick.
Whack!
Because you are the PA, the public address announcer. How do you say that? PA and
I think both are acceptable.
Yeah, PA guy.
Hey, PA guy.
Yeah.
The public addressor.
So one thing that's been
I'm not French.
Can you tell me the history of the creation of my children, both of my boys, I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, their favorite football chant in the history? In the past intended for ... is,
and then the crowd goes.
How long has that been in play?
I believe it was started by the great Alan Cass.
Okay.
So who was the public address announcer for the Buffs for a long time. So he would do Buffs on Saturday.
So was this a CU
and then Broncos on Sunday. And I think it started with Cass and then went to Alan Roach. And then when Roach went to the Vikings, look, it's in Madden, for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's one of the most noticeable crowd and unique crowd traditions in the entire league. I mean, everyone has their third down, whatever.
Yeah.
But the people that it drives crazy, I don't understand. Like, why would that annoy you?
I'll tell you, as a former quarterback, it would annoy the heck out of me, and that's why
I'm
it's so
talking
good.
fans. Yeah, exactly.
No,
opposition probably hates it.
It is. I can't imagine if you're a young quarterback in a stadium that is just.
But to my knowledge, it started with Alan Cass.
Okay.
Rest in peace. Who I took over for as well at the Buffs, and I remember getting a nice note from him. He was sitting with his wife in the section across from the press box at Folsom Field. He didn't want to work games anymore, so he was just there listening, and he sent me a nice note. He said, hey, congratulations, and you do a great job. Anyhow, sweet man. He was a curator of the Glenn Miller Museum at CU for a long time, too. But so to my knowledge, the whole incomplete thing started with Alan Cass a long time ago at the old Mile High.
All right, it's
Stadium.
3rd down and 7.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback.
Yeah.
He threw a ball that was intended to, we'll say, DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay.
And it was broken up by Riley Moss.
Okay.
Can you create the sound for us here? And then can KJ, myself, and Raj be the fans?
Yep.
Thank you.
Mahomes' pass intended for DeAndre Hopkins is
Incomplete! That's Connor McGahee. You can hear him
Riley
tomorrow
Moss in coverage for the Broncos.
as the Avalanche take on the Minnesota Wild on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brother, thank you for your time. Coming up on the other side, don't go away. It's your second keyword to win Avs Penguins tickets on Tuesday night. You can win those starting on the other side of the break.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Before we get into NFL notes, as we wave farewell to Connor McGahee, thank you for joining us. Bye! You guys have a chance to win tickets to see the Avs take on Sidney Crosby and the Penguins. Avs back for a huge 6-game homestand after the Four Nations break, and they need you to pack Ball Arena as they take on the Wild, the Pens, the Maple Leafs, and more. You can get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. But if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets here on the Morning Sprint, all you have to do is text this brand new keyword, Crosby.
Whoa.
Crosby, Crosby, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. That's Crosby with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Because, well, you'll be able to get into the building to see Sidney Crosby play.
Oh, that's
and then
why.
hopefully...
So it's just so you can see him play as a member of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it, right?
And then take him hostage and don't allow him to leave the state of Colorado. That is your task. If you win these tickets, you have to commit a felony and kidnap Sidney Crosby.
In light of the Raj jinx, can you say that there's absolutely no chance?
I mean, there is absolutely no chance.
Say it. Let the people on top of Lookout Mountain hear you. Say it to the rooftop.
There's
the mountaintops.
Don't make me do this. This
Do
hurts
it.
my soul.
Come on.
There's absolutely no chance that Sidney Crosby is being traded from the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Colorado Avalanche.
Okay. Thank you.
We're using my powers for good. For good.
Thank you.
That still hurt me. All right, KJ, it's time for NFL notes. By the way, you guys have 20 minutes to get those keywords in. Crosby with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That keyword ends at 11:45. KJ, NFL notes, take it away.
The doctors at the NFL Combine have advised Abdul Carter against having foot surgery. Carter has a stress reaction in his right foot and was facing the possibility of surgery after tests revealed the injury on Wednesday. His agent, Drew Rosenhaus, said, quote, "I couldn't be more confident that this will be a non-factor where he's drafted." Rosenhaus said on Thursday he will be put on a show. He will put on a show at his pro day, and quote, his pro day is March 28th. March 28th, Penn State. But in a unique situation like this, guys, how far could we expect Abdul Carter to fall?
Not very far. It might be a matter of a pick or two. Abdul Carter is a bona fide top 3 talent in just about any draft, particularly in a quarterback deficient draft. Abdul Carter, I believe, this is what I'm sniffing. Drew Rosenhaus is his agent. Have you ever watched Drew Rosenhaus at a press conference? Doesn't seem like the most, we'll call it trustworthy of individuals. Seems like a little bit of a snake oil salesman, if you will. This just reeks of a guy that is going to go through the draft process as if there are no problems and then go ahead and get his incision on his foot shortly after the draft. That's what I see.
He wouldn't fall out of the top 3 if this would be the case. And doctors did go to Carter's camp and were like, hey, probably don't need surgery. It's still an issue. Stress fractures are scary, man. And I know it's a different sport, but like all I think back to is Yao Ming and the stress fractures in his foot and how it derailed his career. I don't know if I'd want to mess with that, man. But like he's not getting past Cleveland too, right? Especially if Cleveland wants to move on from Myles Garrett. There's your Myles Garrett replacement right there. Cheaper, younger. Move on from Garrett, get some more first-round picks, get your quarterback. You could do that if you're Cleveland.
And Garrett is a pretty decent comp on this player.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he's not quite as big, not quite as Myles Garrett's just such a unit. But in terms of elite pass rusher that also can be really, really, really strong at the point of attack against the run game, yeah, Abdul Carter is in that. He is in that camp of Myles Garrett. That's the best comp I see.
KJ, keep it moving along.
Income, please. Travis
That's
Hunter.
so good.
Hey, listen, man. Every once in a while, we do a little thing here. In the
That was
morning
historical,
sprint.
I think. That was the first time in Denver's radio history that's been recreated by the actual PA guy.
That's what I'm saying. So listen, the morning sprint, we're here to make history at Altitude Sports Radio because we want to be known as the best. You hear me, Coach? We want to be known as the best.
We're going to be the best.
Travis Hunter stepped up to the podium on today and expressed that he wants to play both sides of the ball in the NFL. He says it's not his job to figure out the how, but he does want to do it if the opportunity presents itself. Well, luckily, Altitude Sports Radio has its own balloon popper from ESPN.com named Jeff Legwold, and he explained on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning why it's not possible, even if he were offered $65 million per year at the end of his rookie contract.
It's not his ability that'll get in the way. It's the snap count issue. Like, for example, Pat Surtain missed a game this year, so he played just under 1,000 snaps. But the previous 2 years, Pat Surtain played about 1,100 snaps in those years, and that's just on defense for him in an NFL season. And Travis Hunter played, 1,345 snaps at Colorado last year. So that leaves you only about 200 snaps on the other side of the ball to get to his highest snap count, of his college career. So I just don't know that it is an amazing thing that we're even talking about it for a player who could probably do it if it was physically possible. But I can't imagine a team would invest in what you're going to have to invest in to get him in the draft and then allow him to play that many snaps and shorten his career, essentially.
Balloon popper, Jeff Legwold, not believing in the true two-way abilities of Travis Hunter. You know what? Travis Hunter said it today at the combine, at the podium. Don't apply common logic like Jeff Legwold is applying to this player. Why? Because our guy Travis Hunter's different.
They say nobody has ever done it for real the way I do it, but I tell them that I'm just different. I'm a different person.
He's different. And I know that. I believe it. He's got his own theme song. We played it to open up a segment.
Also, 2 Chainz wrote the song for Travis Hunter.
For Travis Hunter.
I feel like the song was here before Travis was even alive.
I think it probably happened the day that Travis Hunter came into this earth is the day that song was written. Because it was for him. Because he is different.
I'm Different was this song that you hear underneath me right now. When was I'm Different released? I can't find it. 2012. So Travis was, 10? Is that right? Is that how that maths? How old is Travis Hunter right now? 22?
He was only a junior, like a true junior. So I would say 21.
He was 9 years old. That was close. He was 9 years old when the song came
That's probably right when they got to see some of his physical attributes in
Pee
youth
Wee
football. Yeah, and 2 Chainz wrote this song.
I'd be so upset if there's a team that drafts him that doesn't allow him to play both ways or doesn't find a robust package to use him as a wide receiver, right? Like, we get this with Shohei. It's amazing to watch Shohei Ohtani play. And this is the closest athlete that we've seen in the modern era to be able to do that in the NFL. They're going to give him a chance. Whoever drafts him will give him a chance to play both sides, and I think he's going to succeed at it. Is his career going to be cut shorter than what a normal wide receiver or a normal corner would actually have in the league as a result? Yes. But it's going to be transformative. It'd be a travesty if we don't get to watch it. A travesty.
It's not going to happen. Because why? He's different. He's going to play both ways. So we will not have to miss out on that.
KJ, what's next?
Come, please!
The current Matthew Stafford saga regarding he and Brady meeting in Montana has thrown an entire monkey wrench in what draft analysts are thinking. Phil Yates is the latest to change his opinion, as he now has Shedeur Sanders moving up a few spots in light of the Stafford to Vegas rumors. Here's Phil Yates talking about that earlier.
Yeah, the first 3 picks in the draft are going to be busy with quarterbacks. I believe Cam Ward ends up as a Cleveland Brown, number 2 overall. Reminder that Deshaun Watson is going to be out for almost certainly the entirety of this year. And then in 2026, his money is nothing more than a lost cause. Give me Cam Ward to Cleveland, and then Shedeur Sanders, who won't have to wait a whole lot longer, going to the New York Giants, who own the third pick overall. We've talked about the possibility of a Matthew Stafford trade. I still believe the Giants need to think about a young quarterback long and hard. He goes to the Big Apple.
All right, I like it.
It didn't take long for us to get to that point. These quarterbacks suck. They wouldn't have been drafted in the first round last year. That means you don't want to draft them this year. Nope, they're quarterbacks, and this is the NFL, which means quarterbacks go high.
Not to mention that Shedeur Sanders is arguably one of the most exciting players to watch in college football from this last 2 seasons in terms of end-of-game heroics. So, yeah, a place like New York that is just desperate for some type of hope in the post-Danny Dimes era, the post-getting rid of a generational running back that ends up winning a Super Bowl at a divisional rival, the Philadelphia Eagles and Saquon Barkley. Yeah, I think that the New York Giants are in desperation mode right now as a franchise. And yes, I think that would be the right pick if I were them. I just don't trust them. That's why I think they could make a bad pick at 3.
That fan base would lose their minds. Like if Mason Graham is the selection at 3, it's such a shame that they don't host it every single year at Radio City anymore, because like the New York fan base out there, love them or hate them, it just provides great audio from the combine. And now that it travels, you get the boos, but you don't get the same feeling.
Was it the Jets fan base that booed mercilessly no matter what?
Yeah.
Even if they liked the pick?
Yeah. It's kind of like the whole NHL booing Gary Bettman.
Yes.
And like, remember when Vegas won the thing and the fan base didn't really know what to do, and that kind of pissed everyone off? Like, you're supposed to boo Gary Bettman even though he's kind of kept the league alive through 2 lockouts.
Yeah, like Roger Goodell gets just mercilessly booed every time he's up there.
It's just part of sports.
I actually think Roger Goodell does a pretty good job.
I think the same thing about Bettman.
Yeah, pretty solid product.
Don't forget, text the word Crosby to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name to win tickets to see the Avs take on Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins. That is Crosby with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That keyword expires in 10 minutes, and then we're going to give away the winner right before we hand things off to PhD. Crosby, 303-504-0925 to win Avs tickets. KJ, what's next?
Come, please! The NFL is considering changing their overtime rules in the regular season to decrease the advantage for teams that win the coin toss. Receiving the ball first has become more of an advantage pre-2011 when overtime was a sudden death period. Receiving teams won 56.8% of their games in overtime from 2017 to 2024, up from 55.4% from 2001 to 2011. Current rules give both teams an opportunity to possess the ball in overtime unless a touchdown is scored on the first possession. Making the overtime rules the same in the regular season is a possible solution, along with extending the period to 15 minutes. There's a conflict of interest here, guys, because if the NFL plans to move into 18 regular season games, what's the real benefit to changing the overtime rules?
Real football?
Yeah.
An actual result? What are we doing here? The fact that we still have ties in football in 2025 is a joke.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I also, I have a bone to pick with soccer. The Rapids don't advance because the dumbest thing about soccer is the aggregate. It matters where you score your goals. Having ties in football is as dumb as soccer's aggregate rule. That's how stupid it is that
Team
you can
USA
end a regular season football game in a tie, where you can also not advance in soccer because of you didn't score enough goals in California as compared to Denver. Soccer's stupid in a lot of ways, and that's the dumbest one.
Well, you know what, Raj? I think you're stupid because Team USA, with that same logic, beat Team Canada in the Four Nations face-off because we won on aggregate. And I'm taking that to my grave.
You are so soft.
No, I like the aggregate. We outscored Canada in the 2 matchups.
Orange slices and Capri Suns. It's the Mike Sanford way today, huh?
Mm-hmm. Back to the NFL overtime. I think that it's fine as is right now.
Stupid.
I mean, the tie is so rare. It does not. How many ties were there this year? Were there any?
I don't know.
A lot of games.
I have no
played
idea,
this year.
actually.
There have been ties. I know there's been a couple.
No ties this year in the NFL.
And you just threw a piece of paper at me and said that you made it sound like there's ties every weekend in the NFL as a result of the regular rules.
The possibility of a tie is a joke.
You know what the NFL cares about more than your opinion
in 2022
about the possibility of a tie? They care about the TV slots and keeping the line moving to the very next game. That's what the NFL cares about. They want to make it a very efficient model of moving from one game to the next. That's why college.
You don't want to watch overtime football? What are you talking about?
They like moving to the next game.
I think you're so far off the mark here, man. So far off the mark.
Playoffs, yes, they love overtime games.
Everyone should possess the football regardless if there is a touchdown scored or not. The only other way that I can say that you don't get to hold on to the football is if you have a fumble, like a scoop and score or a pick six. Then the game's over.
It is.
Right? Because you had the ball in your hands.
That's what it currently is.
That's what it currently is. But if someone scores a touchdown, right? Patrick Mahomes goes down the field on the first drive of a regular season game and scores a touchdown. Bo Nix doesn't get to have the football in his hand. That's stupid. It's antiquated. And quite frankly, let's do what college football offended. Does. I am offended. Sure, let's do it. I'm cool with that.
Oh, really? Just have a 2-point conversion off? That's not even a real football. How do you let a 2-point conversion decide massive implications of games?
Each team gets to handle the football.
In a very, very small niche situation of a game that happens in a normal football game or season in a matter of five snaps a season outside of overtime. That's the most that you would see 2-point conversions on a normal team for a 12-game regular season.
If it means that both teams get an opportunity to possess the ball offensively, I'm here for it.
Okay, so why don't we give both teams the ability to possess the ball from the 40-yard line minus 40?
Sure, be my guest. Why not?
And just play the score.
Let's do it.
Play the score.
Let's do it. I'm okay with that.
So minus 40.
Give both offenses the ball in overtime regardless of results unless it is a defensive touchdown against.
And coin flip determines who starts first.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because the coin flip, it's still part of sport.
That's fine.
It does matter.
I think it's insane to me as an offensive guy, as a quarterback, you're going, yeah, I'm okay with if the opposing QB in overtime goes down and scores on my defense, that I don't have anything to say about it. As a former quarterback, I think it's nuts that this is your stance.
I mean, it's overtime. You shouldn't have gotten there to that spot in the first place. As a quarterback, I should have played better in the previous 4 quarters. That's how I look at it. That's the accountability, unlike this millennial viewpoint of all of this or Gen Z viewpoint that you have. That this isn't fair. That's not fair because I didn't get a chance to play. Give me my participation trophy. Freak out of here, Raj.
NFL Notes is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You crack me up, Coach, every single day here. I missed you yesterday.
No, you didn't, man. You got to be the Silver Fox, man.
Alberto is unbelievable.
Who, by the way, looks like a Civil War general right now with his facial hair. I was watching on Twitch for a minute last night. He looks like a Civil War general.
My favorite thing is to tell people when Berto is on our airwaves during the day, like to tune into YouTube, because he looks different than whatever sketches in your mind of Berto, vastly different than what you think. So anytime he's on, I'd say you guys got to hop on digital and watch this fella.
I saw the Twitchers saying the same thing about Connor McGahee. Some of them were like, just didn't expect him to look like that.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. I told you for years, I thought Tony Reale and DMac were the same person. That was DMac's voice in my head. 303-504-0925 is where you need to text the word Crosby, as in Sidney Crosby, with your first and last name for a chance to win Avs and Penguins tickets. That keyword goes away 4 minutes from right now. We'll give you your winner on the other side.
What's good, Colorado? Are you starting to get a little bit nervous about your plans for spring break, possibly even plans to watch the Masters or March hoops coming up? Book your hotel right now at circalasvegas.com because you need that sunshine, that warmth, that heat, and most importantly, you need to elevate your pool game at Stadium Swim, where you're going to see one of the largest outdoor jumbotrons in North America, putting all of your favorite sports. You watch your Nuggets, your Avs. Heck, you can even watch some Rockies games as we get closer into the beginning of baseball. What a time to get out to Circa. Don't forget also to download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Morning Sprint, hand things off to PhD. Your next chances to win Avs and Penguins tickets will come on the 20s every single hour for PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl. So 12:20, 1:20, 2:20, 3:20, so on and so forth. A whole bunch of you guys, nearly 800 of you have entered just on our show alone with your 2 words. Your first one was tantrum. Your second one was Crosby. Those keywords have now closed, so we are going to randomly choose a winner and announce that about 5 minutes from right now. Winner will go see Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins take on your Avalanche on Tuesday of this coming week at Ball Arena. Avs back on the ice tomorrow to take on Minnesota after a big-time win against the Devils. A little double-dipperoo tomorrow on Altitude.
Is your wife nervous about Sidney Crosby being in town? Like that you're, is she going to make sure she's aware of your...
Is that my hall pass?
She's aware of your, exactly where you're at all times. And
oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She knows how much I love Sid.
Oh, we all know. Do you think Sid has any idea? Do you think he's ever felt like kind of creepy vibes when you've been around a game that he's been involved with?
I would assume that I am a very tame individual as compared to other... crazies out there.
Right now,
I'm telling you, man, he's the only athlete that I've been around in this business that has made me feel like nervous or like I'm scared to talk to you. Mm-hmm. He's the only athlete. The only other one I got scared about was Tiger Woods. And that was like back at Belle Reve when he was chasing Brooks Koepka at Belle Reve. I think it was like 20.
I thought he was chasing something else.
I'm sure he was. Sure, he was chasing a few things at Belle Reve. I remember talking to him, and I was like, I didn't know what to say. So those are the two athletes that have ever gotten me like starstruck.
I'm trying to think if I've ever even had one.
What would be the one? Who's your favorite athlete growing up? Who's your idol? You don't get to say dad.
It's ironic because I'm here in Colorado in the media space, but it's Peyton Manning.
Okay.
Was my idol as a young quarterback, high school, college quarterback, studied his film. I mean, my firstborn child was named after him. And I've never even been in the same area as him, strangely. So yeah.
Think you get the jitters?
I don't know.
I don't know if you would.
I'm not a big jitter guy.
You aren't a big jitter guy. And you've also, so what's different between you and me here, right, is that you have occupied a similar space as I'm not right. I know you're laughing at that because it's Peyton Manning, but having occupied quarterback at the D1 level, having coached at that level, right?
Division I football
that is a different sphere than, I suppose, me going into a press scrum with Crosby or trying to get a word in with Tiger after he finished runner-up to Brooksy.
One that gets me is really, really successful people in completely other industries. So like the music industry. And I think that happens a lot with like pro athletes. They all want to be either world-renowned rappers or rock stars.
Right.
And get their power stance and start shredding. So there have been a couple times where I've been like that in the presence of some music entertainers that I've been able to come into contact with.
Or like a big time actor. All right. I see the difference there. I understand the difference.
I don't know if an actor would move the needle for me, but I think music's one of those, just because putting on a show and being like having 80,000 screaming fans at a stadium, all looking at just one person.
Talk about being built different.
Yes. That is unique.
I couldn't imagine going
I met
through
Zach
that.
Bryan.
Zach Bryan?
He's like the
the country guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
the guy's kind of been drugged through the mud with his girlfriend that
With,
broke
Brianna LaPaglia.
Yeah, from Barstool Sports. I met Zach Bryan at an airport. I wasn't nervous at all. It was just like 5 a.m.
I was gonna say he's a short guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
kind of my size.
Yeah, by the way, somebody at my church this weekend is like, "Hey, is that guy that's on the air with you, like, is he like 4'10"? I'm like, oh my God. I need to calm down because you are not that short.
I'm an average size.
You're truly an average size human.
5'8", 160 pounds.
I think I was giving the image of you like you truly are somewhere between 4'6" and 5'2". And so I was like, no, he's just like, if he walked in, he just looks like everybody else.
A legal short person or small person.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so I learned that from one of our great listeners that goes to my church.
It's too good, man. It's too good. Oh, final thoughts from Val coming back. Like, do you feel? You felt like the Nuggets were fixed a couple of games ago prior to the LA game, and I still think that's like a little blip. Like the Nuggets feel more nuggety, for lack of a better term, right now than they have at any other point in the season. Does one game of Val being back make you feel like the Avs are back to being that's a scary team to go through in the West?
What it did for me, Raj, it was another reminder of just the build of this roster. There's not a player that I think is more vital to them looking like them, functioning like them, than Val Nichushkin. And I know you could say Nathan McKinnon, and I know that's a really crazy thing for me to say, but when you just think about the build of this Avalanche team, they're not very big physically. There's not a lot of big presence individuals. And so when you don't have Val Nichushkin, there's a lot of redundancy on the roster. He just feels different. It's built different.
He does change the way that the offense functions, the way that the offense looks. And New Jersey is a team that I think you can take advantage of the middle of the ice against, because the Devils are built eerily similar to the Avs. They saw that package and went, we're going to build through the middle of the ice with a lot of speed. Jesper Bratt is very fast. Hughes is lightning quick.
There's so many Hughes on that team.
Yes, there are 2 Hughes on that team.
So many.
2 of the Hughes.
Are they brothers?
They are brothers. Luke is the youngest. Jack is the middle. And then the eldest is Quinn in Vancouver.
Are they trying to get Quinn over there so they can just be the New Jersey Hughes?
I mean, Quinn doesn't look very happy in Vancouver. That would be kind of cool. I'd like to see all three of those guys play together. Why does
Jack Hughes look like he's 12 years old?
All of them look very young. All 3 of those brothers look like they're 12.
And they look like something straight out of like, they look Spicoli, kind of Fast Times at Ridgemont High vibes. It's total bros.
I don't know anything about their
just
personal life.
Young bros. They look like guys I grew up with in SoCal.
Don't harsh their buzz, bro.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Let's go hang out south side of the pier, bro.
Congratulations to, get this name, Vinicius Rodovallo.
My
Vinicius.
Goodness. That's a name right
Rodovallo. There. You are going to see the Avs take on Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins on Tuesday. Congratulations. If you didn't win, go to coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. You can still buy them today, or listen to DMac. Listen to Polumbus and Hastings. They'll have keywords on the 20s every single hour on their show and on Kreckman and Lindahl. You can only win Avs tickets right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll see you tomorrow at 10.
Laying that pipe. Best that we can on this gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Feeling good, Tyler? You feeling good?
I feel good.
Scott Hastings, live from Milwaukee. Haas and Fepper Incorporated. You feeling good, Scott Hastings?
Feeling good. You know what I was listening to today? You guys be proud of me. Nothing but
Sesame
Bob
Street.
Dylan.
Nothing
but Bob Dylan, because I watched the Bob Dylan movie.
Is that out on can I get that on my TV now? I don't have to go to
Yeah, but you got to pay a little $1 for it.
How much
Yeah,
is it?
Yeah.
Like $19?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah. But it was good, man. It was good.
How much did you know about Bob Dylan before you watched that?
Quite a bit, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He has your interest?
Well, the only reason I knew as much as I did is through Johnny Cash. I went down to Johnny Cash,
Wormhole?
deep wormhole, read his books, got obsessed with that. There was a lot of crossover between those two guys.
Folk stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Cash is the outlaw country folk singer. No doubt about it. Him and June.
Discovered Chris Christopherson?
There's, that country sort of folk sort of scene, is definitely a thing. I mean, a lot of classic country music is
big deal in the Bob Dylan lifespan when he was at the Folk Music Festival and he used the electric guitar.
That's the big famous story.
Yeah.
That's the Newport Jazz Festival.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not jazz, folk.
Folk Festival. Sorry. Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. The movie looks great. I heard Chalamet is incredible in it. So he really sang that was all him singing. And they did a lot of takes.
He was also Willy Wonka, so he
was
sing
Willy
Wonka too.
Yep.
Yeah, this guy's kind of a crazy talented dude.
And
He's Dune as well.
He is Dune.
He was the Dune guy.
Yeah, you're right.
He was working on that Bob Dylan thing for 6 years.
Yeah.
6 years trying to get that down.
They said that he originally voice tracked everything, and then when they got to the movie, he decided, I'm just going to sing it live.
Yeah, and that's what they did. So I haven't seen it yet. I've heard great things about it. That's cool, man. So you want to throw some Dylan in here today for some bumper music?
I'm telling you, Highway
rainy.
61 Revisited.
Let's go.
I've been jamming to it all morning.
Little Rainy Women, little Everybody Must Get Stoned. Or maybe that's the same song, actually. Times they are changing.
Everybody must get stoned.
I believe that is Rainy Women is Everybody Must Get Stoned. I believe. But yeah, Bob Dylan, man.
Good movie, though. Good movie.
Yeah. I named one of my kids after him.
Is that right?
No. Actually, I tell everybody I named
Was that Bob or was that Dylan?
No, I tell everybody I named him after Dylan Thomas, the Irish poet. And but everybody said, oh, Bob Dylan. But whatever. Names. Scotty, what'd you do with your day off there in Milwaukee yesterday?
I got a little workout in, got a little food, did a lot of reading. That's about it.
Yeah? What you reading about?
Forgiving people.
Okay. How you doing on that?
To have total and true forgiveness is a work in process every day.
I'll feel you on that. There's somebody for forgiveness needs to be granted, but what a difference in the world of sports. Transition. Val Nichushkin back for the Avalanche last night, and guys, I cannot believe what the difference is in the locker room, what the difference is on the ice. Jared Bednar had a different pep in his step. I can't believe it.
Woke up Casey Middlestat, didn't he?
Woke up everybody.
You know how we we were joking about Riley Moss the whole time. Like, can Riley be that big of a difference? Oh, we got Riley back. Everything's going to be perfect.
Yeah.
No, Val kind of is that.
We were being facetious about that, but with Val, it's serious. And here's why, I think. He doesn't need Nathan McKinnon to be great. And it really does appear a lot of other guys need Nathan McKinnon to be great. He doesn't. Huge difference. Because he becomes the high tide that raises the boats. And when he's on a line with two guys who are kind of struggling with Drouin and Middlestat, all of a sudden they look better. And Lehkonen, of course, is McKinnon with Natchez. They look better. And all of a sudden, Logan O'Connor is going to knock one in for you.
I mean, I'm not sure what could have been better in that game, quite frankly. Everybody was about perfect.
I agree. And Bedsy afterwards was really happy with it. He said that Nichushkin, there were like 9 forwards that got points. Nichushkin wasn't one of them. And he said that Nichushkin dominated the game, Scott. That's the game he had.
I remember the great basketball writer. Is it Sam Smith in Chicago? I think he wrote a book on Jordan, and he wrote a book maybe on Bobby Knight, and just been a perennial one of those old dudes writing. And he came to me about 3 or 4 years ago with Joker, and Joker had like a game like he had against the Lakers. I don't even think he scored double figures points. And he goes, I've never seen a guy dominate the game and didn't score. Didn't really score. And that's what you're talking about, what Nichushkin did.
Yep.
And that should be a sign to all the kids that play whose parents spend way too much time in the stat sheet instead of, what are you doing to make the team better?
I don't know how this guy can time after time take as much time off as he does and just come back and he's him. That's not normal.
Got me. Most people wouldn't have that opportunity, frankly. That's how good he is at his job. We all should be that good at our jobs to be given the allowance he has. But you can't argue with the results, can you? I mean, that's a different Avs team.
And it's a reminder, the last 2 years in the postseason, what might have been. We talked about yesterday the windows of opportunity for the Avs and the Nuggets. Somebody texted in about that, or maybe that was with Andy and I. They're in that window, and you've wasted 2 years. And Nichushkin, let's be honest, with the good, there's bad. Nichushkin let this team down 2 straight years in the postseason.
No doubt about it.
And I'm telling you, with him, I think they're both years are different outcomes. I really honestly believe that.
Totally agree. He's that good. He's that important. And last night, you could feel it.
This is pretty interesting text that, man, could this be true? It might be. Nathan McKinnon is the league MVP. Val is the Avs MVP.
Might be. Maybe. Yep. I mean, it's hard to discount how important McKinnon is. By the way, can I tell you this? Happy Nate after the game. Like, good-natured Nate. Kind of joking around. I mean, he doesn't really smile all that much, but, happy to talk about stuff. Talked about what his takeaways were from Four Nations. Basically admitted that those guys they were exhausted after Four Nations. They should not, hindsight's 2020, those 3 guys just should have got the weekend off. It would have been better, frankly, for everybody. And
they're probably going to have to do something about that in the big picture if they want to continue this thing. And I know that it's going to be a minute till we get it back, but they got to consider that.
Yep. Yeah. And we talked about that yesterday with Connor. I agree. And Connor, and I understand the hockey team coach franchise mindset. You're our best players, and you represented your country well, but we need you here. What do you mean you're tired? And I get that you're making a lot of money, so get out there and play. But that's more on the league, to where you're having that many NHL players. I mean, 25 guys. You had over 100 guys that didn't we think that almost all of them, 95% of them, were all NHLers, if not all of them, right?
Oh, they all are. It was only NHL.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got 25 on each squad, and you may have had an alternate or not, I mean, you had 100-plus players in the NHL, and basically, and I know it was only Canada and USA, but that's 50. That's half of those guys that played it are coming back and playing after 16 hours or 20 hours. That's a lot, man.
Oh,
listen, the Nuggets are going to have a tough back-to-back tonight against Milwaukee, who's a really good team and playing well. Then they got to fly to Detroit, who just beat Boston.
How about that?
Who's won 8 games in a row, and you're going to play Detroit on a back-to-back, lose an hour on the time zone. They're not going to be at their best, but that's how the league scheduled. The league could have done something about this and said, and what was the day? Was it Thursday or Wednesday they played that finals?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, because they played Saturday.
The league kicks back up
Saturday.
At the earliest Sunday. Let's play Monday.
I think the league. Gosh, didn't the NHL have games on Friday? I think they did. I think
we did talk about it. I mean, one easy thing is just bump it to Wednesday, but that's not even the real answer. 24 hours isn't the real answer. They got to figure something else out.
It's a bit of a moot point because there's nothing that's scheduled like this even, because they're doing the Olympics, then the World Cup of hockey, and then who knows. So it's a fair point, but it's not all that relevant in terms of the future because you don't know what the future holds.
Well, here's what we know about the future. The NHL is going to find a way to have a national competition
no
for
doubt.
the All-Star break from here on out. Don't you think?
I absolutely. I'm just telling you, man, what a difference Val makes back in that room. He got the big hat. Net just gave him the big hat, and he didn't even put it on. He didn't talk to the media afterwards. I don't even care. I really don't. He doesn't have to talk to the media ever again as far as I'm concerned. But he got the big hat. He's got the respect and love of his teammates because you know what? And it's so funny. Remember how everybody was like, oh, what's Nathan MacKinnon going to think of Val? Blah, blah, blah. You know what Nathan MacKinnon cares the most about, as it turns out?
Winning.
Yeah, that's it. And no matter how.
And aren't you glad for it?
It's you know what? It's how the sausage is made in pro sports, whether you like it or not. This ain't high school or college or whatever. There's bottom lines to this business. And either you can sort of roll with that and accept it, or you can fight against it. But how is Nate going to adjust to what? One of the world's best players being back on his team? He's going to be great with it. It's not like you got to be best friends with everybody. And by the way, I have no indication that he dislikes Val. I have no indication of that whatsoever. I don't have any indication any of the guys dislike Val. I had some indication about Georgie. I'll tell you that. I had some things about Ryan Johansson, if you want to know the truth. Mm-hmm. But I don't have that vibe about Val and the rest of the guys. They won a championship together. The core of the guys in Val. They're bonded through that. That has got to be, well, you guys have gone through it. Don't you have a little bit of a closer bond with guys you won a championship with? I guess I'm asking.
Yep. Yeah, you do. I think you create very unique bonds on every team, and sometimes drama bonds also, like trauma or whatever. Like when there's like Washington, ironically, my closest group of guys comes from my most dysfunctional team because we were so bonded throughout that experience. But yeah, there's a way different kind of bond when you win a championship.
Here's a little bit of Bedsy about Val.
It's a huge part of it. I mean, if you look at the second line and their the pace, the ozone time, the scoring chances, I think he really helps those guys. Like he's the type of player with what he provides that I think is sort of like the perfect complementary guy for anybody, but for guys like Middlestead and Drouin. We've been missing that. And he made an impact. Like he's I think we had 9 forwards with points tonight. I think he was one of the guys that didn't get one, and he had a huge impact on the game. And that's just what he does. He's checking the puck back all over the offensive zone, forecheck, tracking, skating with it in the neutral zone. He's a net presence. He's just, I mean, he makes so much stuff happen on both sides of the puck that I thought he had a great game for his first game back. Like it's hard to come back after missing that much time and step in and like kind of look like he didn't miss a beat.
How's that coach sound?
Happy, ecstatic, back with the confidence. Back with the okay. Here we go.
Exactly.
When we talked about it, they still got 2 of the top 3 players in the world on their squad. And Nichushkin, before the first incident during the Kraken playoff series, you were calling him that season, Darren, the top 5 player also.
No doubt about it.
In the NHL, right?
In the NHL, yeah.
So
yes.
This guy, this is big, man. This is huge.
Yep.
And now the biggest thing is this team, and this on Bednar and the staff, whatever, they got to keep him upright until June.
That's the magic pill right there. Well, one of 6 home games. We have tickets to give away. We'll give you the details about that. By the way, if you're looking for behind the scenes stuff and stuff in the locker room and press conferences, and then you got Raj and Spring breaking it down as soon as the game's over, it's there for you on our YouTube page. And you can just find that at Altitude Sports Radio YouTube. Subscribe today. The Altitude Daily and more. It's all there for you. Catch up on it anytime you damn please. When we come back, we have keywords for Avs tickets. And I'm a little bit nervous about one of the bigger prospects for the Broncos based on his press conference today. I'm a little bit nervous about it. You might have to talk me down from a ledge on that coming up next.
Hey guys, this is Tyler here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and I want to tell you, I built a long-term relationship with Phil Long my rookie year in the NFL, and there's a reason I keep going back every time I need a new vehicle because it's always a great experience. Guys, they take care of me, they get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price, and that's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the door, and what I love about Phil Long Ford is we're talking about one-stop shopping. You don't have to drive all over. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams with my friends over at Phil Long Ford. And keep in mind, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com. Love it.
What's that, Bob?
Everybody must get
Now,
stoned.
you would think that the name of this song would be Everybody Gets Stoned or something like that. Just like you would think the Who song is Teenage Wasteland. It's not. It's Bob O'Reilly. This one, I think, is like Rainy Day Women 12 and 35, something like that. It's along those lines.
You nailed it.
12 and 35, yeah.
You know what I noticed diving into the Bob Dylan catalog? Every song is about 6.5 minutes long. I'm serious.
Well, he's telling a story.
It's not like today's songs where it's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
He's got something to say, man. We're talking doing a little novel for you every day.
Probably why he never blew up on radio, but he always blew up in concerts and record sales.
God, I don't know, man. When I started as the good old rock and roll DJ there at good old classic rock 104.7 Kicks FM, we played a ton of Bob Dylan stuff. A ton. A lot. Played this one 10,000 times. So
Which was, 15, 20 years after he recorded it?
What was the years? I was in 90. I started DJing there in 1990 or so. So maybe. I go in 90, 85, 65, 75. No, probably a little bit longer. Who knows? My DJ roots. The classic rock
now,
DJ
I got a question.
roots.
Dan, have you ever heard this song before before DMac asked you to play it?
What do you think, Scott?
The answer is probably no, but the answer should be yes, because this should be your ringtone.
There's no way Dan had not heard this song.
Never heard it.
Everybody Must Get Stoned? You never heard of this before?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
You know I'm
now
uncultured.
you're thinking, okay.
I got
now
another
you're
one.
thinking,
yeah, go ahead.
Ringtone, right? Ringtone, right?
Oh, maybe. Can you believe that Dan had never heard of Gene Hackman before?
Shut up.
No.
What the heck happened with that? They both woke up dead?
Yeah, I know. That's off. Well, they didn't
And the
wake
dog.
up. Yeah, the dog. It looks like
I thought they said
they woke.
pets
Hold on. They woke up dead.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm not a very smart man, Jenny.
No, you're proving that right now. But
oh, my God.
sadly, it's a terrible story, but they had a wellness check at their house because nobody had seen or heard of them in a day or so. So a neighbor said, hey, man, we got to see what's going on. And they were the wife, who's 64, he was 95, and the dog, they were all dead in the home. And it feels like
a
it's
carbon monoxide thing or something?
That's not been official, at least not as far as I know, but it feels like that's that sort of thing.
And they were all in different parts of the house.
Oh, I did not know that. Is that right? I did not know that.
I think he was in the bedroom or some back room, and she was in the bathroom. I thought I saw that.
But yeah, Dan had never heard of Gene Hackman, and I pointed out Hoosiers, and Dan has never seen the movie Hoosiers.
Oh my God.
And I don't know.
I've seen it, but I think it's a bad movie.
Okay, but at least you're aware of the.
I've seen it multiple times.
Like, if you want to get into that little weird conversation of must-see sports movies, Hoosiers has to be in the top 10, wouldn't you say?
No.
Yeah.
God, you don't think that's a classic? You got to see this movie?
No, it's actually just not a good movie.
Oh, all right. Well, if you don't like the movie,
great
fine. But it's without a doubt one of the more definitive sports movies of all time. Whether you like it or not, it's fine. That's your opinion.
It's not exciting. It's not particularly inspiring. It's not
inspiring.
Wow.
Nope, not particularly.
A small, tiny.
One of the smallest school in Indiana beats a big 5A city school, and that's not inspiring. First time it ever happened in the history of Indiana, and I'm not sure that it's happened many times after.
Yeah, the opposing team in the final 2 minutes was more sympathetic than their team.
If you don't like it, you don't like it. But to never have heard of it, that's a new one. But I don't know, man. There's not a lot of better basketball movies out there than Hoosiers. Give me a better basketball movie than Hoosiers.
Fish and say Philadelphia.
Chips. Blue Chips.
It's the fish that saved Pittsburgh, Scott.
The luck of the Irish.
Right, the fish saved Pittsburgh. My bad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the one where they go to Africa?
Celtic Pride?
Celtic Pride, not bad.
The original Space
Jam.
Champs.
Dan's killing me. The Avs are back for a
the Adam Sandler one that featured our guy.
homestand for the after the Four Nations. Okay. They're taking on the Wild, Penguins, Leafs, and more. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets for your chance to win tickets. Text the keyword SACIC We need some spelling help on Sakic. We know how to spell Sakic. We're good on Sakic. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Sakic. Along with your first. Look at these people not knowing how to spell Sakic. Sakic. Along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We will have 3 keywords, and we'll give away a pair of tickets at the end of the show today. So this hour's keyword is Sakic. Okay. Colson Loveland. I am very nervous about this, dude. I knew he had been injured, and I know he's rehabbing, but there was something weird about seeing the number 1 Broncos prospect, maybe, up at a podium with a huge sling on.
He's doing good. Yeah, it feels great. Surgery went great. Got some x-rays. They look really good. Just taking it day by day. So from the 29th, after 3 months, I'm able to run around, catch balls, have the whole range, and then after 6 months, I can do contact.
Okay, I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
You're out?
I am.
You got to be kidding me right now.
I am out.
Well, on the how about this? On the positive side, the dude plays hurt. He played the entire season with that.
Jeff Hireman, Jake Butt, this guy. I'm out.
We're talking.
I'm out.
Hold on.
I told you a week or two ago that I was out on that.
I got it. And like you're not wrong, and I get it. And
Upper
you're right.
body's way different than lower body.
I
for the record.
don't care. The guy's showing up at the combine in a big humongous
The
sling.
number 1 overall pick just found out yesterday he's got a fracture in his foot. It might need a freaking a screw put in.
Abdul Carter, I'd be out on him. Out. I'm out.
Oh my God.
Out.
Find me a dude that doesn't have problems at the combine with his medical history.
Cool. Whatever. There's probably a lot of guys out.
Not many guys come in a surgical brace.
I tell you, if Loveland's there in the 3rd round, okay, maybe. 1st round,
you guys are drugged.
Out.
You're drugged.
Out. Forget it. I'll go with
the dude had a surgery, so we're out on him.
Out.
Have you watched the film?
Out.
Have you seen him play football?
We'll get a guy in the 2nd round.
Tell me you have watched him. Because I don't know how you could watch the film of this dude and not walk away thinking this guy's got the ability to be a wide receiver threat like that you haven't had on this team in a long time.
Go back and watch what's our Golden Fox blonde-haired dude from UCLA.
Hey, Scott.
Go watch his film from UCLA.
Scott, you ever had an AC joint injury?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Scott wasn't drafted in the 1st round,
Would you define an AC joint injury as serious?
It's the most uncomfortable thing you can do, and if you have poor rehab, you'll be affected by it for a long, long time.
It's very, very painful.
Catching the ball over your head is going to be tough.
It's very, very painful. It's a very low risk injury. It's not a big deal. An AC joint.
There's got to be other guys.
I played my entire career with my right shoulder 3.5 inches lower than my left shoulder from an AC joint.
Awesome. I'm not taking you in the 1st round either. Yeah.
Actually, how's it today?
Well, I had surgery and it's great.
Listen, man.
Raise both your hands above your head like a ball's coming at you.
Yeah. Entirely.
Oh, look how that left hand. Look at how the left hand's a little bit shorter.
It's my right hand. I just said.
Yeah, because you got issues with your left now. And
did you know that my right arm is way longer than my left arm? It's crazy. Look at that.
I'm the same way. Watch. Two surgeries, one surgery.
Yeah. Look at that. It's crazy. I can't.
I bet you two dum-dums didn't even know what the injury was. And you're out.
With Loveland, you know, it was my arms in a sling during the combine.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had 3 shoulder surgeries, and I got 2 pins in this one. I know about shoulder surgery.
Yeah, I have had 5, so you know.
Listen, man, if it wasn't the 1st round, if it's a 3rd or 4th round thing, okay, I don't know. You can talk to me.
But here's where I'm being.
Round.
Here's where I'm being dead serious, and I'm no longer playing. This is not a major reconstructive deal, guys. This is an AC joint. They go in there, they shave the bone down, they clean it up a little bit. Scott, have you had that?
Yes, dummy. How many times you want me to answer the question?
So have I. Have you had a labrum reconstruction? Have you had those? Those are long-term serious deals. AC joint was one of my most minimum deals I've ever had.
fractured cup that had to have 2 screws put back in it, labrum shaved,
right,
and smoothed over, and the AC.
And
joint
how would you
smoothed
compare that
over.
to an AC joint?
Well, both of them. I mean, here's what I'll tell you too. Once you cut open a guy, arthritis kicking in sometime. He just created quicker arthritis. So did you, by opening that thing up and going there and scraping it with metal utensils.
Okay, well that's true, as every football player's got.
Out.
Out.
How about Harold Fannin Jr.? How about him? Is he okay?
Well, you know what that means. You know what
How
that means
about
for
our
you,
Cherry
D-Mac?
Creek guy?
You know what that means for you?
What's that?
If you're out on if you're out on Colson Loveland,
Yeah.
you ain't getting your first round tight end.
Fine. How about our dude Gunnar Helm?
Juwan Johnson.
Well, he's a free agent. We can get a free agent and we can draft a guy. What about your guy Gunnar Helm in like the 3rd round? Cherry Creek's finest.
That's cool. I'm not out on Gunnar Helm.
Okay, let's go Gunnar.
So Juwan Johnson, you signed as a free agent. Gunnar Helm in the 3rd round.
All right, let's go. At least we got a guy who's going to play, and we got a little rah-rah Creek spirit going on that one.
Guys, I'm really shocked to hear you, Scott, that think an AC joint is that big of a deal. I am.
It's just
you have to admit, you have to remember, I've been saying out on him for
but you've been
2 weeks.
But has that been because
now
of the
you come to the
injury,
combine in a sling and you're all up in like this? Nah, I'm good.
I am a little. I'm being a little facetious here, but I'm being a little serious too. Are you not feeling a bit of Jake Buddism that that he just couldn't get healthy and he never really was healthy? And the rigors of the NFL are just so much more.
What are the injuries of Colson Loveland that concern you?
I have no idea what's going on. He showed up for interviews in a sling. I don't know.
I mean, we're acting like this is like a long-term deal, or is there other stuff?
No, that's nothing. It's just a sling.
So he had an AC joint shaved down.
It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous, and I don't want to be nervous about my 1st-round guy. Other rounds, sure. Hey, Jonathan Cooper with heart issues in the 7th round, go for it. Turned out great. Turned out awesome. A 1st-round guy who's this Abdul Carter thing would make me nervous as hell.
How far do you think he's going to drop?
I don't know, because he's unquestionably the best pass rusher.
How far do you
in
think
the
he's going to
draft.
drop? He needs a screw put in his foot. Just found out at the combine.
Well, and it's up in the air whether he's going to have the surgery or not.
Okay, fine.
And he's supposed to work.
Some doctors telling him he needs a screw in his foot.
Yes.
How far is he going to drop?
Probably not that far. It'd make me nervous, though. It'd make me nervous. All right, hold on. Let me back up. Do you think the news about Abdul Carter will have an impact on the draft? He is projected by a lot of people to go number 1 overall.
I would say if it has an impact, it would go from 1 to 4.
That's an impact, though. That's something.
Okay, so he's the 4th overall pick.
It's still really good. Don't get me wrong. By the way, that would be the Patriots who are projected to take this offensive lineman guy's name's escaping me right now. Will something or other.
The Texas guy?
I forget. I mean, the Patriots are mocked to take this offensive lineman. I've just been blowing past his name because I've seen it just 10,000 times, but I can figure it out.
Does this injury help Travis Hunter now maybe be the 1st pick?
Maybe.
Where is this offensive line?
For
Will
sure
Campbell. Will Campbell. Yeah, this helps Travis, I think, quite a bit. By the way, Travis is out there saying, I want to play 100%. I want to take 100% snaps as a receiver, 100% snaps.
Did you see what the Browns had to say about him?
No, what'd they say?
So they said,
we love him?
Well, yes. They said, first off, Travis Hunter can play whatever the hell he wants to play. He's that good at either one of the positions. But they said that they do view him as a wide receiver, primarily that can play on defense. And they said the reason, their justification behind that is because you're talking about a guy, if you put him at the corner position, has got an opportunity to make a play 30 to 40 times a season, right? Versus X amount of times on the entire season playing wide receiver.
Boy, Judy and Travis Hunter, not bad.
That's pretty dynamic.
Yeah. Here is Travis from today.
Guy that can catch it and one guy that can't.
Well, timeout. I'll stop Travis here. Are you trying to roll up on Jerry Jeudy right now?
No, he had a great year last year.
He had a great year last year. You saying he can't catch it?
Well, he did lead the league. He does have this, and once you're in the record book, you're in the record book. He did lead the league 1 year in drops.
Okay. That dude had a freaking wildly great year last year. And it sucks that he
did a great game against Denver, and he was okay the rest of the year.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we should all be as okay as Jerry Jeudy was at his job last year for the Browns, who sucked, by the way, and couldn't get anything together. And he was unbelievable. And yes, what he did against the Broncos was mind-blowing. And thank God Jameis Winston had to get his interceptions in that he does every single game. I'm telling you, man, Jerry Jeudy and Travis Hunter would be...
Jeudy went off last year.
They would be unfreaking believable.
He had 1,300 yards. I'd say that's going off.
For a team that sucks.
He had 235 against Denver, right?
Yes, record-setting.
1,300 off top of that.
After that game, he only had one 100-yard receiving game. He had 4 games under 30, 2 games under 20 after that game.
Yeah, they were a terrible team. I mean, they didn't have a quarterback for the vast majority of the year.
I mean, it wasn't quite 1,300, 1,229. That's a hell of a year.
He was their Pro Bowl guy. He was it. He had the best year of his career. All right. This is a silly argument.
145 targets. How many catches?
I have no idea off the top of my head.
95, 100?
90
catches on 145 thrown from Jameis Winston, and who the freak knows who else played quarterback.
Dude, you wanted Jameis Winston here.
I like him as a backup quarterback because
listen, Jerry Jeudy's fine, but if Jerry Jeudy's your number one receiver, you ain't that good.
Oh man, wow.
Well, keep in mind, Amari Cooper was supposed to be the number one out there.
Yeah, well,
who's a free agent too.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, a team with Jerry Jeudy and Travis Hunter can do some damage. That is up there with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase as far as I'm concerned. That is a hell of a pair right there. Anyways, here's Travis about what he wants to do.
Play both. That's not my job to figure it out. I like to play both sides of the ball, but if they give me the opportunity to play both sides of the ball, I'll play both sides.
There was a funny video because there were literally, boy, I tell you this, man. I'm looking at some of those muggles at the combine. This is Nerdapalooza. Like the Super Bowl, I think, it's the Super Bowl, whatever. Holy cow, looking at the nerds at the combine.
Yeah, speaking of nerds, have you seen the Jaguars GM, James Gladstone?
Well, he's like 12.
This dude literally looks like he's about 13 years old.
Yeah, I mean, when's the Dungeons and Dragons game coming? But
How the heck does that guy get in front of a room and command the men?
As a GM, do you have to do that?
Well, you got to command your scouts, I guess. You got
a coach that says Duval.
With my awkward eyebrow.
Did you know who we were making fun of when they first Nick Sirianni? Remember that? Remember when we were making fun of Nick Sirianni? How's he doing? How's that working out? They believe in Trevor Lawrence. We'll see what they do down there. When Travis Hunter says, "Hey, it's not my job to figure out. I just want to do it." It's pretty strong, right? That's a good little pull on his part.
Yeah. I don't think Travis Hunter's playing full-time, but I think that there's going to be a team out there that, whether it's the Browns, who view him as a wide receiver who will play some defense, or somebody else that's got a different plan for him, what's in all likelihood what will happen is he's going to start out in a limited role, and then once that limited role gets shown that, yep, I'm pretty damn good at both of these, he's going to start playing more and more and more.
In the same article you quoted from Cleveland saying he's a receiver, Tennessee in the same article said we're going to make him, he's a full-time cornerback that we'll find packages to put him in as the offensive guy. So there's your 1 and 2 with two different thoughts on what they would do with him.
In all honesty, I do not know why you would make Travis Hunter one of the top 3-4 picks in the draft if you weren't going to utilize him with both.
Absolutely.
I mean, it wouldn't make much sense if you weren't going to give that a shot. And, whatever. That's going to be somebody else's issue to deal with. He's not coming close to the Broncos, that's for sure. We're going to draft the guy in a sling. Oh, my God. It's PHC here on 92.5. We'll get to the funniest story of the combine so far is Muggles trying to throw hands at each other after 1 o'clock. We gotta wait on that. It's a tough one to wait on.
We got betting odds.
We'll get to all of it coming up. It's a great story. So we'll get to it on the way. By the way, I love our texters are awesome, man. And the keywords out there, Sakic, this hour's keyword, and we'll have another one next hour because it's just all your perspective from where you come from. Corner is more important. Agree with that assessment. He'll play both, but not full time. That is such a classic argument right now in the NFL. What's more important, corner or wide receiver? I'll tell you this, man. If you just look at who gets paid the most, the NFL, at least the paychecks are telling you it's wide receiver, not corner.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I still value a corner over a wide receiver personally, and I'm talking about a true lockdown corner, not just any corner. The problem is there is a huge drop-off from the true lockdowns in the NFL to the others, and that's why they just don't have the prices that go through the roof because there aren't as many of them. There's so many freaking wide receivers. What team does not have a $25 to $30 million wide receiver these days? It feels like almost all of them have got one.
Denver.
And well, you're right.
Right.
But for that logic alone, the supply and demand of it, I'm like, I don't get why when the demand is so great for great corners, why the numbers don't add up to what wide receivers are getting.
On the text line. So DMac and Scott have no idea what the actual injury is. They just heard the word surgery and they see a sling and they're out. Great talent evaluators. Come on, man. That's such a weak, lazy take. Do your homework. And then just rips us for.
I would say here's a weak, lazy take because we talked about I've had the surgery.
Oh, okay. Well, there
I'm
you
just
go.
telling you, listen, I'm older. When I had my surgeries, he's still a young buck. He's got years. Tyler's still a young buck too. Probably will have no effect. I'm still jaded by past Michigan quarter or tight ends that were injured. We brought them in, and they stay injured. And like I said, there's two things that scare me: receivers with shoulder problems and receivers with feet problems. Now, Demaryius Thomas came in with feet problems.
He
and
did.
He had a pretty good career for Denver.
He did, but he needed time to recover, and then he also needed Peyton Manning.
As Eric Decker came in the league hurt.
He had the same thing. Yep. It's when I don't want to get in trouble again. Yes, they both had injuries in their rehab process.
Feet tissue.
Their rehab process was interesting to say the least at certain times, but
Decker was back practicing in the rookie year training camp faster than DT was.
You know who had injury issues right off the top was Julius Thomas. Remember that? He was kind of banged up right from the beginning too. He was like the secret weapon. Nobody really knew about him. Mm-hmm. Then Dulcich, he couldn't get healthy. Jake Butts really couldn't get healthy. I mean, we've seen Hireman got hurt on the first drill of rookie camp running down the field.
Yeah, but Hireman didn't come in with injuries.
No, he didn't. He got hurt.
That was just a weird freak deal.
Really weird freak deal.
Dulcich?
Well,
didn't he have injury?
No, he didn't come in with injuries. He got him when he got here.
But he got here and he never did anything?
Well, all right, let me just ask a football X's and O's question. Do you, for the physical nature of the NFL compared to college, have more stress on your body in preparation that could lead to injury where guys are either trying to put on weight or do things with their bodies that the bodies just aren't fit for because you have to kind of like, in your case, look at you're skinny like a rail right now. It's ridiculous. You weren't born to be 300 plus pounds. You're born to be more of a basketball player than a football player. You just, through hard work and a lot of insurers, got yourself to the degree where you could be an offensive lineman in the NFL. A lot of other people just
I'm sorry, I'm not being facetious.
Do some guys just put way too much on their bodies than the body can handle in the NFL different than in college, and that just leads to injury after injury?
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily the training or the preparation is that much more. If anything, actually, I think you grind way harder in college. There's no such thing as a hat day in college. There's no such thing as going 9 on 7 and then taking the pads off. You're grinding all year long, but the difference is the talent you're going up against, the strength you're going up against, the game days are so much more physical because you're not manhandling other human being like you did at the college level.
Right.
You're going up against the best of the best.
There's
right?
more stress on you.
Yeah, yes and no. I think it goes both ways, though.
Okay.
I actually think you grind more in college.
So you got Gunnar.
In the pros, though, everybody was an All-American.
Yeah.
Whether it's high school or college or whatever, you're not going. And even when you're playing at CU, got to play Iowa State back when Iowa State wasn't no good. You got to play teams that were stinky. You may have got there after K-State was they at one time lost 60 straight college football games. Yeah, but in the pros, you ain't playing against some dude that's going to be selling insurance, 2 weeks after you play.
That's what I used to always tell young players that would come in and they're always nervous. I'd be like, hey, listen, it's not that you haven't played this type of talent before, but take the 2 best guys you ever went against, and that's every dude on the team.
Well, let me.
So you played him, and you probably played pretty well against them, or else you wouldn't be here. But it's just every single dude is that guy.
Well, let me do a side by side then, and you tell me what the difference is, okay? And let's focus a little bit on the local kid, Gunnar Helm, right? Who was a stud at Creek, was a star at Texas, and is 6'5", 240. Colson Loveland's like 6'5", 245. There's a lot of very similar physical things to these two guys. What does Colston Loveland do so much better than Gunnar Helm? Meaning, why would you spend a first-round pick on Loveland when you can get almost the same exact value deeper in the draft for a guy like Gunnar Helm?
Well, first off, I think Gunnar Helm's a good football player. I think he's a really good football player. Colson Loveland does have better speed, or at least it's projected to be. Colson Loveland's projected to be a 4.6 guy, which he wouldn't be running anyways. So I guess we'll never know. And then Gunnar Helm is more like a late, like 4.78 type of guy, right? So number one, you're just talking about transition speed when you're looking for matchups right there. But nobody's knocking Gunnar Helm. I mean, I could see Gunnar Helm going as high as late second and, and as low as late fourth.
Well, that's where Dulcich went. Travis Kelce wasn't a first rounder. Neither was Gronk. Brock Bowers was. But it appears that Tyler Warren is this year's Brock Bowers. So cool. But that's not going to happen for the Broncos either unless they do something dramatic. I don't know, man. I'm just sort of feeling like, why not just get Juwan Johnson, draft Gunnar Helm or Harold
You're just
Fannin?
picking names out of the red sky, out of the blue sky here.
No, I'm looking at the ratings of tight ends here in the draft. I'm not, saying it off the top of my head. I'm looking at the ratings.
Okay.
In order, it goes Tyler Warren, Colson Loveland, Harold Fannin, Gunnar Helm, Elijah Arroyo, Mason Taylor. Terrence Ferguson, that's another Colorado kid, right? Didn't Terrence Ferguson go to, gosh darn it, where'd he go? Local school here, somewhere.
I don't know.
No, he did. He went to, it wasn't Creek, though, I know.
Is that the Oregon kid?
That's the Oregon kid. Yeah, gosh darn it, help me out. What school did he go to? I know he went to a local school. Dan, Scott, anybody? Text line?
Yeah, the what's the one up
Heritage.
not far from you?
Heritage.
Was it Heritage?
Heritage, Littleton, right? I think. Has that huge fence in right field. It's like Game of Thrones fence in their baseball field, protecting the houses. I don't know, man. I guess I'm being a little weird about the Loveland thing because of the stupid sling.
I just got to tell you, I do get very, very concerned with lower body injuries. I do think that a ACL leads to hamstrings. I think hamstrings lead to hip labrums. I think all that stuff adds up. I know Scott and I had radically different experiences with AC joints. It was by far one of my easiest surgeries I've ever come back from. It was like an instant fix for me because all it's fixing is pain. It's not that's really all it's fixing. It's not a stability issue. It's just a pain issue. And so when I think about upper body stuff for this guy, Scott's right in terms of catch radius. If it affects that would be a big deal. But lower bodies are a much bigger deal to me.
The drills are about to begin. We await it with bated breath. We can do live watch-alongs of the drills as they're actually happening. Dan, maybe you could just throw that up on the screen behind us. And to give us perspective on all of it, live from Indianapolis, Romy Bean joins us next. Oh, look at this, man. Show just got better because Romy Bean from Channel 4 is with us live. Join us on the video and Romy always makes the extra effort. The last time we had Romy on the show, she was on a flatbed in Buffalo with a bunch
taking shots out of a bowling ball.
This is not as exciting, but I wanted to give you something. We have a podium.
Hey, Romy, what were better husband prospects? The losers in Buffalo jumping on folding tables or the nerds covering the combine? What is the more interesting group of guys?
Wow. I got to say, I've never looked at it that way. That was certainly not my approach in either avenue. So I'm going to have to say neither. I don't know.
All right. We'll pass on that one. I was like looking around. You did a great video earlier of like Travis Hunter's press conference. And it was like, wow. And I'm like, well, okay. I'm seeing like who's covering the combine for the most part. I'm like, that's interesting. It's an interesting crew right there. But what are your impressions so far of the combine there, Romy?
It was funny though. The Travis scrum was it was massive. I think this is the biggest combine scrum I've ever seen. Caleb Williams last year came close, but that was absolutely insane. And it was funny because there was like a lot of people that were like, I want to see T. I want to see T. I'm like, who's T? I don't think he goes by T. So I was like, it was kind of like a lot of not the usual suspects as well. Like all of these people emerged to come talk to Travis Hunter. And then I felt like I didn't see a lot of them at some of the other spots. So that was pretty interesting, but he definitely stole the show. I think he'll have a bigger crowd than the quarterbacks than probably anyone here. But his take was interesting. He was pretty tight-lipped. He didn't really want to talk about like who he met with in any teams. And, people were kind of pressing on the playing on both sides, but it's the narrative we've kind of heard from Travis all year. Just very short and sweet. Like, I believe I can do it. I'm built different and I wouldn't say expect, but he's laying it out there, right? That's what he wants. So it's no different than like what we've heard all year. I think that, I walked away and some people were like hoping for a big revelation, but I think, he was just short and sweet about it and he wants to play both sides and he believes he can. And I think it's going to be so interesting to see how it pans out, guys, right? At the end of the day, It comes down to whoever drafts him. Like that's what matters. And then the other big thing today was tight ends. And Elijah Arroyo, guys, he really stood out to me. Like this guy had like swag. I was like, I like his mentality. He was kind of one of the guys that I went to a little bit later and I walked away and I was like, I like that guy. Like I really liked what he kind of brought attitude wise. So, that was interesting. Tyler Warren had a big scrum, but I feel like he's not going to be available for the Broncos. So I was like, kind of 1 year in on that one. Colston Loveland has a great mentality. Did have shoulder surgery. He said if he gets drafted or when he gets drafted, he'd be okay for OTAs, non-contact for OTAs, and full go by training camp. So that probably wouldn't matter to a team, but that was interesting. He came with like the shoulder brace on. It's like, oh. So he got it just at the end of January. That was an interesting development, I guess.
Is the expectation with Travis Hunter that he's still going to participate in both wide receiver and defensive back? Because I've heard some people kind of going back and forth on if he's actually going to do that.
Tyler, I feel like that's like really muddy right now because he was asked, are you going to work out? And he said no, but people still aren't clear.
Oh, he said he's not going to work out.
So he said that, but it seems like the conversation since, and I've been asking a lot of people, is that a lot of people have still heard he is going to do position drills. So maybe that was more the 40 and stuff like that. So it's kind of unclear right now. I can't quite get a definitive answer. So it seems like he might do nothing or he might do some position drills, but it sounds like he's not going to do the 40 and stuff like that.
I could see that happening. I could see him skipping out on the 40, the bench press, all that stuff, and just doing positional work. That would actually make sense.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, but that seems to be there's two trains of thought. So we're kind of TBD. I'll let you know.
Now, I didn't see him Monday at the Muggle Suite Nuggets Pacers game. Did you get there a little late for that, or what happened?
Yeah, we weren't there for that, which I felt very sad about. But I did see a photo of you and Sean Payton, Scott, and this is my new favorite photo of all. Oh, DMac tweeted it. This is my new favorite photo of all time.
Yeah, best friends.
Best friends forever.
Best friends.
Romy, are you guys doing anything?
BFF.
Are you guys doing anything on Channel 4 about Terrence Ferguson from Heritage or your fellow Creeker, Creek,
You know
Creek
what?
for life, Gunnar Helm.
I know. I feel bad. My fellow Creeker, he was gone. I didn't actually get a chance to talk to him, full disclosure. But I did talk to Terrence, and he was great. I asked him if he keeps in touch with Bo, like, has he talked to him? And he said they talk all the time. He said whenever he comes back to Denver, him and Bo go get lunch. And so I thought that was great. He said they've stayed in touch the whole time. And then I asked him, like, what would that be like then to play for your hometown team and for Bo? And he's like, man, that would be amazing. And he kind of just talked about what we've seen from Bo. He said he just demands so much out of his players, and he's so focused and so disciplined. That would be, used the word amazing a couple times. That would be amazing. So that was that was fun because there's so many tie-ins there. But it's cool that he's stayed in touch with Bo and that they already have this built-in connection, which we know Sean talks to his players. So could be a guy to keep an eye on.
All right. What do you guys do now when the combine's actually happening? What's the vibe? Where do you go? What do you do?
Well, I'm just like in this room is kind of filtered out. This was the crazy combine room. I'm working on my TV hits. I was live at noon, and I got stuff at like 4, 5, and 6, and 10.
Wow.
So tune
Okay.
in. Woo.
All right.
And then I may pop over and like try and catch some of the workouts. Just depends on timing. But I think some people are at the workouts and some people are, I don't know.
All right. Well, the media is allowed to watch. I guess I don't know how that. I've never been at the combine. You're allowed to be in the area and watch it live, or do you have to go somewhere else and just watch it on TV? How does that work?
So you can go. There's like a section. I went last year and it was fun. I just went for like a little bit. I didn't have like a ton of time. But there's like a section. There was last year at least, like in the stands that you could watch. That was kind of diagonal. Kind of on the 10-ish, maybe.
Romy, just be honest. Are there media people there that have stopwatches themselves that they sit there and they pretend like they're like a GM too? Like, bam. Oh, look at that.
I'm sure. I feel like I just went when I went last year. It was just for like a couple of the position drills.
Gotcha.
But there is 1,000%.
All right.
No doubt.
What's our guy from the NFL Network that always runs the 40 and Schefter even did it? Any chance of you getting out there and running a 40 or doing the broad jump or the vertical jump or bench press? I saw when you had your arm up, you got some guns working. So I'm thinking bench press or something.
I haven't been invited, but I will take them up on the offer. I don't think that's what they're looking for.
Which one are you going to excel at?
I feel like I can do the 40.
Okay. I think Romy, if it was a media combine for Denver people, I think Romy would kick ass.
We need to have a media combine. We've been talking about this forever.
I think you would humiliate. Romy's a real athlete, like a real athlete.
Yeah, just just beat BK and Cecil.
I don't think that would be hard at all.
I don't know, Cecil and Doug.
I feel like there's like a hidden gem in the media that we're not thinking of that would just like cook all of us. I just don't know who that is, but there's somebody.
We haven't seen him. Yeah, and give Scotty Gange a noogie when you can. He deserves one, and take care of business. We appreciate. Anything else? Any other little gossip going on? Anything else we should know?
You know what I think is kind of funny, you guys? I'm going to post this video, but so there's all these podiums, right?
Yeah.
And then like at the very end of the hallway, there's just like 2 tables. And I'm like, there's room for I have take issue with this. Like if you get invited to the combine, just walk with me.
Yeah.
And then you get put at a little table. It's like, oh, you're not like, oh, you're the table guy. So like, here's our big podiums.
Yeah.
And then see these like little dinky tables.
Oof.
Hey, Romy.
Call that the Tyler Polumbus.
No, Scott, that's not true. The Tyler Polumbus doesn't get a desk. There are different levels to the combine, okay? And there are plenty of us that did not get any form of a desk or a podium.
Okay, but so what I'm saying is everybody should get a podium, is what I'm saying. So Travis was here on this 8. This is where they put the big guys on 8.
Yeah.
And and then I look over, I gotta post this video, and I pan over, and there's just one guy standing right there, nobody talking to him. He's just looking at Travis. And he's like, anybody? And I was like, you at least could have given him like a couple friends to stand at the table as well.
Maybe that should be your role the rest of the week is,
one guy.
empathy and love, sharing love for that guy that's down there that may or may not even get drafted, but you could be that one person that asks a question.
That'd be fun.
You know what? I will. Everybody deserves a podium if you get invited to the combine. That's all I'm saying.
That's awesome.
Hey, that's a T-shirt. That's a T-shirt right there. Everybody deserves a podium.
Right.
Romy, you are the absolute best. We really, really appreciate
You guys
it.
are the best.
You are. How
Thanks
could
for
we
having
be?
me on.
And by the way, I just want to see another underdog story from Cherry Creek succeed. You know, I just
Romy's the biggest of them all.
Hater.
Man, there were only 14 kids that had perfect SAT scores out of Creek this year. I heard.
Look,
you know,
we do what we can.
how do you get by? I mean, seriously, the scrappy news from Creek.
I'll tell you this: it's sink or swim.
I bet,
it's sink or swim.
I bet it is.
You don't get to the top of Creek unless you earn it.
Very true.
I get
You
it.
get lost very quickly.
All right. Bye, Romy. Great job.
Hey,
Yes.
Romy.
Yep.
Romy. Everybody deserves a podium.
Everybody deserves a podium.
That's the T-shirt.
See, life motto.
See you, Romy.
All right, you guys are the best.
Thank you, Romy.
See you, Rome.
How great is Romy? She is awesome.
That would actually be a great motivation. We got to do a line of motivational T-shirts.
Everybody deserves a podium.
Everybody deserves a podium.
We can sell it on orangestickyfingers.com.
There you go. Merch. Very important. Critical with the merch.
Hey, I guarantee you we could start a merch department and actually do real well.
It's not the worst idea in the world. That's for damn sure.
No.
We have our keyword. Scott, how long do we got you for? What's your schedule here today?
Well, it depends if I want to pack this stuff up in my bag or try to carry it to the game.
Okay.
At least 4. If I push it, it'll be 4:15.
Okay, so we got you for a little bit here because I want to go through this.
Yeah, I got another hour.
All right, this Jordan Schultz, Ian Rappaport fight thing is pretty funny, but I think that needs a little time to breathe. So we'll get to that coming up here in a little bit. Also, we have another keyword because we have Avalanche tickets to give away. So we'll do that coming up in just a pinch. Everybody needs a podium.
Can I throw a PSA in for the Ball Arena Nuggets? And
Hell
I was
yeah.
just told. I think after the Nuggets come off this trip, I think coming up 2 straight Wednesdays. I think one Wednesday it's Minnesota.
Okay.
And the next Wednesday is like Milwaukee.
Okay.
2 pretty big games. I was told there are seats available for both.
Really?
Yeah. So if you want to see really good basketball teams come in, that might be an opportunity.
Well, yeah, and there's there are some tickets for this homestand for the Avs. I mean, it's few and far between. Almost all these games, I think all of them, they eventually sell out. But when you have a long homestand, it makes sense that, hey, man, I can't go to all the games, right? And this is a long one for the Avs, so we have tickets to give away, and our next keyword's coming up. Plus, no dumb questions coming up in about a half hour. And, yeah, one of the crazier stories of the Combine is muggle-on-muggle violence. Who's soft and who's tough? Details coming up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Oh, my gosh. They are there for you. If you've got issues tied into erectile dysfunction, I'm hearing my guy Moser. So ED issues, like if it's just ruining your life, well, it can be a relationship destroyer. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there with treatments when the pills or herbals fail. Success rate's well over 90%. They're the absolute best. Some of the treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consult today. It's only $99. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. Hey, if medically advised, test dose. If that doesn't work, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rocky, Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, let me give you your keyword of the hour. The Avs back for a huge 6-game homestand. Pack Ball Arena. They take on the Wild, Penguins, Leafs, and more. You can get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets for your chance to win a pair of tickets. Text the keyword Forsberg. FORSBERG. Along with your first and last name. That's 303-504-0925. That's the text line. First and last name, Forsberg. Along with your first and last name. Good luck and go Avs. You guys ever fight anybody in the media?
Wanted to.
Yeah.
Fight anybody in the media.
I mean, or had a confrontation that you thought might lead to some sort of physical confrontation?
I have definitely had a very heated confrontation. Did I think it was going to get physical? No. But, I mean, talking like two dudes in each other's face, yelling at one another.
Media people.
I was a player at the time.
Wow.
With a media member.
Who was that?
John Kime.
John Kime. Oh, what was what's the story there? That sounds interesting.
John Kime was... John's actually a friend of mine now, which is ironic because he felt terrible about it, and he went out of his way to make amends and admit that he messed up and all these sorts of things. He just wrote an absolute hit piece on the offensive line that featured me.
Yeah.
During Robert Griffin's era, that our offensive line was all getting extensions, including myself.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy just wrote this hit piece on what made me so terrible. Even though he got quotes from the coaches and everything else that were talking about how valuable I was to the team and everything else. But there's a lot that went into it, and it was way more than just an article. It was 2 years worth of nonsense of a guy just not knowing what he was talking about, and it led to a confrontation.
Wow. In the locker room?
Yep.
Like close.
I had another one that I got a dude banned.
Okay.
I got a dude banned one time. Yeah, he lost his credential. A guy was writing a piece. He called me. It was right in the middle of Robert Griffin drama.
Okay.
Everything's going to hell in a handbasket. He calls me and he's like, "Hey man, I want to do a feature on what you're doing with your charity." And I knew this guy. And so I told the lady that was running my foundation, I said, "Tell him no. I don't want anything to do with it."
Oh.
So the guy writes back to my lady. He says, "I promise this is only to do with this charity. I'm not going to ask anything." So I'm like, "All right, fine. I'll let this guy write an article." I talked to this guy for 45 minutes, all about the stuff we're doing. We're bringing kids from the local hospitals in. I'm flying in kids from Colorado out to Washington, put them in the front row. And I really did think like this dude's about to write a really cool piece.
Mm-hmm.
At the very end, he asked me one question about Robert, and I thought we were off the record. And I didn't even say anything that crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But I did say something that did not come across very well.
Okay.
He writes an article, does not mention my charity.
Wow.
Not a single time does he mention my charity.
It was just about that one thing.
He writes an entire article about one quote I gave on Robert.
Damn.
And he lost his credential.
Okay. All right. Would you punch that guy?
Wanted to.
Scott, you ever get into something with
No,
something?
I
punch him in the face.
I kept professional, and I tried to stay above the fray.
Well, this is
Scott never punched anyone during his playing days.
Well, he did.
no,
Charles
players.
Barkley, yeah.
I mean,
on the court, he
players,
sure did.
That's a whole different story.
Right,
Players,
right,
but
right.
yeah, no, I'm good.
Well, here's this one, and it centers around Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford. So the story is Brady ran into Stafford at a Montana resort. And then it's like Jordan Schultz said basically he portrayed the story as, this was arranged and whatever, that sort of thing. That was his version of the story, that it would have violated all sorts of rules. But then Ian Rappaport, who's connected to Don Yee, Tom Brady's agent, was like, listen, Stafford and Brady both have homes in this resort in Montana. Which, listen, if you
As did Drew Bledsoe, by the way.
Oh, okay, fine. So this is a fancy ski resort, I'm going to guess, in Montana.
Whitefish.
Whitefish, which is it like a Vale sort of place?
It's the most ritzy town in Montana.
Okay, so it's a town, maybe even more like Aspen, like it's a town.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely not like Aspen, but sure, you're on the same path.
Well,
I mean it's where the rich people go.
Okay, the only reason I'm pointing that out are like Snowmass. If you look at Aspen or Snowmass, there are homes all over the mountains in the town.
Yes.
And like Vale's more just right along the road, or Copper's like it's like that would be a little bit
very
weird.
Very similar.
But Aspen and Snowmass, I mean, there's homes there.
Spread out. They're spread out for miles, too.
But my point is, it's not crazy if you own a home that you would run into somebody there. It's not crazy, actually. So, anyway, Schultz is this one thing, and Rappaport is this. They see each other at a Starbucks, and they start getting into it. Schultz is basically saying, like, let's step outside, let's go, and Rappaport calls security. Schultz approached Rappaport, said, we need to talk or whatever, and they start getting into it. Rappaport calls security. Adam Schefter, being the wise guy, takes a photo of a Starbucks this morning and writes, head on a swivel. So they really got funny, right?
That's good.
That's pretty good.
That is
I'm
good.
entering the Indy Starbucks, head on a swivel. Where do you guys fall with this one? This muggle on muggle confrontation.
I don't know. I've always thought that Jordan Schultz was a bit sketchy, to be honest. I've always thought his reporting was a bit sketchy, so I guess I'm not surprised to hear that he's a bit of a hothead. Did it really get to the point that security was needed? I have a hard time believing that it got there. Like, was he physically touching the dude? I think there's a little bit of both of this where I don't really respect a whole lot about Jordan Schultz. Yet at the same time, I'm like, really, Ian, did you call security over it?
Do you understand the crazy twist of irony, too, that Jordan Schultz is the son of Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz?
Yep.
There's that element that's kind of a weird and twisted one, too. Scott, you got any take on that?
Don't know much about Jordan Schultz. Rappaport seems like he's a bought and paid for insider. So I think when two grown ass men I gotta believe they're both in their 40s, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Are going to try to throw down. I'm with Tyler. I don't see that it probably elevated to that, but one guy's, probably a little scared.
It's pretty confrontational of Schultz to just go up to Rappaport and more or less challenge him to a fight right then and there.
Well, who says he challenged him to a fight?
Ian Rappaport, he called security.
I know, but does he actually say he challenged him to a fight?
Well, there's some sort of the challenge of a physical confrontation, or at least Rappaport was afraid enough of a physical confrontation to call security.
Okay.
I mean, when was the last time you guys called?
The one story here on Pro Football Talk says he verbally accosted.
Yeah, right. That's all I've seen.
So if you're verbally accosted and that scares you to call
security,
you're probably soft.
So you're calling Rappaport soft?
Yeah.
Yep. I think Jordan Schultz is probably a hothead, and I think Rappaport is probably a little bit soft.
All right.
I highly doubt Jordan Schultz put hands on him.
And the great thing about it for all of us others that are out here, it's two dudes. We kind of got to love this because it's two dudes that people get inside information or think they're getting inside information on the NFL.
Correct.
And these guys, and you want it to be antagonizing, right? You want guys to
kind of, yeah.
I mean, beat writers, the old-time beat writers all liked each other, it seemed like, right? And they all had empathy for the guys, or they all, knew each other or whatever. But not everybody was trying to beat the stories. They were trying to write the best story.
Not now.
That's not the case anymore.
No way, man. And being first and getting it right, and we saw what happened with the Gronk story. By the way, it was Jordan Schultz that actually talked to Gronk to sort of dispel that one. Jordan Schultz is definitely trying to be that type of guy.
I've always thought Jordan Schultz gets enough right in his reports that you can't call him a liar.
That's right.
Yet he exaggerates enough that you're like,
there's an eyebrow.
But he gets enough right that you just can't be like he's wrong.
Where do you guys land on the Brady Stafford thing? Coincidence or tampering?
Tampering.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think it's by the official terms of it, it's probably tampering. But that being said, did we not say that he's going to be walking a fine line as far as famous dude, part owner / media guy? I mean, right? I mean, isn't there a whole lot of gray areas that Tom Brady can reach into right now?
I don't want to get myself in trouble here with family relations, but would you describe Sean McVay's interaction with Matthew Stafford in Cabo as a friendly interaction or as tampering?
I think again that brushes probably on the tampering, whether it was accidental or not.
Right.
But when you're calling your owner hammer to say we gotta sign this guy,
yeah.
I don't think it became tampering until they got to the bottom of the bottle of tequila.
Okay,
and,
right.
And then
but
a line may have crossed.
So could Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford both have been visiting their homes in Montana at the same time, coincidentally?
Right.
Sure.
Right.
Did they happen to spend a day skiing and then go out eating and drinking together afterwards and have some conversations?
Right.
I bet they did.
Right. It could be a little bit of both. So it could be a story where Schultz and Rappaport are kind of both right and kind of both wrong. There's a little bit of.
Actually, ironically, as I'm sitting here telling you, I believe Schultz more in this than Rappaport.
Is there a world of possibility that they would run into each other and then say, let's take a run?
Yes.
And then let's take another run.
Yes, and then let's do dinner.
Right. So it doesn't start that way, but it gets there.
Yeah.
And in that case, both Schultz and Rappaport could arguably be right.
Sure.
Well,
sort of.
In what we know of Tom Brady's career, do you think anything is done on his part by accident?
Well, that's a great point too. I mean, if you happen to know what
he's a pretty calculated dude, ain't he?
Right. Like if you know Stafford is there and you kind of know what time he gets to the mountain and, I don't know what the lift lines look at Whitefish, but in some mountains.
It's a relatively small mountain.
Well, in a lot of mountains, like Vail's one of them, there's either Golden Peak or Lion's Head. And there's another one in between. But in all honesty, you start your day at Vail at one of those two places.
Yeah.
And then the mountain expands wildly beyond that. So it's not crazy to know. Like, I think there's two lifts at the beginning of Crested Butte. You got to get on one of those two. There's like a gondola at Steamboat. That's it. And then you go from there.
But I mean, is it not pretty clear here that Tom Brady's representatives reached out to Ian Rappaport and they're like, hey,
no doubt about
need you to squash this for me?
No doubt about it. Rappaport was absolutely being, doing a solid for the Brady clan.
Of course.
No doubt about it. Zero doubt about it.
But let me ask you another question. Is it really tampering if he doesn't end up a Raider?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's still well.
How do you tamper if you don't get any benefit from it?
Well, you still tried to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it blows up in your face. It's still tampering, isn't it? Now, I don't know if you caught.
No, listen, I think tampering's stupid. I really do. Like I think anybody ever getting in trouble for tampering is just flat out stupid. It doesn't matter. You're human beings that have conversations. If you ran into each other on the mountain, you're two human beings in the same industry, and you're going to have conversations about your industry.
That's going to happen.
And
Tampering
you've got a fraternity of position too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's a fun story there, man, and I'm sure they're having a good time with it at the old combine with the journalists and whatever they're doing there. Scotty, we're getting to No Dumb Questions here in about 10 minutes, and you can YouTube it, you can text it, you can Twitch it. However you want to get us your question, go for it. Plenty of ways to ask us dumb questions. Tonight with Milwaukee, what's new about Milwaukee? What should we know? Game at 6 o'clock, pregame at 5:30 here on 92.5. What's cool about them?
It just feels like they've finally gelled and figured out what Doc wants, how he wants him to play. And there just seems some comfortability between Giannis and Lillard. So it just feels like time has molded them into more what Doc wants them to be.
Okay. Dangerous team or
That's
not?
what it feels like to me.
Real team or not?
I don't. Yeah, they're a real team. I don't think they're a threat to win the NBA championship, but they're a threat that if you screw around, they're going to take care of you.
Okay.
I don't think they're a cakewalk for anybody. I think they'll be a tough. Listen, when Giannis, if he's healthy, he's still as good as he's ever been. Lillard's still doing what Lillard does.
Yep.
So it's can you handle it and can you play the right way and have success doing it?
Easier game to win tonight or tomorrow in Detroit?
Oh, gosh, that's a great question. Saying that it's an easier game in Milwaukee is tough for me to do.
Okay.
But listen, I will say this.
How about what Detroit did to the Celtics, though, huh? Whoa.
Bickerstaff got a raw deal in Cleveland, and listen, they're still playing great and everything worked. But when we were there and I talked to them, all the people said, listen, the new coach has freed them up offensively, but they're doing all the stuff Bickerstaff taught them defensively, and it's been a great combination. Bickerstaff has a young team, and he might be one of those coaches, Tyler, you know this probably in football. There's some coaches that give them a younger team, they're going to be a better coach than if you get them veterans because they're going to be demanding. They're going to, want them to do, whatever, the small things. And you can get away with it with a younger team where if you start getting big-time vets there, it's a little tougher. So I tell you what, Detroit's playing good, man. We won 8 in a row, just crushed Boston. This is a good team. I don't think either game is going to be easy, to be honest with you.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it. Again, we'll have the action here on Altitude Sports Radio at 6 p.m. tonight. Pregame at 5:30. We've got Scott for maybe a pinch more.
No,
you got to go.
Think you got me the whole show.
I just want you guys.
Okay. Oh, all right. You're all suited and booted.
I'm having the time.
Well, because I thought I was on East Coast time, and I was like, I got to.
No, you did not.
I could see that getting confusing. I could see that. Yeah.
I'll be on East Coast. It'll be shorter tomorrow, but I will be on East Coast time tomorrow.
You will. All right. Okay. Well, relax then. We got Scott for the whole show and a tie. So, you can see us on Twitch, on
class this up a little bit.
YouTube, on the text line. So let's get to it. No dumb questions. Give us your dummies coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, Scott is in Milwaukee, and we're here. We got the combine on. We'll give you some highlights. They have the defensive lineman running right now. One of the defensive linemen I'm interested in seeing is Walter Nolan, if he is working out. Feels like, let me just start with no dumb questions. Does it feel like there's fewer and fewer guys working out at this thing than ever before?
No, not really. Not to me. I think it's become more socially acceptable, but if you really followed the trends every year, the amount of guys that don't work out for injury reasons, I mean, in every position, you got 4 or 5 of those guys for injuries alone, not only just the guys that are choosing to opt out. So there's always quite a few.
Oh, sorry about that. What of the new proposed rules? Did you hear about all the new things they're thinking about?
Actually, not really. Break them down. We got.
There's a bunch. Well, the one that caught quite a bit of attention is they're getting rid of the old guys on the chain gang running out to the middle of the field.
Do you understand how many times a year one of those guys gets leveled and I think they're going to die? I mean, I'm serious. Like, I think they're going to die when they get hit.
They're still keeping them as a backup, but they will no longer be measuring the ball, that sort of thing.
It felt to me like the age requirement, the minimum age requirement to be on the chain gang was like 73.
I talked to a guy that I met the other day out at a bar, and he said his grandfather is on the Broncos chain gang.
Yeah.
And I said, wow, that's crazy. He goes, he's been doing it for like 40 years, and he's in like his 80s. And it's just as something like they do not fire you if you're part of the chain gang. And so it's just a job that if you can get it, Scott, Tyler, if you can get that job, you just don't get replaced. They just don't bother.
It's a flat out liability, though. I'm being serious. I can't believe the NFL's let it go on that long.
Well, they're not stopping. They're just the time difference, by the way, using the Hawkeye system, which I believe is what they use in tennis. They're estimating it's about 30 seconds now to measure rather than 75 seconds with the old guys trotting out to the middle of the field.
Okay.
How are we feeling about that, Scott? You like the elimination?
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, I mean, who cares really? I mean, 45 seconds, is that enough to?
Who cares?
Well, I guess if you had it 10 times in a game, you'd say 4 minutes. I think it's exciting when they run those chains out there and then go. I mean, there's an anticipation. If you're the team that you're trying to get the first down, there's a sit on. Come on, oh straight, oh, or yeah, you know.
Well, that's going to be gone.
You're gonna lose that excitement, which I think is dumb.
I mean, I will get over that feeling real quickly, but you're not wrong. There is anticipation about where that thing's going to land.
You think it's exciting?
Well, let me ask you this: if you have the ability to do that, would you not have the ability to have more accurate spots? And if you did, would have Buffalo won the AFC Championship?
The spots issue is pretty complex to me because everybody just talks about putting the microchip in the ball and like, okay, we know where it's at. Well, where did the knee go down? Where did he hit his shin beforehand? I mean, there's so many different layers to it that go into it.
Yeah.
I don't think a microchip solves spotting.
They got so many cameras and so much technology, even this stuff right here. The knee went down here, ball's here. They can measure from ball to the yard marker is 8.3 inches. They marked it at a yard. No, it's got to be 8.3 inches away. Oh, first down. If they can do a thing without change, you can do the thing without a chip in the ball.
I mean, you're probably not wrong. I just think that there's some layers to it that make it a little bit complex.
No doubt.
Although, if you had the ability, then Buffalo is in the Super Bowl against Philadelphia and not Kansas City, and I think that would have been a better game.
No dumb question. Basketball, hockey, baseball players travel every week. Do you ever really know what time it is?
No.
How often, Scott, do you get confused with the time when you're traveling quite a bit?
I've done it on this trip because I thought Indy was East Coast time. No, wait, the West Coast. I thought Indy was Central time. So I get up to do everything for Central time. Turns out they're on East time. Then it feels like going Indy to Milwaukee. I'm traveling east, but now in Milwaukee, I'm in Central time. And now I'm going to Detroit, which has got to be, a 50-minute flight maybe, something like that. And I'll be in East Coast time. It's just, it's weird.
No doubt.
And then the day of the week, especially with 2 days off, the day in the week is you got to remember the calendar and you go, okay, I got a game tonight. It's Thursday.
So what time do you think it is right now? Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't look.
Well,
don't look.
Well, I know your time or my time.
I'm just asking you, what time do you think it is right now?
2:54.
Okay.
2:52.
No dumb question. Is it gondola or gondola?
Gondola.
Scott?
Gondola.
I think it's gondola.
No.
Gondola.
Gondola.
I think it's gondola.
Is it theater or theater?
Theater.
Theater.
Is it cement or cement?
DMac will say cement.
It's cement.
Cement. Like
I might say
pond.
cement just to be funny.
Yeah.
Cement pond.
Okay, no dumb question.
Yes.
I heard this on a podcast the other day. Guy was real sick. Had to do this stuff. And then during the break here, I had to move. Lunch
good.
problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Should we come up with an invention? And you probably wouldn't use it that much except when you're really sick. That where you could sit down and do your business, but maybe there's an extension of something into the toilet you pull up. So if you got to vomit, you can just stay in one position and not have to reverse position.
You want a puke bucket that's adjacent to the toilet seat?
I don't really
a puke toilet.
Nope, I really don't have much desire to poop and puke at the same
So
time.
you're saying
you've never had that when you were sick.
I actually don't think so.
So you're saying while you're doing number 2, you want to hit a button with an extension from the toilet that a bucket comes out that you can throw up in.
All right.
It's a number 2.
Listen, it's only when you're super, super sick, though.
But here's my no
So
dumb.
you wouldn't have to use it. It's probably not been invented because, you're never, once every 2 years that sick, 3 years?
But how often do you want to puke between your legs?
Well, no, you got to get up, and if you forgot to flush the toilet, you're looking at Brownie. You're looking at Brownie. Brownie and the four tap dancers.
That's
in there.
enough. That's enough. Here's my no dumb question, kind of along the same lines.
Yeah.
I've never had to use one, but what the hell are those puke bags on an airplane supposed to do? I mean, those tiny little bags that you're supposed to barf into that thing?
Oh, I've seen people use them.
They cover your mouth.
Oof.
If you cover your mouth, do you need anything more than...
I'm just telling you, I'm a large man.
What are you saying?
When it comes out, it comes out.
Okay.
We'd make your puke toilet really big.
How often do you really consider this there, Scotty?
I heard a podcast on the way in where a guy had the real bad flu and he was having to move back and forth. And he brought it up.
Sports question, no dumb question. In a hockey face-off, what happens that a guy gets kicked out of the face-off? Do you guys know what happens when you get kicked out of a face-off?
Is it when you touch the ice with your stick or no?
Scott?
Why or where you go?
Why? Why does somebody get kicked out of a face-off?
I always saw it because they were trying to jump the gun too soon.
I think that's it too, but I would need a little guidance here. Dan, do you know that? I think it's because one team gets to put their stick on the ice first, or it's down and another team can't. Yeah, I think it's you jump the gun a little bit.
Wait, one team gets to put the stick down first?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I
definitely never knew that one.
I think there's some sort of rule about who gets to, you know what? Boy, I am just spinning right here. Maybe I'm a little. I think that you get kicked out because you do just jump the gun a little too early.
Well, yeah, I've always known that, but I mean, what defines that?
Well, for example, the home team gets to put their defense out last, that sort of thing. There are advantages between being the home team and the away team. But I could use some help on that. It's an interesting one. I've been perplexed by that question for a long time. Like, what exactly did so-and-so do to get booted out of the faceoff?
Yeah, you'll see a guy skate in and just flinch at it, and they kick him out all the time.
All right, here.
I was kind of right, at least on one part of it.
What's that?
The stick has to be on the ice.
And the NHL players get kicked out for a few reasons, blah, 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 blah. Not lining up property, positioned correctly, okay? There's sticks on the ice. Okay, so your stick's got to be on the ice. And feet are set within the markings. If a player's stance is off or they're encroaching the circle too much, they're out. Moving early. If a player tries to jump the gun and start moving before the puck is dropped, you can be tossed. So it doesn't look like there's any sort of like, the home team of this. No, but you got to have your stick on the ice, sort of. Delaying or messing around.
Yep.
It seems pretty arbitrary.
Well, let me ask you this. So the home ice gets the last shift or whatever.
Last change, yeah.
Is there a time in the game that you're not allowed to change?
I think so. I think if you're the visiting team and you send your guys out there, you got to play with them, and the home team gets the last change, so they can see what they got out. You got out there before they make their mind up. I don't think you can switch. You see what the home team does, and then you bring your other guys out. I don't think you can do that.
So a guy breaks a skate in the last 37 seconds of a match, tied up. He's just got to play with that broken skate.
Well, you could call a timeout. Teams do have timeouts in hockey.
Not if you don't have the puck.
No, anybody can call a timeout if it's dead. If the play's dead, you can call a timeout. Either team.
Well, if the play's dead, but I'm saying it's going on. Dude's skating down. There's a guy busted a skate right before the break. And he had to have guys help carry him off.
Yeah, they don't stop the game because your skate blade fell off. You got to get off the ice somehow. No, no. In that sense,
but will they let you if the last change is already made? Though?
Well, but only changes are made when there's no play. It's a dead period. There's nothing going on. That's when changes happen. What you're talking about is if a guy breaks his skate and he can't get off. No, you can't send somebody else out there because that would be too many men on the ice. It'd be a penalty.
No, you're missing my point. I understand that. I've made the switch. Play is going back and forth.
Yeah.
So even though there's 40 seconds, and I've sent the puck down to the other end.
Yeah.
Because the home team's already made a chain, I'm not allowed to skate over to the thing and put a sub in for that guy.
No, of course you can because the play's going on. You can switch on the fly.
Well, then how is that even a rule that matters?
It's only a matter for face-offs when it's a dead play, when it's like a face-off coming. It's only about setting up your lineups. There's also
you can still sub out if the play's going and boom.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
I mean, you got to set your lineup, and as soon as they drop the puck, you could have all the guys come off instantly if you wanted to, theoretically, because that's hockey. You can make changes on the fly.
By the way, according to the text line, and they're always right. We know that, right?
Yeah.
They say the away team needs to put their stick on the ice first in the face.
See, I thought it was something like that. It's mile long, 3 inches deep. It's just, it's something like that. It's always something like that.
So if the away team flinches and the home team falls up, puts his stick before the away team did, they may kick the away team out for flinching.
Maybe.
Kind of like free throws. You're not allowed to flinch a free throw to draw somebody.
Is that right?
In the lane.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The Globetrotters do that all the time.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. I know it's a bad feeling, and I want you to know it can be as simple as making a commitment to get your hair back. Just simply commit to calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE. You're going to get your hair back. It's that simple. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. And you can be comforted in knowing that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. So call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
We'll get to the Avalanche and having Val back in just a second, but with the Combine starting today, the interviews being over, what is, in terms of the Broncos, the number one thing you're curious about over these next 4 days? What has your attention the most as things get going?
I guess it's a tough one to answer in terms of the Broncos themselves. This whole thing is a very big deal, right? Like there's so many names that are involved. The most fascinating part and the biggest takeaway I'll tell you from the team's perspective is always going to be the one-on-one time. It's not the on-the-field drills. All these guys are great athletes. There's a reason why they're there. It's when they get to put them up on the whiteboard and when they get to learn about the human beings themselves and they test them on the red flags and all that. So that's what the teams value the most. I mean, from our perspective, there's probably going to be a dude that pops up out of nowhere like they always do, and the Raiders will probably draft him because they ran a 4.2 40. But you try to not get caught up in all that.
Scott?
Well, that worked out for Kansas City, but then Kansas City had, the 31st pick or a 32nd pick last year?
I think unless the Chiefs draft him, then
man. I think the fact that they got Xavier Worthy that late in the draft was ridiculous. And by the way, that could work out for them again if Ekbika, for example, and they want another receiver threat, falls. I mean, they may be in that same sort of category again where they get a really, really good player that deep in the draft.
Sure.
Well, I agree.
They got a lot of stuff,
listen, there's certain teams, and you put out the grade card yesterday, voted by players.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams that and I know all leagues do this, try to protect the teams from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's hard to do. I think Tom Brady may add stability to the Raiders because I don't think he's stupid. Now, he tampers, but I don't think you're going to get a stupid pick at 6. I really don't. I could be wrong. But some of these other ones, Cleveland, New York, the Jets anyway, some of these other ones, man, who knows what's going to go on?
Man.
I mean, and be honest. And then, so when you're talking about 20, if there's stupid picks early, you're going to have a great player drop down. And you mentioned, one of you two mentioned a while ago, might be a wide receiver that dropped all the way down there. But if they're sane, then you've got to look at guys that are probably maybe late round first or second round grades at 20, which I asked yesterday, why not drop down a little bit if you can get another pick, if in fact that's the case.
Man, if you are the Raiders, you got Tom Brady now involved. Scott's just saying he's going to have a huge influence. He's going to slow things down, stop making such irrational decisions. You're Tom Brady. I know we were joking about the tampering experience out there in Montana with Matt Stafford. Dude, this makes all the sense in the frickin' world. Are you kidding me? Tom Brady, the dude that was over 40 years old and just went down to Tampa and won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the difference. And he turned around that franchise. And he's sitting there now in charge of the Raiders. Well, maybe he's in charge, maybe he's not. Certainly got a lot of influence. He's looking at Matt Stafford, a dude that's flat out dealing late in his career. You think he's not looking at that as like a replica of what he just did down there in Tampa? That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I think for the Broncos, this whole Joker thing is going to be defined this weekend. I do. I think is this something?
What do you mean by that, though?
Whether that really is the most important thing for you, or this is just a fancy talk from Sean Payton. You know, in all honesty, when I'm looking at some of this stuff and weapons for Bo and all that, I am really not about taking a tight end at 20. Seriously. I don't think Tyler Warren is going to be there. It feels like you can just get a lot of guys later in the draft.
So what do you want?
I think I'm leaning towards the boring thing. I think I'm leaning towards getting this Walter Nolan guy or a defensive lineman sort of dude. I think I'm leaning in that direction.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a definitely un-DMac-like take right there.
I know. It's boring as hell, and I hate it. I think it'll...
I don't get that. Why do we need a first-round defensive tackle?
DMac, what did you say yesterday? How many draft picks did Philadelphia had this year when they won the Super Bowl? Like
15, something like that.
Or 18?
Yeah, something like that.
But seriously, help me to just understand why we got Zach Allen, we got Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we need a first-round defensive tackle?
If we don't, we don't. But I think a core, solid, guy that you can't find somewhere else. That's where I'm going.
Well, then that's fine, and you can find that at a lot of positions.
I just fear that Colston Loveland, there ain't no big difference between him and our guy Helm or Ferguson or Arroyo, if I'm saying that right, that Romy was talking about. It just feels like there's a lot of other tight ends that could do the same thing as Colston Loveland. And I'll go with you. Maybe this Tyler Warren guy is that unicorn. He's the Brock Bowers dude. But, did we really get the bang for the buck out of Noah Fant, who was taken around 20 or so?
I could argue that, yes, you did.
You think so, really?
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up here.
Yeah, we got Russ for him.
Well, it helped. He was part of it.
I'm going to pull it up here. But if you had to guess what Noah Fant's stats looked like, what would you guess?
I don't know. Pretty mid.
He was better he's been better in Seattle, a little more consistent.
He's never had a better year in Seattle than he has in Denver.
Okay, what was his best year in Denver? What did it look like?
673 yards, 670.
Right.
That ain't bad for a tight end.
It's not bad, but can't you get that out of somebody in the second or third rounds?
Maybe, and I'm not arguing that. Maybe you could. You probably could. I'm not screaming it's elite. But it's pretty damn solid. His 3 years in Denver, 670, 673, 562. His best year in Seattle, 500, which was last year.
I'm looking at this Terrence Ferguson guy who I'm going to guess grew up in Littleton, went to Heritage, and played football with Bo Nix at Oregon. And I'm wondering, could you get Terrence Ferguson in the fourth round to do everything you more or less need and get Juwan Johnson, a free agent, to sort of fill in those gaps? Check. Listen, I don't know, man. Who can you get in the first round at 20 for the Broncos that you can't find somewhere else? And if it's not a defensive lineman or something like that, but I'm not afraid to be boring in this year's draft, and I just don't want to waste a first-round pick on a tight end that I can get the same thing out of later. That's all. So you tell me who's special. That's what I would love to try to figure out during this combine. Who is special? And let's draft that guy. It could kind of be at any position. But just tell me whoever that guy is special.
It goes back to what I said 2 weeks ago when you guys poo-pooed me and you made me talk about it. I said at 20, draft the best guy that's left on the board.
That's fine. Just make sure
whatever position he is.
Fine, but just make sure he's a special dude you can't get somewhere else. I'll kind of just take your word for it, but I'll use these next 4 days to sort of investigate that and try to say, well, okay, all right, talk to me. Who are these guys?
How many years does McFlinchy have left?
A couple, I think. Yeah, I don't think he's. I think wasn't a 4-year deal when he signed.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, he's here for a minute. If you're talking about getting tackle, I wouldn't. I'm not thinking like that.
They said that this was a deep draft for offensive linemen.
Oh, man, I don't know, Scotty. I'm looking for a first-round guy.
I like our O-line, though.
I do, too.
I'm
looking for a contributor.
I like our depth on the O-line. I like our starters. If you wanted to draft an offensive lineman, give me a third-round center. Give me a second or third round center that you say, okay, you're competing for the starting job.
Even that feels like a waste to me because of the depth they already have at that particular position.
I wouldn't argue with you too hard. But, if you were just hell-bent on improving your offensive line, you draft a third round center.
Actually, that's the last position I'd be thinking about in the first round, man. Seriously, you're okay there. You're good enough there.
So McGlinchey's got 2 more years, but he does have, if you're looking for an out, which I doubt they will be, if you're looking for an out, it's after 2026.
I guess what I'm saying is you don't have to kill yourself to get an offensive weapon for Bo in the first round. I'm actually with you. Get the best player available, whoever that is. Just make sure that you're telling me there's something special about this dude, whoever it is. And that's what, for me, I love watching the combine. I'm kind of a sicko with this. I'll watch this for 4 straight days. I record it and go back and watch it later. I like it because I like to find out who these guys are. And then you kind of go from there. To me, this is when the draft actually starts, Scott. I know you give us a hard time about it, but to me, this weekend is where it really starts, where you get to know these guys who you don't normally know.
I know you guys are out on Colson Loveland. I know we've already had this argument, but I'm definitely not out at all. I think he's a damn good football player he's got the ability. You never freaking know, man. I mean, you never know what's going to happen with any of these guys. But everything I watch on film of him, he's got the ability to truly be one of the best playmakers in the passing game on this team.
And I'm looking at a list, so I'm not some sort of expert here. Fine with what you're saying, as long as, okay, there's something special about him compared to Harold Fenton or Gunnar Helm from Creek or Elijah Arroyo or Mason Taylor or Terrence Ferguson. Okay, fine. I'm with you. But just tell me there's something special about this dude that these guys don't have. And that's, to me, that's
always comes down to semantics, though. I mean, we're talking about damn good football players. You get drafted in the third round as a tight end. Are you damn good? Hell yeah, you are.
No doubt.
Yeah, hell yes, you are good.
No doubt.
So it always comes down to small semantics of what you may think is going to make a guy better than another.
All right. Well, that's all I'm looking at this week, Scotty. That's all I'm telling you.
Do Denver, the Broncos, need more of a Shannon Sharp than a Carswell? Would you guys agree with that?
Yes. And that's why I love Colson Loveland.
Yes.
Yeah, and you need a guy that like a Noah Fant, might be iffy on blocking, but is great at running routes and making catches.
All I'm telling you, we're watching these big guys right now lay on their belly and then jump up and then run sideways, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is just a fat guy phenomenon. Like, look what I can do. I can lay down. Turn the lights down?
I'm turning the lights off, getting the
mood going.
The tie, putting on the doorknob.
That tie's been on the doorknob for 3 weeks.
Hey, this is Ty Robinson. This guy ran a 4.7 40. Look at this guy.
Oh, this dude flies. I hate it because he's from Nebraska. But he flies.
Look at this. Oh,
he almost just fell. Twice.
Yeah, he didn't have
What does he play?
D-line. He's a very athletic looking D. Well, see, TJ Sanders, he does not tuck his shirt in because he had that gut. You know what I'm saying?
Look at that hair flowing right now.
No.
He's
Big
got
fella.
A little bandana on.
He's got
good 45-degree turn there. Takes off.
Oh, this Elijah Simmons.
Oh, this guy struggles. I'm gonna tell you. Watch this.
Oh, it's quick though.
He does not move well.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to move far.
Oh.
Look at that guy though. I mean, again with the t-shirt untucked because you don't want to tuck it when you got the gut.
Take the shirt off.
Take the shirt off. Oh, we're going sleeveless here on Tim Smith. And a tucked-in thing. He's
a little upright.
He's an Alabama guy, though.
Not bending too well.
Don't like his hips, huh?
No, not bending well.
It's PhD here on 92.5. Light a candle. That was Gunnar Helm. I don't know who the other guy he was talking about was. Is that true? He was the most recruited kid out of Cherry Creek?
I don't know. I'd have a hard time believing he beats out Sean Tufts. Sean Tufts, as like a sophomore, had offers from Ohio State, Alabama,
Really?
Absolutely everyone.
Okay. Well, Gunnar Helm ended up in Texas. I
got 28 offers. You know?
I know, that's
you know,
amazing.
like-
I was looking at you like you got more than 28 offers, Gunnar?
If you went to Texas and offered by them, you were probably offered by a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
What's like a lot then? Like, and I'll get to the
I don't know. I mean,
50?
you know, at some
50,
point,
really?
But at some point,
that's a lot,
you get to a point where people stop offering you.
Correct.
Because what's the point, right? Because they understand that they've got no chance with you.
That's what I felt was going on with me in my baseball career.
Yeah.
Once UVM sent me like a curiosity letter, it just scared off everybody else.
You know, ironically, Colorado State would never offered me.
Because they just knew.
Well, they knew I was legacy at CU, and
Right, so why bother? That's what I want to say about the one letter I got from the University of Vermont for baseball. You know, when you want to go to the cradle, Scott, of college baseball, you just want to head north of Montpelier, just south of Stowe, Burlington, Vermont. You want to be where. Okay, the Avs are back.
You're going to get a lot of baseball practice in the from like November to April, aren't you?
I got 2 letters, one from UVM and one from Maine, and I really do think my high school coach just had to beg somebody to send me something. But I figured if I have to go to Vermont to play baseball, I might want to get into broadcasting. The Avs, they are back for a huge 6-game homestand. They got one in their back pocket. We'll get to the Val story here in just a little bit. You can get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. For your chance to win a pair of tickets, our keyword is Roy. R-O-Y.
Wow.
First, I'm going to go with Roy. 303-504-0925. That's R-O-Y. I know that's Dan being a wise guy. But you can send that to 303-504-0925. We will give the tickets away coming up after 2:45. All right, Dan, what do you got there, pal?
All right, let's start with Travis Hunter, who spoke at the Combine today. Obviously, fellas, the big question is, can he play both sides of the ball in the NFL like he did at the University of Colorado? First, we're going to hear from Travis Hunter.
You know, I did some meetings at receiver, did some meetings at DB, so it's still up in the air. They say nobody has ever done it for real the way I do it, but I tell them that I'm just different. I'm a different person.
Okay, so he says he's different. Now let's hear from Jeff Legwald, who was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. He does not believe Travis Hunter can play both sides of the ball in the NFL.
It's not his ability that will get in the way. It's the snap count issue. Like, for example, Pat Surtain missed a game this year, so he played just under 1,000 snaps. But the previous 2 years, Pat Surtain played about 1,100 snaps in those years, and that's just on defense for him in an NFL season. And Travis Hunter played, 1,345 snaps at Colorado last year? So that leaves you only about 200 snaps on the other side of the ball to get to his highest snap count of his college career. So I just don't know that it is an amazing thing that we're even talking about it for a player who could probably do it if it was physically possible. But I can't imagine a team would invest in what you're going to have to invest in to get him in the draft and then allow him to play that many snaps. And shorten his career, essentially.
What do you guys think about Leggy's thoughts there on Travis Hunter?
So, for the same reasons, okay, could Pat Surtain return punts?
Yes.
Of course he could, but despite what DMac was telling you during training camp, it was never a possibility for Pat Surtain to return punts. Ever.
They were doing it in OTAs last year.
I know they were.
OTAs, not training camp.
Or OTAs, okay. Yeah. It was never realistic. It was never going to happen because they're way too afraid of the investment. And I understand what Jeff's saying from that perspective. When you invest in these guys, you want them healthy. You've got load management in the NBA because they want these guys healthy. The amount of money that is invested in them is just so insane. I do think Travis Hunter could do it. And I do think he's going to do it to some degree. Now, the snap count deal is interesting, right? Because a college game probably has 25 to maybe 28 more snaps per game than an NFL game. And so you're thinking, well, he's doing it at the college level. Yeah, but you got 5 more games.
It seems insane. Scott?
Did Travis get hurt on offense or defense this year?
Did he miss any games this year?
I thought he
2 years ago he did. 2 years ago he did. Because he got drilled by that kid from CSU.
So that was playing offense.
That was playing offense, yeah. Right, that whole thing.
Yeah,
remember?
yeah.
Then they went
Henry
bowling.
Blackburn.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think he missed any time this year, did he? I'm not aware of it.
I read one grade on him, or one guy. Everybody's an expert this time of year. That's why we suggest go to orangestickyfingers.com.
That's right.
But the guy said they felt he was one of those top 3 elite lockdown. You never, you don't throw his way, Pat Surtain type of cornerbacks. I think he'll be a good receiver, but I don't. He's not a Justin Jefferson. I don't see a Justin Jefferson receiver in his future.
Well, Justin is arguably the number 1 guy in the league, so you might be right about that.
I mean, if I'm drafting him, I'm doing the opposite of Scott though. He's my primary wide receiver. You don't get hips like that. You don't get fluidity like that.
Yeah, if he's not Justin Jefferson, is he Amon-Ra St. Brown? Is he like that?
Actually, you brought up Jerry Jeudy. It's actually not a bad comp outside of the drops. The fluidity, the route running,
Size
the
about
separation that they create.
Yeah.
It's really not bad.
Yeah, they're almost the same body build as well, about that 6'1", pretty skinny, but can do everything. I don't know, man. Is he a top 10 receiver in the league next year?
I don't know.
Possibly, but and
my only fear for him is if he does go to a team that lets him do both. Do you become the jack of all trades and master of none?
It'll be fun to watch, and we'll all be rooting for him. There's no doubt about it.
What's his weight?
Oh my God, 185, 190. The guy doesn't have an ounce of fat on him. Surtain's probably 205, I would guess, something along that. Surtain's pretty.
Probably closer to Jerry Jeudy body-wise.
You were pretty damn close on both those guys.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter, 185. Pat Surtain, 202.
Yeah, Surtain is like a brick shizzle. You know what I'm saying?
And he's tall.
Yeah, 6'2" and change. Surtain's a freak. Surtain's just, body composition-wise is... Well, I'd love to throw him the ball once or twice, though. I'd love to see what the ball looks like in Surtain's hand every now and then. I would. I'm not going to lie. There's so much talent there. Next, Dan.
Yeah, by the way, Surtain, 203, Travis Hunter, 185.
Yeah, there you go.
So
there you go.
All right, let's hear from DMac's boy, Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, on his meeting with the Broncos.
Yeah, I have met with the Broncos. I would say, I'm one of the best route runners in this draft. I truly believe that. I think I got great hands. Obviously, I got a lot to work on throughout my whole game, but I feel like I'm pretty polished and just excited to keep getting better.
Okay, so DMac's out on him because he did have shoulder surgery. Where are you guys at with the Broncos potentially taking Colston Loveland 20th overall?
I just got a question for DMac. That's it. Just one question.
Yeah.
Because you've been in on the idea of a Colston Loveland.
I know.
You've been in.
I haven't seen him in
Was
a
it
sling.
today years old when you learned he had a surgery?
No, I knew he had a surgery. I didn't know he was still in a